started. Who is our court reporter today?
Good morning. Good afternoon, Chair. This is John Kelly from Lexitus.
Mr. Kelly, good morning. Good afternoon, rather. Okay, I believe we have everyone from the executive session connected to us. I'm Kenneth Woodson, board chair. This is the official start of today's meeting for Thursday, February the 1st, for the Illinois Board of Review hearings. Mr. Moto, thank you for stepping in and being administrator for today's hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Woodson.
The board itself will, in a moment, introduce itself as well as the other panelists, after which we will hear from the law department, that person will give us the list of appeals that have been resolved, or if there's a continuance request. I would ask anyone who is participating today that you understand that this is a formal hearing. So please present yourself as if you were in the courtroom. That means being dressed appropriately. That means sitting upright, not in your bed or reclining in your easy chair. We need you to be fully engaged so that we can properly proceed in order to give you a fair hearing. And also, if you work very diligently to eliminate any background noise, pets, children, etc. You're all muted at this point because, in fact, we just need to get through this process without all of the preliminary interferences. Finally, as we go through the list of cases, some of them will be noted as moot or moot complied. If your matter is noted as such, that means that your matter has been resolved for today and you are excused to leave. If you need additional information about that label of moot or moot complied, please call the office. There's a number on your notice to the administrator's office, and that someone there will explain it to you. Please don't break into the hearing to ask for that clarification. Again, this is a public meeting. The public is invited to be part of it. If you don't have a matter on today's agenda, you will not be allowed to speak or interrupt. And so as your matter is resolved, you may remain until the end or you may leave. Is your preference. Thank you very much. Again, I'm Kenneth Woodson, board chair.
Ralph Pincus, board member. Steve Pettit, board member.
Roger S. Tennant, senior, board member.
Beverly Penn, board member.
Ben Washington, board member.
Cortez Patton, board member.
Brian McSherry, board counsel.
Philip Motto, Philip Motto, boards administration.
Okay. There's someone else who was speaking at the same time Mr. Motto was speaking. Is that another person?
Richard Wade, board administrator.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Wade. Okay. I didn't know you were going to be part of this. Okay. Alrighty. Let's hear from the law department in terms of matters that have been resolved.
Good afternoon, board members. This is Michael Rullo, R-U-L-L-O, on behalf of the city, and I will be reading the list of resolutions.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Beginning with number 13 on the list, appeal ending 000244. The appellant is a Lukasz Nietko. My understanding is that appeal has been withdrawn by the appellant.
Yes, so noted.
Moving to number 17, appeal ending 002698, 2024 Cater Street. Appellant is a Kildare Construction LLC. That matter, we have a city affirm by agreement with a $2,000 fine. I do believe that there is an attorney, Mr. David Garcia, on that case. I am not sure if he is here, though.
Is Mr. Garcia present? Okay. The settlement amount is noted, city affirm, $2,000 fine. Next.
Moving to number 18, appeal ending 003558 concerning 2409 South Reese Street. Appellant is a Vernon Lucas. As previously indicated in a message to the board, that matter can be marked moot.
Moot, thank you.
Moving to number 19, appeal ending 003904, 457 East Girard Avenue. Appellant is an Ofer Komarian. There is an agreement that is a city affirm with a $1,000 fine.
Okay, city affirm, $1,000 fine. Thank you.
Moving to number 20, appeal ending 003931, 81 to 95 Fairmont Avenue, appellant Kyle Colson. That has a city affirmed by agreement with a $1,500 fine.
Okay, that's the city affirm, okay. $1,500 fine, thank you.
Moving to number 21, appeal ending 004014, 1718 Latona Street, appellant Sean Hughes. That is a city affirmed by agreement with a $1,500 fine.
Okay, city affirm, $1,500 fine, thank you.
Moving to number 22, 003797, 2234 Frankfurt Avenue, appellant Interstate Masonry Corp. That can be marked moot.
Moot, thank you.
Just to clarify, the next set of cases I'm going to address are numbers 23, through 36. As I believe the board is aware via a communication that I sent, those all concern the same retaining wall case, and each of these will be marked moot complied. I can walk through them individually, I guess for the convenience of the board. I'm not sure if they want me to address them all at the same time or separate.
Well, let's do this. And for the record, we're noting that they are all moot complied. Just give us the address and the 4 digits.
Okay.
The appeal number, and then that'll be sufficient.
Okay, pardon, I will walk through it. So beginning with number 23, appeal ending 000022, 24 East Durham Street, appellant Linda Salazar. Number 24, appeal ending 0041, 26 East Durham Street, appellant Eugene Thornton. Number 25, appeal ending 000017, 28 East Durham Street, appellant Zachary Van Heel. Number 26, 000039, 32 East Durham Street, appellant Diane Duncan. Number 27, 000048, 36 East Durham Street, appellant Tanya Lambright. Number 28, 000072, 42 East Durham Street, appellant Brian Valentin. Number 29, 000034, 48 East Durham Street, appellant Mary Schofield. Number 30, 000033, 50 East Durham Street, appellant Anthony Richardson. Number 31, 000045, 54 East Durham Street, appellant Alejandro Alvarez. Number 32, 000016, 56 East Durham Street, appellant Leslie Gaines. Number 33, 000026, 60 East Durham Street, appellant Janet Curtis. Number 34, 005077, 7110 Chew Avenue, appellants Brennan Kelly and Cole, I think that's supposed to be Kelly, Brennan, and Melissa Cole. Number 35, 000008, 25 East Mount Pleasant Avenue, appellant Michael Kohler. Number 36, 000011, 27 East Mount Pleasant Avenue, appellant Christopher Singler. And just to reiterate again, those are numbers 23 through 36, and each will be marked moot complied.
Thank you very much. And as I noted earlier, anyone currently viewing, if your address was called, your matter has been resolved for the board. You're excused to leave, or you may remain if it's your choice to hear the other matters that will be reviewed today. Thank you. Are there any other matters, preliminary matters before the board by the law department? If so, please raise your hand, and then we will call on you as need be. Okay. I don't see anyone else, so there.
Well, Alex just joined. I believe she has some matters.
Oh, okay.
She's
Good morning.
joining right now.
Not good morning. I apologize. Good afternoon, Chairman Woodson.
Good afternoon.
Athanasiadis on behalf of the city, Chairman. Chairman Woodson, the city respectfully requests in cases 1 through 4, and if you'd like, I can read the numbers into the record.
You can do that. Did we review those matters in executive session and granted the continuance?
Okay, thank you, sir. And then just for the board's edification, case number 5.
Oh, before you do 5, you will need to read the addresses in though and note that they've been continued.
Okay. Cases number 1 through 4, the appellant's address is 5698 Rising Sun Avenue. The appellant is Crown Bakeries LLC, and it was a city request with no objection, and appellant joined in this request as the parties are actively working towards settlement. We requested a continuance to be able to do so and essentially and hopefully finalize a settlement agreement.
Thank you.
Case number 5, Chairman Woodson, HA-2023-002230, 2015-35 South Hutchinson Street, Unit 11. The city will be rescinding this notice of defect. I was just informed of that recently, so that matter, the notice will be rescinded.
So that should be noted as moot?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
The city's prepared to move forward on cases numbers 6, 7, and 8. Case number 6 is HA-2023-003033. That matter will be handled by Melanie Nesich.
Okay, and the city is prepared to move forward today?
Yes, but my understanding is for that one, Chairman Woodson, and I don't know if the board has had an opportunity to review. The appellant requested another continuance as.
Yes, that matter was presented in executive session, and I'd like to inquire of Mr. Frimpong. Mr. Frimpong present, he's the appellant.
No one in the waiting room under that name, and service was made.
Okay, Ms. Athanasiadis, what would be the city's preference?
Chairman Woodson, as this had been previously listed twice before, the city would, under normal circumstances, ask that it be city affirmed, but in light of the fact that the city was able to ascertain that there were indeed 2 other court matters that Mr. Frimpong is slated for today relating to other properties he has appeals for, the city would have no objection to this one last continuance. It would just ask that it must be heard at the next listing, and we would be requesting the earliest possible date, sir.
Do you have any sense of how many times this address has been continued?
Yes, this is the 3rd request, Chairman Woodson.
Okay.
By the appellant.
By the appellant. All by the appellant?
All by the appellant.
Because the board is not inclined to continue this matter. So that's why I'm asking for your response, and your argument is that given you're willing to provide an additional hearing opportunity for this appellant.
Yes, Chairman Woodson, only because we were able to verify the other matters. However, without the appellant being here, we don't want to create any due process violations by moving forward and, creating more issues down the road. But we would ask that it be presented for the next earliest possible date, within the 30-day, obviously, notification to make sure the appellant receives it, and ask that it must be heard at the next listing.
Okay, we would note it as continued with must be heard, with the caveat and the understanding for the record that the board is not happy taking this position, but we will defer to your argument.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Woodson.
Yeah.
The next matter is HA-2023-003428, 593 Carver Street. The city is prepared to move forward on that matter, Chairman Woodson, and Melanie Nesich would be handling that matter.
Okay.
The next matter is HA-2023-003472, 1812 Ashley Road. The city is prepared to move forward on that matter, and that will be handled by Melanie Nesich.
Okay. All right. We'll call those in regular order.
Okay, and the last one, Chairman Woodson, is HA-2023-002414, 1523 North 17th Street. That matter is moot complied.
You comply. Thank you. Okay,
And that completes, Chairman Woodson, the Water Department cases.
okay. Does anyone else have any preliminary matters before the board? If not, the board itself has,
Mr. Chair.
yes.
Okay, cases 11 and 12 are being handled by City Solicitor Christopher Johnson, and he put in a request that he wouldn't be available till after 1:30. Both of the appellants were informed.
Okay, so those two will be scheduled to start after 1:30 today?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll just make sure, Mr. Motto, that you call them at the bottom of the list. Okay. Alrighty. There are a few preliminary matters the board will raise. Number 10, 1241, 5456 Erdrich Street, Community Mini Markets. Mr. Vaccaro is the counsel for the appellant, and who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Michelle Reinhardt for the City of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon. Is Mr. Vaccaro present? Or anyone ready?
Good afternoon.
Oh, Mr. Vaccaro, didn't see you there. Okay.
Good seeing you.
Good. We do have a question regarding timeliness. And before we hear this case today, we want to hear from both the city and the appellant's counsel. It appears that the denial letter was 1/9/23, but the appeal was not submitted until 3/17/23. So beyond the 30-day window. Mr. Carroll, what we have for us?
Thank you, Mr. Woodson. I'm bringing us back to December 7th, when the board had already considered the issue of timeliness, and the board had already decided to hear the case and reserve that decision on timeliness. It's my recollection. Ms.
Okay.
Reinhardt, counsel for the city, had her witness, I believe it was Ms. Jody, who was testifying. And then I believe Ms. Reinhardt, in the middle of her direct examination, her computer went on the fritz. She was not able to continue to participate in this matter. And then now we're here today. So we're still in the middle of Ms. Reinhardt's direct of Ms. Wilkins.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Ms. Reinhardt, does that comport with your understanding of what happened?
Generally, yes, that is correct. And my understanding is that there was both an argument as to timeliness and an issue that there was nothing stated on the appeal, because the reason for the appeal was left blank. And there was a 2023 CVN attached to the 2023 tobacco retailer permit reapplication denial letter, meaning that a CVN issued after the denial letter.
Okay, but in this instance,
well, I'm saying that there were two open issues that the board was still reserving argument on.
But we were in the midst of you presenting your case when we had to, it was interrupted, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so so in essence, we will resume the previous hearing.
Yes, just with those two open issues still.
Well, we started the hearing. We essentially had resolved the matter of timeliness. So otherwise, we would not have begun the hearing. We would have dismissed it for lack of persecution. So I may mispronounce that word, but we did permit the hearing to start.
Testimony did start.
Yes. Okay. So we will. Let's the record note that this is the resumption of a previously scheduled hearing, and it'll be Ms. Reinhardt's opportunity to complete the presentation of her case.
Right. And for the record, my client is in the same room as me, even though you're not going to see him on a screen.
Well, now we do have a Spanish interpreter.
Yes.
Today, and so that
was requested.
Yeah, that will help. Okay.
Well, can you identify? There's no interpreter. I don't see an interpreter in the room at this time. They were ordered.
Oh, geez. We had
But
one last time.
I understand. If we
Okay,
can,
so when
see if
this,
there's an
whenever,
interpreter in the room.
when this
in the
matter is
mid-
called, we're gonna have to have that interpreter present, so let's be
Exactly.
aware of it.
I just wanted to see if there was one in the room currently.
Okay, all right, thank you. That preliminary sets us up for the hearing when it's called. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Item, well, let me just continue to move through. I think that's all in terms of our preliminary matters. So let us go back. Does the law department have anything else before we begin calling our cases in order? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. So I guess Mr. Wade or Mr. Marto, I'm not sure who's going to do this, but I believe we're beginning with item 7.
Yes, sir. This is number 7 on today's list.
Okay.
Hearing appeal.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, just so I'm clear with my records, what was the ending factor for number 6?
Was continue with a must be heard requirement.
Thank
Must
you.
be tried. Yep. Mr. Marto.
Yes, sir. This is case item number 7, hearing appeal ending 03428. For 593 Carver Street, the appellant is Patricia Clark. She was present in the room earlier, but she dropped off the call. I don't see her in the room at this moment.
Okay. So we want to give her the benefit of the doubt that she may have had some technical issues. You are confirming that she was present.
Yes, sir. She was present, but not with video capabilities, only on the telephone. She was trying to call back in to get herself with her video and audio, but she's not done so yet.
Okay, who was representing the city?
That would be me, Chairman Woodson, Melanie Nezich for the city of
Ms.
Philadelphia.
Nessich?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to us hearing this later in today's schedule?
Not at all, of course.
Okay, thank you. So let's move on to the next matter.
Yes, sir. That brings us to hearing appeal 003472 for 1812 Ashley Road. Marceline Similian is the appellant, and she was present in the room.
Okay, Marceline Similian, are you present? Marceline.
She is present in the room, but she's muted.
Okay, Mr. Marto, I don't know if you can unmute her or not.
I just sent her a prompt and asked her to do that.
Okay. Okay, Marceline Similian.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, if you could adjust your camera just a bit. We only see the top of your head. We'd like to see your full face.
Okay, let me see what I can do. I don't
Okay,
know.
that's better. It was better for a moment. Yeah, it's better right there. Okay.
Oh,
Ma'am, if you would raise your right hand so that you may be sworn.
my name is Similian.
Now, you can't speak while I'm speaking because otherwise the court reporter can't take our responses now. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth to help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can place your hand down. Okay, who's representing the city?
Melanie Nezich for the city of Philadelphia. Just for the record, my last name is spelled Knezich.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nezich. We will get it correct as we go through this. My apologies.
No, it's great. Thank you.
Nezich, do you have a witness today?
We do. The city would like to call Jason Locke in a moment.
Okay, is Mr. Locke's present? I'd like to swear him in.
Yes, I'm here, sir.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Nezich, please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board. So on August 8th, 2023, the property located at 1812 Ashley Road was issued a notice of defect for an obstructed curb stop following a routine meter visit by PWD. An obstructed curb stop is a violation of the Philadelphia Code, section 13502. On July 12th, 2023, Ms. Similian appealed the NOD without providing a specific reason for her appeal. The deed lists Marceline Similian as the owner of this property. And as of the most recent date of reinspection on January 10th, 2024, the curb box remains obstructed in violation of the code, and the city would like to call Jason Locke.
Yes, please.
Mr. Locke, could you state your name for the record and spell it, please?
Yes, Jason Locke, JASON LOCK.
Thanks. And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
City of Philadelphia Water Department. Title is Assistant Manager for Delinquency and Restorations.
Okay. And what are your job responsibilities in that role?
To oversee all the duties from the delinquency and restoration sides to meter installs, also non-compliant shutoffs and dig ups.
Thanks. I'd like to show you something, if that's all right. I may share my screen.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I know this is kind of a bad copy, but do you recognize this? Do you see what's on my screen?
Yes,
Okay, can you tell me what this is?
this is a notice of plumbing defect that we give to the customer once we visit the property if there's any violations at the time.
Right. And is this a document that's normally prepared and kept in the course and scope of your PWD duties?
Yes.
So why was this document issued?
We went out for a meter on the 3rd of August, 2023. At the time, I guess nobody answered their door to get the meter installed. The FSR did an investigation, came upon a obstruction of the curb box.
Okay. And is this document usually left at the property location?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to show you something else. Just a moment. Okay. Can you see these?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Locke, you went to the property at 1812 Ashley Road, correct?
Yes.
This was on, I'm sorry, I wrote the date wrong here. It's on the 10th of January, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And you took these photos?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to zoom in a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is this photo a fair and accurate representation of what you observed at the property on January 10th, 2024?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what did you observe in this photo?
Obstruction of the curb box, not accessible.
Right.
We're unable to shut it off.
And I'm going to move on to the next photo in City 4. Can you describe a little bit more about what we're seeing here?
Yes, the box with the blue around it is the curb box. That's where the shut off is at for the curb stop, and cement above is what I pulled off the top of that.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll move on to the next one. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
Yeah, that's how the curb stop was presented when I got there, with all the rocks inside of it.
Right. And this is cement and trash, I suppose, obstructing the curb stop?
Yes, that's on the top part, yes.
Okay. And so as of January 10th, 2024, the property remains in violation of Philadelphia Code, Section 13502?
Yes, it does.
Right. And finally, could you just tell us why it's important to maintain a usable and non-defective curb stop for the board?
Yes. It's there so you can shut off the water in case there's any kind of internal problems that could cause flooding or damage to the homeowner itself and adjacent properties.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much. I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Yes.
Okay. That's all for the city.
Okay. Ms. Simmerlin, do you have any cross-examination questions for Mr. Locke?
No.
No?
No.
Okay, we have to, please speak up because we can't hear you clearly.
Yes.
Okay, what questions do you have for Mr. Locke?
The question I have, I would like them to try to help me to fix it for me because I don't know what caused that.
Ms. Simmerlin, that is not a question. If you have a question for him, you can ask it, and then in a moment you can then present your understanding of what's going on. Okay.
Yeah. What I can say, I don't know. I understand what's going on, but I don't know. I don't
Ms. Simlin, do you have any questions for Mr. Locke? If not, we can move on to the next witness, and then we will get to you.
Yeah, you can move. You can move on, please.
Okay, thank you. Ms.
Mr.
Nessich,
Chair,
do you
I just
have
have
any
a
additional
quick
witness?
question, please.
Well, wait. You caught me in mid-sentence. I'll be back to you just for a moment.
Okay.
Ms. Nessich, do you have any additional witness?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Washington, you had a question?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I was just curious, what was the date of that picture, that last picture that was up on the screen?
Okay, Ms. Nessich, can you put those photos back again and give us the dates?
Sure. Can you see my screen now?
Not yet. Yeah, now we can, yes. If you would
Okay,
start
these
at
are
the
all-
top,
I'm sorry?
if you could start at the top first, go through all of
These
them.
are all photos from January 10th, 2024.
Okay,
They were attached to an email with a report by Jason Locke, my witness.
okay.
I can
Just
scroll through them.
Scroll
They're
through
all
them.
from, yeah, they're all from the same day.
Okay. Ms. Washington,
Thank
does
you,
that
Mr.
answer your
Chair.
question?
Thank you. That answered my question, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Nessich, you don't have any further witnesses or presentation to make?
No, thank you. The city asks that our notice of defect be affirmed.
Okay, thank you. Well, we will, I believe you would like to have your documents submitted for the record. They will be.
Right, thank you. Yeah, I'd like to mark and move the city exhibits 1 through 4 into the record. Thank you for the reminder.
Okay, Ms. Simlin, now tell us your understanding of what's going on.
Yeah.
Please remove your exhibits, Ms. Nessich.
Yes, so that we can have a full screen. Thank you. Ms. Simlin, you made the appeal, so now is an opportunity to share with us why you appealed the violation notice.
What I feel that's violation because I don't know what's going on. I don't do it. I don't know nothing about that. I don't know nothing about the defect before they have constriction on the street. When I come from work, I see a paper at my door. That's why I call. They say I've what
Okay.
I call.
Well, let me ask you a question, ma'am.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you the owner of the property?
Yes, Your Honor.
How long have you owned that property?
Maybe 14 years ago.
Okay. Now, the document that was left for you, did you read it and understand it?
Yes.
Okay. And so if you understood it, then that's why we're here today, because you submitted an appeal, because it's indicating that I think your event is obstructed. So have you taken any action to clear the event?
Yes, because Your Honor, I don't even understand what's going on. I don't know. I don't have a problem at home. My order still good. Everything good. I don't know what's going on when I find that bag. That's the first time I have that problem. I don't know what's going on. When I see the different.
But no, ma'am. You just said to me that you read the letter, you read the document.
Yes, I read the letter.
And you understood what the document said, correct?
Yes, because that's the first time that happened to me. I'm new to that thing. Is the language barrier. I don't from here. I don't even understand too that. But I try to understand. That's what I say, Your Honor. That's the first time I see stuff like that in my house. The order fire, everything fire. I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the violation says that your curb stop is obstructed. Did you attempt to clear it out?
That's what I tried to do. That's why I called the boss to have to find some help to help me.
Well, the water department doesn't do that. You're responsible to call a plumber who can make the repair. Did you call a plumber?
I was waiting for that to see what's going on, if they're gonna help me. But if yes,
what language would be? And I'm not sure we can do anything at the moment. But what language are you more comfortable with in English?
Creole.
Creole.
Yes, Haitian Creole.
Haitian Creole. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I need a short executive session. Mr. McSherry, I need to hear from you in that executive session. We're going to go off the record for 3 minutes.
If
Did you go back on the record? Okay, regarding this matter for 1812 Ashley Road, is there any final argument from the city, Ms. Nessich?
Yeah, I would just like to note to the board that when we send out NODs, they do have a diagram that does not involve English language. It shows where the defect is. I could show that to the board if it's relevant to the interpreter issue.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Simlin, do you have any further comment before we vote on your matter? She's still with us? No. Ma'am,
Yes, Your Honor.
do you have any additional comments or information before we vote on your case?
But I'm waiting to hear for the board or the city, and I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Okay, well, as I'm not, we are not allowed to give you legal advice. But what I would recommend you do is call a plumber to help you figure out how to respond to the city.
All
Okay?
right, okay.
Okay, we haven't yet voted. We're going to vote in a moment. If there's no additional information, we will now call the vote on HA-2023-0034721 1812 Ashley Road, Marceline Simlin, City of Brooklyn. Everyone,
Cancel the Gowan site now.
Mr. Whitson, did you vote? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
yeah, city affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Mr. Tennant, you're muted.
City affirmed.
Okay,
City affirmed.
okay,
City
thank you.
affirmed.
Thank you. Court reporter, were you able to hear all of those votes?
Chair, this is the court reporter. Yes, I heard all of the votes.
Okay, thank you. The volume was going in and out on everyone's response, so that's why I asked. Okay, Ms. Simlin, your appeal has been denied. You can appeal our decision if you choose to. If you want information as to how you should do that, you can check with the office, and the administrator's office will give you that information. In the meantime, I would recommend that you hire a plumber to help you figure out how to clear this curb stop.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Mr. Moto, let's see if we can go back to the previous matter that the person dropped off.
We still have not gotten that person back on the call yet. That was Patricia Clark from number 5. She has not come back onto the meeting.
Okay, let's proceed there. Let's move on to number 11, I guess.
Okay, we have numbers 11
No,
and
let's
12.
not do that. I'm sorry. Let's move down to 14.
Okay, sir. Number 14 on the list is hearing appeal ending 001-035, 325 South 18th Street. Olivia Adams Esquire is the attorney.
Okay. And who's representing the city?
That should be Kenneth Perkins is the attorney for 325 South 18th Street LLC.
Okay. All right, Mr. Perkins. Mr. Ron, are you representing the city in this matter?
Yes, I am. Thank you. May it please the board, Leonard F. Reuter for the city of Philadelphia.
Okay. All right, Mr. Reuter, do you have any witnesses today?
Not for this case, Your Honor, because we believe that on its face, the appeal should be denied. There's no basis for an appeal of this nature.
Okay.
The appeal on its face, it's not entirely clear what's being appealed.
Okay,
but
well, let's do this, Mr. Reuter. Let's do this before we get into the matter. I just want to see if are any witnesses that need to be sworn. Mr. Perkins, do you have any witnesses to be sworn today?
I do. Mr. Rufo, Anthony Rufo is present and he can be sworn.
Okay, Mr. Rufo, what is this relationship to this property?
Mr. Rufo is the sole owner of 325 South 18th Street LLC, which is the deed owner in title of the property. And Mr. Rufo is the sole owner, sole member of 325 South 18th Street LLC.
Okay, Mr. Rufo is present to be sworn?
He's present and he should be able to be sworn.
I don't
raise your right hand, Mr. Rufo.
And actually,
and unmute yourself. Can you unmute yourself, Tony? Please unmute yourself, Tony. His name appears in the group as Jenna Rufo.
Yeah.
He's unmuted. They want
There you are.
Tony,
Sorry,
Tony,
guys.
please be sworn in.
Mr. Rufo, do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Would you spell your full name, sir, so because the what's on the screen is different than I believe your
Yes,
actual name.
it's Anthony, Anthony, Michael, Michael, Rufo, RUF as in Frank O.
RUFO? Okay, thank you.
RUFO.
Okay, just one moment. Okay, Mr. Rudder, you were, let's begin then with general argument so we decide how we're going to move forward.
Sure. The appeal on its face appears to be an appeal from the issuance of a permit to Mangual Construction which was a permit that was issued to do masonry work, basically repointing the top of a chimney and adding like basically a plate at the top of the chimney. This work was being done in response to an unsafe violation that had previously been issued. The board may recall that there had been an appeal taken from the unsafe violation. That appeal actually was not taken by Mr. Rufo, but was in fact taken by the Philadelphia Community Development Coalition, which is the court-appointed conservator for the property in question. They appealed the violation. During the pendency of that appeal, they contracted with Mangual Demolition to obtain the permit to do the work to repair the chimney, which work was completed. The permit closed out. The unsafe violation was complied. So the appeal against the unsafe was moot. This work is completed. Everything had been taken care of. It is also our understanding there may be let's see, this appeal was filed. Looks like the appeal was filed timely because the permit appears to have been issued on January 4th. But again, there doesn't seem to be anything appealed. I believe, again, Mr. Perkins is probably going to argue that because his client did not authorize the work, that the permit's invalid. But as we pointed out in a previous case that this board heard just a couple weeks ago, the code expressly provides that a conservator has the authority to obtain permits to do work on a property.
Okay. So I guess the matter
and again,
stands.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but Mr. Michael McElhaney is here. He is the counsel to the conservator and would have more specific information about what they did to what authority they had from the court under the Act 135 matter to obtain the permits in question, and then any specifics with their dealings with Mangual. I would also note that from everything that I can see here, the permittee in this case is Mangual Demolition. As of now, I'm not aware that Mangual has ever been notified of the taking of this appeal. I don't know that that matters, but it seems to me that it could, depending on where this board goes, because there's certain allegations that have been made about them.
Okay, Mr. Rutter, let me ask a couple questions. Mr. Perkins, what action is being appealed and what relief is being sought?
I believe Mr. Reuter has, and maybe he's willing to stipulate to this, that this appeal is timely because it is an appeal from the issuance of a permit to Mangual. So if is Mr. Reuter willing to stipulate that this?
I'm not going to entertain that yet until you respond to my question. The question is, what action is being appealed and what relief is being sought?
I just stated it. It's an appeal from the issuance of the permit.
Okay, what relief are you seeking?
Pardon me?
What relief are you seeking?
we're seeking the rescission of that permit.
And let me ask this, the work has already been done, so what effect would that have?
Well, it would indicate that the work was unauthorized. Okay.
But what effect would, it's like trying to unring a bell, so I'm trying to understand, what effect does that have in terms
Work's
of
not
the
done.
authority to issue, a violation, and then the compliance occurred, and then I'm having difficulty getting to the end place here.
Well, I don't have any evidence that the work's been complied
Okay.
with, and if it was improperly issued as a permit, then it's improper work. Okay, it's as simple as that. So that means this board has sanctioned improper work.
Okay.
Oh,
All right, thank you.
Again, if I
Before we, no, before we do that, the board's going to take a 3-minute executive session, and I need to confer with Mr. McSherry, counsel, and so just go off the record for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Mr.
Woodson,
Woodson,
workout room for the board.
before you go into executive.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your patience here. Mr. Ryder and Mr. Perkins, after consultation with council and our own internal discussion, I think what we'd like to do is to hear from both sides. We'd like to hear from Mr. Ryder and Mr. Perkins, maximum 2-minute oral legal argument regarding the issue of PCDC as the legitimate conservator. I don't know, Mr. Ryder, if that's where you were headed or not. But let us know the essence of the city's position and the oral argument, and we'll hear from Mr. Perkins as well before we decide if there's a need for further testimony or any other written legal briefs.
Sure. Well, I mean, I would have to, it would take me a minute or so to pull up the actual court orders appointing PCDC as the conservator. Perhaps Mr. McElhaney might have that at his fingertips. In the meantime, I can point to
Mr. Reuter, I believe those were submitted as exhibits by one or both of the parties, so they're in the record.
I was looking for that. And for reasons that I can't quite explain, there are documents that were submitted as exhibits in this matter, but they, for some reason, refer to a separate conservatorship that was established for a property, I think at 1524 Ridge Avenue. I'm not sure, and I'd have to go through all the exhibits that were submitted by Ms. Adams. I'd have to check and see if the conservatorship order for this property at 325 South 18th was submitted. Again, it exists. There's no question about that. There's no dispute that the conservatorship was established. I don't think even Mr. Perkins is disputing that there is a legitimate conservatorship that was granted to PCDC. Notwithstanding the fact that has been longstanding opposition to that from Mr. Rufo, but in the meantime, there is a conservatorship. And Mike, if you want to put,
Mr. Reuter, if you could put your name on the record, please.
Yes, Michael McElhaney, McIlhenney, counsel for the court-appointed conservator, the Philadelphia Community Development Coalition. I did email a copy of that order to Mr. Reuter just a minute ago. It's an order
I have it.
May 15th, 2017, wherein the Philadelphia Community Development Coalition, we abbreviate it as PCDC, was appointed conservator by a court of common pleas in Philadelphia.
Sure. And if you don't mind, then Mr. Chairman, I can share my screen just to show that, just to verify that. And here we go. Right. So this goes back to May of 2016 when PCDC was named conservator. I'm sorry, it was 15th of May 2017 when they were ultimately made conservator, and that is court term number 2016, May term 2016, number 4133.
Page 2, paragraph B will have the language.
Okay. Right. Philadelphia Community Development Coalition is appointed conservator of the property with all the rights and duties set forth in Act 135, including but not limited to Section 1106 of Act 135. Granted immediate access to the property. Property shall be secured and made safe pending submission of a proposed final plan. The conservator shall obtain any necessary permits from the city of Philadelphia and maintain fire and liability insurance, etc.
Okay.
So I'm going to stop sharing that, and I'm going to, if I can, pull up the section of the code. Share my screen again. And you can see here, I'll try to enlarge this. Not really the best way this works, but anyway. So you can see administrative code. Unfortunately, when I enlarge, it moves everything around. Okay, there we go. A301.4, by whom application made. An application for a permit shall be made by the owner or lessee of the building, structure, or agent, et cetera, or employed in connection with the property by a conservator of the property. I'll just highlight that section right here. Or other licensed person authorized to apply by the codes. So there's no dispute that PCDC was appointed conservator of the property back in 2017, in May of 2017, and that pursuant to the administrative code, the conservator has the authority to apply for permits. So as a legal matter, there is no basis. I mean, it's irrelevant whether Mr. Rufo or his company had authorized the work to be done. That would actually sort of defeat the whole purpose of appointing a conservator. The whole purpose of appointing a conservator is to take the property out of the hands of the ownership and place it into that of the conservator, who then would have the authority to take steps necessary in order to bring in this case, to bring the property into compliance or to restore the property that had the court had previously found to have been essentially neglected. I'm going to stop sharing that. So again, in this case, we have a permit that was issued. The work was done. Even if the work was done in a faulty manner, then that's a 311 call. Somebody goes out and they make a determination that there should be a violation because it's still unsafe. That didn't happen here. The violation in this matter was closed. Inspections took place, I think the work was done within about a month, if that. And again, the issue here, this is an appeal from the issuance of a permit. This is not an appeal based upon the failure of LNI to issue a new violation or the failure or LNI's decision to comply the violation and close out the permit. This isn't the issue. The only issue before the board right now is, should the permit have been issued? And there's no argument there. The conservator clearly had the authority to contract with Mangual to get the permit, to obtain the permits. That's what happened here. And whatever happened after the permit was issued is done. With respect to the issue of whether Mangual was qualified to get the permit, there is no specific trade license to do masonry work. This is basically just repointing the brickwork at the top of the chimney. In some instances, you might need a contractor's license, which Mangual has, and that's not being disputed. There are other allegations about other failings at other sites that Mangual may or may not have had are completely irrelevant to the case. And again, because as far as I can tell, Mangual's not even been notified of this appeal. The city's certainly not in a position to defend something that Mangual might have done at another property. That's not our position here. It's simply not relevant. There's no dispute that Mangual was simply had the ability and the authority through the permit to do this work. So again, we don't know what the basis of this appeal is. There's no code sections that are cited. There's no legal basis to the argument. The only argument is that Mr. Rufo didn't personally authorize the work, but the code both the Court of Common Pleas and the code itself had make it very clear that Mr. Rufo's consent is not required. It would literally defeat the entire purpose of establishing a conservatorship to require Mr. Rufo's consent. And that's pretty much the city's argument. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perkins, do you have a 2-minute response, please?
Well,
State your position?
yes, I do, Mr. Woodson, but if I get equal time, it won't be 2 minutes.
Okay, well, let's see how
I
that
thought
runs.
I thought the arguments were limited to 2 minutes, but that
Well,
was not,
Sir, do you want to argue about the time, or you want to start presenting your case?
I would like equal time is all I'm asking.
You'll get equal time.
All right.
You're sure you'll
Good.
get equal time.
I appreciate that. And with respect, Mr. Woodson, Attorney Adams has previously submitted a list of hearing exhibits timely in advance of this hearing, and they are all a matter of public record. And I have Mr. Rufo here to testify. You've asked for an argument relative to the specific question of whether or not a conservator is allowed to do this, and that's Mr. Reuter's argument. But I would direct you, in fact, I will, if I can share my screen, if I have permission to share my screen.
Sure, yes, please share.
I'd like to direct you to hang on a second here. You have to, I'm going to wait a second. If you have the exhibits, I'm having a little trouble screen sharing. If you have the exhibits, I would direct your attention to Exhibit 6, which is the.
Well, it would be helpful. Is any, Mr. Rodder, do you have that exhibit handy that you may be able to screen share if you would? You're muted, Mr.
Yes, I'm sorry. Which exhibit?
Exhibit 6 of the exhibits that Ms. Adams submitted previously. It is the court order dated October 7th of 2022 relative to the conservatorship. And limiting my argument, as you requested, Mr. Woodson, to the issue of whether a conservator can or should make this application, we would refer you to the order of court at the end of the conservatorship, which specifically lays out in several pages exactly what the conservator is then allowed to do. And the problem.
Do we have the document handy? Does anyone have that document? We can.
Let's bear with me a second. It's Exhibit 6 of the hearing exhibits. Let's see if I can.
Yeah, I have the list of exhibits, but the only exhibits that we had that were submitted substantively were actually lettered exhibits, not by number, and that was actually something else I was going to raise. But
well, if you'll indulge me for a moment, I may be able to get it pulled up here. Hang on a second.
That's fine.
Apologies for the delay.
And I do just
not to be long.
While you're working on that, Mr. Rodder, would you mind answering one question while that's being done, please? The date of the permit that was issued. You're muted, sir.
I'm sorry, the date what was issued?
Of the permit that was issued.
I believe it was. Sure, I think it was. Let me just find it real quick. Yeah, the permit was issued January 5th, 2023, and the city's not raising a timeliness argument in this case.
Okay.
So,
all right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
The appeal was filed literally the last possible day.
Okay.
But it was timely. That's fine.
Okay.
In any event, the point is that this order, which if I can get it brought up while I'm still trying to talk, limits exactly what the conservator is able to do post October the 7th of 2022. And nowhere in it does it talk about the issuance of any further permits, because throughout the conservatorship proceeding, it was clearly testified to that all of this, in order for the conservatorship to be terminated or ended, everything had to be up to code. And this is a subsequent code violation. Okay, that's the problem. And we have representations on the record that all codes were complied with as of October 7th, 2022. That is clearly not the case when an application for this permit is submitted that's out of code. That's our argument, and the totality of the exhibits that we will move to be entered into this proceeding proves that. There are other defects. Now, Mr. Reuter has stated on the record, he hasn't stipulated, but he stated on the record that this is a timely appeal. Mr. Rufo would and will testify that the work is still incomplete, okay? And that this is a defective permit on its face. That's my limited argument. I have other arguments to make, but you've indicated that you want it short. And while we don't, we do not contest the fact that there has been a conservatorship. We seriously argue that conservatorship is limited by the October 7th, 2022 order, which presupposes that all work had been done.
Okay, and Mr. Perkins, can you put that document up, please?
I'm going to try right now if I can.
Well, and if I might, while Mr. Perkins is doing that, just briefly respond, even if everything he just said is correct, and the alleged order from October of 2022 was violated, that's for the Court of Common Pleas to decide, not this court. It's not this board. It's not up to the Board of L&I Review to make a determination about whether an order from the Court of Common Pleas was violated. That's something that would have had to have been raised before the court hearing the Act 135 matter. So again, I mean, it's not, I mean, if the Court of Common Pleas were to make a determination that PCDC had no authority to submit this particular permit application, then they can approach us with that order, and given the fact that it's moot because the work's already been done, I mean, I guess the city would look into whether or not there's any reason to retroactively revoke a permit where the work's already been completed. Again, I'm not sure what purpose that would serve, but that would be a different story. So, I know I can't ask Mr. Perkins questions, but I would ask, I think it would be a legitimate question for the board to inquire of the appellant here whether they did in fact raise this issue with the Court of Common Pleas hearing the conservatorship action and what result there was. And if they didn't, why didn't they? Why would they bring it to this?
Mr. Ryder, before we get there, I'd just really like to see Mr. Perkins' document so that we can jointly review it as a board.
Of course.
I can speak to the last point, which is the matter is on appeal, the conservatorship. So yes, it has been raised in court. Absolutely.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the conservator, may I have 1 minute?
Just before we get additional voices in this conversation, I want to see what Mr. Perkins has to offer. I want to see this Common Pleas court order regarding the conservatorship.
All right.
Mr. Perkins, is that possible?
I'm trying to pull it up, and I'm having a little bit of a difficult time, but hang on a second here. I had it before and then it didn't work. So unfortunately, I apologize. I had a setting on my computer that was not allowing me to.
How was it labeled in your packet?
It is Exhibit 6. It's the trial court order of October.
But according to Mr. Reuter, your exhibits aren't numerically identified; they're alphabetically identified. So which
Chairman,
which?
I can access it.
You can? Okay. Mr. McElhaney, if you would be so kind as to put that up. And Mr. Perkins, would you walk us through it, please?
Sure. This is a final order relative to the conservatorship. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
And it lays out specifically what the conservator can and should do. It summarizes initially the proceedings, but if you go to the end of the order, okay, it states what can be done. And that is on page, I've just scrolled to it, I think. It talks about the recovery of statutory recoverable fees. There, you will not find anything in it that says that at that point in time, the conservator shall or must or can do anything else relative to the property. And the reason for that is because in order to get this order, it had to be testified to under oath that all the work had been done and everything was up to code.
But where does that say that in the order, though?
It does.
Pardon me?
Does it say that specifically in this order? The language you just used regarding things being up to code.
No, it does not. No,
Okay,
it
but let me
does
ask you
not.
another question. Let me ask
But
you
it
another
doesn't,
question.
but the order does not.
No. Listen to me, sir. The next question for you is, by definition, isn't the conservator allowed to act within the established understanding of its role by code? And is there anything being done in that? What? Let me finish. Is there anything being done in this order that negates that?
No.
Is there anything in I would answer that by saying, is there anything in this order that gives the conservator any right? I mean, the conservatorship operates under court order. And
But
this
also
order
operates
that says
based
what it can
on
do.
its
Okay.
general authority to as a conservator. So if you would scroll up, does it enumerate the duties and responsibilities of the conservator?
It does not. This order presupposed that all the work was done.
But where does it say that?
It specifically states that. It says that the people who testified were credible, okay, and they testified that all the work was done. It's
Yeah, but
right
where does the order? But where does the order limit what the conservator can do?
I would argue that by the language on its face, that limits what the conservator can do at the end of a conservatorship. This is the end of the. This is the end. This is the end of the Well, this is the end of the conservatorship. At the Court of Common Pleas level, there aren't any other orders. Okay.
Okay, so, but I want you to point to the language that says that, in fact, this document, this decision by the Court of Common Pleas is limited to the action that a court-appointed conservator can take.
That is a question of law, and you and I can respectfully disagree.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right.
Mr. Chairman, may I just make an observation?
Yes.
In this order, in the paragraph that is before us for review, it states it is further ordered pursuant to 68 Purdon statute, so on. The conservatorship shall be terminated upon satisfaction of the condition that the proceeds of the sale are distributed. So this is I use the word precatory, but this is an order which still sets forth conditions subsequent that have to be performed. And from what I've heard from, I believe Mr. Perkins and even Mr. Reuter, there's still appeals pending regarding this conservatorship. So that this final order that's here is on appeal. So in the meantime, somebody had to have authority to preserve and protect the property. And there was a prior order that I believe is out there. I mean, I'm just seeing if I understand this correctly. And does anyone disagree with what I've just stated? Counsel?
I think you've stated that correctly and properly, but I would add that this is effectively at the Common Pleas level, at the Philadelphia Common Pleas level, it stops the conservatorship activity that has been testified to as being code compliant. And it clearly wasn't code compliant. The work hasn't been done. And, you know, Mr. Rufo is the owner of this property. He still pays the property taxes on this property, and he still he still pays the insurance. And he's prepared to testify to that. You know,
But the issue really,
I'd move the admission of all the exhibits that Attorney Adams submitted timely to this board that proves all of the points that we've made. Okay. And I'm prepared to have Mr. Rufo testify about any element of it that is not a matter of public record. I move the admission as public records of all the exhibits.
Okay. Any objection to the movement of those exhibits?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, just so I'm clear. No, just so I'm clear.
Yeah, I'm trying to get this issue of the document.
I'm talking about.
Let me get the issue of the documents on the record first.
City's not objecting to the submission of the documents.
So we'll still move the documents. Mr. Washington, your point, Ms. Washington?
No, my question is, which documents are we talking about? Because he made a statement that he wanted to move Ms. Adams' documents. Which ones are those?
Well, those are the documents that were submitted in this case. That's the only documents that we would be considering ourselves with the documents submitted as exhibits for this case.
And I can
And
volunteer
Mr.
that if,
Ruka, are you stipulating to the fact that
I don't-
those documents were submitted? Because I don't remember seeing them.
Mr. Perkins, rather, not Mr.
Yeah,
So-
thank you, Mr. McElhaney, for putting that up. It's exhibits 1 through 12.
Well,
I appreciate that, Mike.
so again, just so we're clear, what we've received is just this page showing the list. We haven't, and again, it may have been sent, there's a lot of documents here. It may have been blocked because we have size limits. I don't have these actual documents. I only have this list. That being said, the most important document that's been discussed, presumably, at least from Mr. Perkins' argument, is that Exhibit 6. If there's no objection from anybody, I would be happy to provide, I can get that off the docket, provide a copy of that order and submit it to the board. Just email it to board administration to make sure that you have it. I have no objection to these documents being in the record. I don't know that they're in the record, but
well, we'll resubmit them by paper. They were
that's fine as long as we get a copy.
Yeah, they were submitted timely by email, and we'll
Okay.
resubmit paper copies to the board.
If
Now,
I may,
part of the issue-
my recollection is that I did see the exhibit list. I try before each hearing when our administrator sends us exhibit packages to look through them. I recall seeing the table of contents. I do not recall being able to open or receive a separate email with each of those exhibits. So for whatever reason, if you want to move for their admission, I suggest you resubmit them, because I don't recall that they were part of the record that we received prior to today's
For
hearing.
clarity of
Mr.
everybody,
Chair, Mr. Chair, that was my point.
Wait. We got multiple
That was my
voices.
point also.
Mr. Washington?
If I
Mr.
may,
Washington?
Mr. Chairman, if
Yes.
I may, Mr. Motto did submit the exhibits. The package is difficult to download because of its size.
Exactly.
I've tried multiple times to download it, and neither of my systems will accept it because it can't be scanned for viruses and things like that. So it's a very large package with all 12 documents, but Mr. Motto did send it to us.
Okay. So the issue is whether or not it's appropriate to submit. Mr. Washington's making an excellent point. Whether or not we ought to accept all of those as for the record. And the only document we've had to see today has been this CCP order of 2022. Am I correct?
Well, the city, previously we had received a number of documents that at least I was able to open, but that were lettered exhibits A through G, I believe. Again, while the city, if we were to get into each of those individual documents, would probably dispute the relevancy of most of them. I'm not objecting to their inclusion here, just for purposes of the board having a complete record. But, again, so yeah, but again.
Okay, I mean, that's really the clarification is whether or not the appellant has met its burden of submitting the appropriate documents for today's hearing. And this testimony that he attempted to, the issue is whether or not the system will permit access to them by the board and the city. And the city is not objecting because they've had access to the documents the city believes to be relevant to the discussion. We've asked to see the CCP decision 2022, which we have had an opportunity to view. And I would suggest if there are other documents that we believe we want to see based on the oral arguments from both sides, we should ask for that. If not, we will accept what we have at the moment. And because I want to get to the point of the issue of the real point here, which is whether or not a LNI acted appropriately and properly in issuing a permit for a make-safe violation, and whether the work was done properly or not is another matter. The issue is did LNI act properly in issuing one, the violation, two, the make-safe permit. And so that's what I believe we need, how we need to decide.
Actually, the violation itself is not at issue. That was the subject of a separate appeal that had previously been resolved. Basically, it was withdrawn as moot, or actually marked moot complied, based upon the work that was done that is the subject of this appeal. So that
Okay.
violation's not at issue.
Okay, and so the issue really now is whether or not Atlanta acted properly in issuing a permit for the make safe activity that resulted from the violation notice.
Correct. And the city's only argument in closing, and it's just going to be about as brief as I can make an argument, which is this board doesn't decide whether an order of the Court of Common Pleas has been abided by. If there's a dispute about whether the conservator violated the scope and the terms and scope of the court's orders, including the October 7, 2022 order, that's for the court to decide, not this board. LNI doesn't sit there and consult with attorneys every time somebody submits a permit application to make a determination about whether a court order is being abided by. You come in, you submit an application, and when you submit that application and you sign off on it, that signature is certifying that you have the authority to do what you're doing. And in this case, if the dispute about whether that authority existed is based upon the interpretation of an order of the Court of Common Pleas, then that can only be decided by the Court of Common Pleas, not this board. And then ultimately, even if everything they're saying is true, and even if the court comes back and says, yeah, you know, they really shouldn't have done this, it's moot now. The work is completed. What are we going to do? Go out and take the chimney down and ask somebody else to fix it? There's no violation currently that's saying that the chimney is unsafe. So what difference does it make at this point? This is honestly, we can't even fathom what the basis of this appeal is. And by basis, I don't mean like legal argument. We got that, but like, why are we here? What is the ultimate result? It was the first question you started with, Mr. Chairman, which is what is supposed to happen here? What's the relief that's supposed to be granted? There isn't any answer to that. This is all an ancillary attack on the conservatorship action, and in addition to us believing it's somewhat frivolous, it's also improper. This really is all supposed to be in front of the Court of Common Pleas, as the court, and there's been dozens of actions associated with this particular case over the last, I believe, well, going back before the conservatorship to at least 2009.
Okay.
So, you know,
I want to give Mr. Perkins an opportunity to
Sure, of course.
respond before we take the vote on this. Mr. Perkins?
May I have equal time? When I'm prepared to present testimony through Mr. Rufo that the work still isn't done, that he is still the owner who has expenses to maintain the property, and that this is apparently a timely appeal, which allowed, according to what I've just heard, somebody thinking that the work is done even though it isn't, allowed that work to be done with this appeal, this timely appeal not being scheduled until now. Okay, you know, there's something wrong here. I understand that this board has a heavy responsibility in trying to make sure that buildings are safe and to do the right thing for the city. I fully respect that. However, you know, there is a need to dot the I's and cross the D's, to pay attention to the details about who an applicant is, whether they're really the owner, and we're prepared, and these exhibits prove that this application was flawed on its face because it represented an application for a permit by an owner who wasn't the owner. And it wasn't an application by PCDC, okay? It was an application by Manguel, who represented himself to be the owner of 325 South 18th Street LLC, when he's got nothing to do with it. And that's a matter of record. And Mr. Rufo can testify to that too. You know, this all may seem confusing and difficult. And I respect what the board does and has to do. But the board is also required to pay attention to details. And the details have been missed here, okay? And I move the admission of these exhibits. I'm prepared to have Mr. Rufo testify if you want to hear him. And I'd urge the board, you know, to cancel this permit because the work still isn't done.
Okay, thank you very much. The
Chairman,
board will
before
take a short executive session, then we'll come back and.
Mr. Woodson.
Ms. Penn, yes?
Mr. Woodson, I was just going to raise the point that Mr. McElhenney had asked to speak to the board.
Oh, yes, my apologies, Mr. McElhenney. My
I appreciate that. I'll be very brief. And if I may share my screen just very
Yes.
quickly. So Mr. Perkins keeps referencing that Manguel is lying on an application and claiming he's the owner. He's not. He listed as the applicant for the permit. My client is the conservator. They have a court order from 2017, and they still to this day are the court conservator. They properly listed the owner as 325 South 18th Street LLC. They had a licensed engineer on this application. In short, the conservator hired a contractor who's licensed in the city of Philadelphia to do brick pointing at this property. The work was done, L&I inspected it, and the permit was closed out. Mr. Rufo might be a great builder, has great knowledge possibly, but he's not the one that has to review whether the work was done properly to cure that make safe permit. The work was done. And
thank you very much.
And one last thing, the PCDC complied with the court-approved blight remediation plan. Mr. Perkins likes to say all codes have to be complied with. The blight remediation plan is not habitability of a house to do a fully renovated home. That's not what the court ordered or allowed. We complied with the court order. We wish they would do the same. We think this should be marked as moot and dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you.
One sentence in
Ready?
reply. One sentence in reply.
Yes, sir.
The 320, the Act 135 Act clearly states that a conservator is obligated to bring property up to code fully. The Act is clear about that, and that wasn't done here.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McElhaney, or do you plan to submit that document that you put on the screen into the record?
I apologize. That is actually part of Mr. Rufo's documents that Ms. Adams submitted.
Okay, and which one is that? If you could tell us, how is it labeled?
That's great. It's, oh goodness.
Mr. Woodson, do you want us to resubmit by paper the exhibits?
Yes, that would be helpful, just so that we can have a complete record for the file.
We'll get that done immediately.
Okay. In the meantime, if we do have the labeling of that particular document, it would be helpful.
It's buried in Exhibit 1, which is one of the 258 pages that were submitted.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. I'd like the executive session before we make a determination on this. Thank you. Okay, thank you everyone for your patience in this matter. We will go back on the record. Court reporter, if you would put us back on the record, please. Thank you. We're back on the record regarding HA-2023-001035, 325 South 18th Street, 325 South 18th Street, LLC. The board is now prepared to vote after hearing legal argument regarding the appropriateness of the violation notice and subsequent permits that were issued by L&I. It is each of us will vote. And so I will begin the vote by saying that it appears based on the record that we've heard, the issuance of the permit was appropriate, and I'm voting city affirm.
City affirmed the permit that was issued was properly issued.
Mr. Chairman, I abstain my vote.
Abstain. Thank you.
Issued.
I didn't hear that next vote, Mr. Tennant.
City affirm, permit properly issued.
Thank you.
City affirm, permits properly issued.
Thank you.
City affirm, permit properly issued.
Thank you.
I concur with the chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. The vote is recorded. The majority, of all those voting, city affirm in this matter. Thank you, gentlemen, for your participation.
Thank you. That concludes my business.
Thank you. Okay, Mr.
Mr. Chair, there was a a
Thank you,
witness,
Mr. Woodson.
witness availability for 10, an issue. There's a detective for cases 11 and 12.
Okay, so are you recommending that we go to 11 and 12?
Yes, Phil will
Okay.
call him.
Let's go. Good. Thank you. Okay, who's calling the case?
You ready to proceed, Mr. Woodson?
Yes, ready to go.
Next item is number 11. That's hearing appeal ending 002250 for the property at 2000 Valletta Street. The appellant is Claudina Williams.
Okay.
This is Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, is Claudia Williams available?
I did not see Ms. Williams on the Zoom.
Okay. Alrighty. Mr. Johnson, is the city prepared to proceed in this matter?
We're prepared to proceed, but we're going to ask the board to mark it if she didn't appear as city affirmed.
Okay.
Failure to appear.
Yeah, Mr. Motto or Mr. Wade, can you confirm the service was made?
Made. Service
All
was
right,
made.
thank you. All right, thank you. Already, what time we have, Mr. Pincus?
2:51 p.m.
2:51 p.m. Okay, we'll pull the board regarding HA-2023-000250, 2000 Valletta Street, Claudia Williams. No, I mispronounced the first name. The Claudinia, Claudinia Williams, city affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you very much. Okay, number 12.
That's hearing appeal ending 000706 for the property at 2021 Valletta Street. Alberto Valdez is the appellant. He was present in the room.
Okay.
It's
Mr.
Chris Johnson
you...
for the city of Philadelphia.
Thank you.
And I have one witness in this matter. It's Detective Maureen Berner.
Okay. Alberto Valdez. Alberto Valdez. Okay, so Mr. Valdez, would you unmute yourself, please?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, sir, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth to help you God?
Yes, I swear.
Okay, before we begin, Mr. Valdez, what is your relationship to this address, 2021 Valletta Street?
I've worked there for over 20 years, as you see the documents I've submitted.
Okay, so you are worked at that location. Okay.
And to be clear, this is an appeal related to the notice of violation that is dated January 12th, 2023, related to an illegal dumping incident at the 2000 block of Valletta Street that occurred back on November 16th of 2022.
Okay.
So it's not a situation where Mr. Valdez is the owner, but he's the owner of a recycling company and the truck that you use to dump 4 mattresses at that location. And
okay. So let's do, before we hear any more, who's your witness?
It's Detective Berner.
Detective, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be true so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you very much. Place your hand down. Okay, Mr. Johnson, please proceed.
Yes, I'm going to call Detective Berner at this time.
Okay.
Detective Berner, can you please tell the board where you're employed?
I am currently employed for the City of Philadelphia Police Department in the Environmental Crimes and Response Unit.
And what do your duties entail with regard to the Environmental Crimes Unit?
We investigate the short dumping hotspots around the city. We make arrests where applicable and issue NOVs.
And were you involved in investigating an incident that occurred at the 2000 block of Valletta Street back on November 16th, 2022?
Yes.
And how do you become aware of that incident?
Our CD camera was able to catch. It's camera number 24-022. It was placed in that location because 2000 Valletta Street is a known hotspot for a lot of crime, but it is known for short dumping specifically. We became aware of a situation where a vehicle was caught dumping 4 mattresses at that location. It was a white GMC box truck. We were able to obtain a PA registration of ZKB 6470, which came back registered to a Mr. Alberto Valdez, who owns a business.
And who the footage from the video, I would like to show that, and I'm gonna have Detective Berner narrate the video for a brief portion of it. Please, the board.
Yes, please.
I'm gonna share my screen at this time. And I had previously sent the video to the board, and I'm asking that it be marked as City Exhibit C2.
C2, okay.
Hold on. Can you see the video?
No, we see the city's letter.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay, I believe I'm showing the video at this time.
Yes.
And this is the video. Where is this video placed, Detective Berner, if you're aware?
That is the 2000 block of Valletta face. You're actually facing Frankfurt Avenue.
And what was the
So
date?
at the end.
Okay.
Of the
What
video?
Yeah, what was the date of the video?
Yeah, 11/15/2022. It's on the bottom.
And who provided you with the video?
So we have several detectives that use the cameras. We have streets department. In this situation, an officer, Richie Hayes, who works for the major crimes unit, actually emailed us, and then we pulled it ourselves.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to play the video at this time. And again, is this a fixed camera?
It is a fixed camera, correct?
But does it
moves.
move?
Yes, it rotates. It's fixed. It's a police camera. It's one of ours, but it'll move on its own unless we can take it over at times and then zoom in, and go from there, which I believe he does, if I'm not mistaken, in this situation.
And have we come to the part where the white box truck has entered the video yet?
I don't believe so.
I'm gonna, if it please the board, I can skip ahead on the video.
Yes, if you could, to the pertinent part of the film.
And we're watching the part that's at 2:10 of the video.
Is that a question for the detective?
That's Coral Street. That's not Valletta.
Okay. Okay. Let's do this, Mr. Valdez. You have an opportunity to share in a moment.
Okay. Thank you.
He is correct. Like I said, the camera pans from that corner. That is Valletta Street. That is the box truck.
So the box truck is parked across from the pile of tires on the video?
Correct. And that is 2000 Valletta Street.
Okay, can you start the film from that point to show activity?
And this is about 3 minutes into the video.
Okay.
For purposes of evidentiary, we get the whole video. We get it from a couple minutes before and a couple minutes
Okay.
after, so that there's no
Now, this
question.
entrance, what is these gates represent? What is that?
So that's a private.
That's-
That's a business. That's
At the
somewhere.
end of the street?
Yes, there's several businesses along 2000 Valletta as well as Coral. This is part of the issue. So we are notified by businesses because this is a known area where people come to dump tires. As you see, those tires were dumped, mattresses, all sorts of construction material. And they're like this business we're looking at right there is a car lot. They fix cars.
And right now, is there a white truck that drove by the box truck?
Yes.
And have we seen, I'm gonna stop it at 4:15 on the clock. Have any items been dumped that weren't there the last pass at that location?
Yes, as you can see, there's two, looks like a box spring, and then another cushion is now placed in front of the thing of tires. And if you back up, we have the capability of zooming in. You could see that towards the box truck, there is a gentleman right before this handling what appears to be another white mattress that will then come into the frame in the next pass.
Okay, I'm gonna let it play at 4:15 on the marker. And is that a fourth item that is being brought over?
Correct.
And can you describe what's happening on the video now?
One of the males, you can see into the crack to the side of the wall. There's an additional male. And the first male that was moving the trash went back to the back of the truck. You can see that there's another person. Both of those people, I believe, will get into the truck and then drive off. For our purposes, we obviously, if we were going to go for a warrant and go in a criminal matter, somebody would have to provide us the name of the person who actually placed the trash onto the street, because that's the actual person who would be violating the criminal aspect of the law. Both of these people, though.
Are you able to tell from the video, is that other individual Mr. Valdez?
Yes. Well, if you give it a minute, it does he comes into view. It's him. So in these instances, we will attempt to work with the person to give us the name of the person who's actually dumping, even though he is clearly he's there. So an NOV was absolutely appropriate in this situation.
And are you aware, did anyone from the city have to clean up the neighborhood of those items?
Yes. Typically the streets department will be the ones who clean it up. In that situation, it's usually about $1,700. We did not receive the cost of abatement prior to issuing the NOV, but that's who cleans that street. And 2000 Valletta, just so the board understands, is on a rotation because it's dumped on so heavily, so frequently, that the streets department is constantly going out there. It's part of their route now to come and clean up short dumping incidents.
Okay, and you're familiar with this portion of the video?
Yes.
And we're now about 7 minutes and 20 seconds into the video. Are there any additional items that are dumped outside on the street?
I'm not, I don't believe so.
Okay. Is there any portion of the video that remains pertinent to this hearing after this point?
I believe it's later the tag is obtained. As he drives away, we are able to get that's how we get the license plate number, is when they're driving away. Camera's panned, catches the tag clearly, and then we went from there.
Mr.
You were
Johnson,
able to
can you
you're
skip to
able to
that
take a
portion?
screen capture from the video and identify the license plate number on the truck. Is that right?
Correct. Yes, we also ran it through our system. We have it's called Vigilant. Vigilant is private companies, tow trucks. They drive through the city and they capture license plates. Oh, it's not just the city, it's all over the country. And we'll run it through till we can actually make sure that the vehicle matches the vehicle in the video, as well as maybe get a home address for the vehicle. So now we know where to locate the vehicle. Sometimes we'll go out and actually photograph and see the vehicle ourselves, especially with, people who are continuously dumping, if they have multiple, cases with us.
So if I can ask you to summarize, what activity has been happening over the last couple minutes of the video for the record?
They're going in, there's gates here. Like I said, there's businesses up and down this location. This street. If you look, the gate was open on one of these businesses. I believe the offender owns a recycle company. So what we assumed was happening was the mattresses could not be recycled, so we left them on the street, and then we took the rest of our stuff and placed it where it belongs. Which, that's what we assumed happened. I can't tell you exactly what's going on, but they're clearly going in and out of a business to the right of the truck, while the mattresses went to the left. And this is when the truck comes out. That is a one-way street as well. He's actually going the wrong way down the street. But who am I?
And is that the truck driving away?
Correct. And that is the tag. That is the truck as it exits. And we zoomed in, got a screenshot. Like I said, we took that tag and we went from there. That was the beginning of the investigation.
And at this time, I'm going to ask that the video Exhibit C2 be admitted to the record.
So submitted.
Okay, and I'm going to stop sharing my screen now and share what's marked as City Exhibit C1.
Okay.
Detective Berner, can you see what's on the screen at this time?
Yes.
All right, and briefly, before I ask you about the documents, what did you do after you began your investigation by viewing the video?
Then we took the tag, the Pennsylvania license plate. We ran it through BMV to get the owner and get the actual, the contact information, and if an NOV was appropriate. And we also ran it through the Vigilant system, like I said, made sure that it matched the vehicle, that it wasn't somebody else's car. Or I did actually contact the offender to let him know what was going on. And we issued the NOV.
And did you interview the owner, Mr. Valdez, the appellant in this case? Did you interview him regarding the incident?
I just spoke with him on the phone and let him know. Like I said, in these cases, if he wanted to tell us who the other gentleman was, we would have interviewed him. But we just tell them they can if they would like to. A lot of incidents, somebody's borrowing somebody's vehicle, so the owner isn't aware of what's going on. In those situations, we give them the opportunity to tell us who did it, and then we go from there. In this case, he appeared to be on the premises when it was occurring, so I don't even think that would necessarily be appropriate. But the NOV was issued, so he was made aware of the situation, and I did. I get it. So.
Did what was his response regarding a hearing about the incident?
I don't recall. I mean, he wasn't combative. He wasn't, I mean, he was pretty compliant with me. But I don't recall. I think I just explained to him the process, to be honest with you.
Did he,
That he could
did
appeal
he,
it.
did he offer any information to you about what was happening?
I don't recall exactly what was said, so I don't want to speak
Did
for
he
him or say the wrong.
admit to putting the mattresses out?
Yes. But it wasn't on record, obviously, so that's just a phone call with me.
What's the document that's marked as the first page in Exhibit C1?
That is the NOV, the notice of violation that I issued.
And this was the notice of violation. It was sent to the appellant on what date?
January 12th, 2023.
And can you identify for the record the incident number?
Yes, that's going to be the district control number, which is an internal police document number, 22-24-068-501. That is the year, the district, and the incident number for the year.
And for the board's edification, what was the code section that was violated?
It's section 10-710.
I'm going to scroll down. Was this sent by certified mail?
Yes.
What's the document at page 3 of Exhibit C1?
That is it's called a 7548. That's a police report. As you can see at the top, that is the district control number. To your left, that is notes that I took. That's 9:54 to 10:04. That's the length of the video. 2121 Valletta is his business. He stated appliance warehouse in 15 years. That's after a conversation with him on the phone, is my notes to the left.
And the next page of the exhibits, page 4, what's this?
That is the offender's BMV photo. That's his license photo.
And you pulled that from what system again?
It's called BMV. It's we pull license and vehicle registrations from that.
So is that from PennDOT?
Yes.
And page 5.
That is, again, that's his registration for his vehicle.
That's the vehicle
I'm sorry,
registration.
no, that's not his vehicle. I apologize. That's his license.
Okay, that's his license.
Mhm.
And page 6 is a continuation of that document.
Correct. Mhm.
And page 7.
Now this is the whenever we run them through the PennDOT system or BMV, actually, it will come back with his gun license and permits. That's one of the things that we do that comes back, and we just print that just for records.
And if I go down,
that's the original email.
9? Pardon me?
That's the original email I received from Officer Hayes, just informing me that a video had been tagged for me to go in and look into the matter.
And is page 10 a still photograph?
Yes, it's very dark, but yes, that is the still photograph of the truck. And if you see, there's like a circle. That is him. It appears to be the offender.
Right, and this still photograph was taken from the video. Is that right?
Correct.
And this is a black and white copy of it.
Yes.
How about page 11?
So I just did some research into his name, address, the business.
What's the business called?
Valdez and Son Recycling. That's his business.
And is the vehicle registered to him personally or the business? Are you aware?
I believe it's registered to the business, and that's where I got the phone number. Actually, yeah, it's actually him. I'm sorry, but everything's got the same address, so it's all tied to it's his name and the same address for the business.
How about page 13?
This is, again, just more information regarding the business.
And 14 as well.
Yes.
I'm actually going to stop sharing now and ask that C1 be admitted to the record.
So ordered.
The city has nothing further at this time.
Okay. Mr. Valdez, do you have any cross-examination of Detective Berner?
Yes. Why did they use the camera at the furthest point when I had a camera within 25 feet of me that would verify that the mattress did not come out my truck? It came out of the garage.
I'm sorry, what camera are you referring to?
If you look at my exhibit, I send you a picture. I send the board a picture where the camera is right at the corner looking down at me, right in front of that yellow truck. In front of that yellow truck.
I don't have access to every camera on Earth in the vicinity of the. I have access to our cameras, and our cameras.
It is your camera
Mr.
because it's the same
Valdez,
one.
Mr. Valdez, you've asked a question. She responded. Do you have any further questions?
Yes, but I don't have
Ask
no more
the
further
question.
question.
Okay, and you'll
They
be
are
able
the
to
same
present.
cameras.
Listen to me, sir. Listen to me. There is a procedure that we follow. You get to cross-examine the city's witness, which means asking questions. After you've done that and the city completes its case, you can then put your case on.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry.
As you understand them. So do you have any further questions of Detective Berner?
No.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Johnson, do you have any additional witnesses?
No, not at this time. And the city would ask that have the exhibits C1 and C2 been admitted to the record?
Yes, it will. That's all.
Then the city rests.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Valdez, your opportunity to present your case.
Yes. I'm thankful for listening to my case. I've been at that. I know it's irrelevant, but I've been at that property for over 20 years working. And if you look at the sign, the wall, it says appliances. I don't deal in mattresses and dressers. I deal in appliances. I recycle appliances and metals. Now, those 4 mattresses were mine, but they were sitting in the garage. And the roof, if you go there and you ask the owner, the roof sprung a leak and ruined the mattresses. Now, we seen the trash guys around the corner on Angelo's Pizzas and asked them, can we take the mattress and put them out and you'll take them? They said they would. Now, apparently we thought they did take them, but at no moment did I mean, I know all those people there for 20 years. Why would I dump if I'm the one always calling 311, Mr. Joe Sussman calling 311 and they dump during the night, not during the day, broad daylight with the cameras watching me. Why would I want to do that? I could have went to Allegheny Avenue where you guys offered 2 free 30-yarders and you could throw rubbish in there. But I thought it was just convenient to put them out and let the track guy got them because we spoke to them on Angelo's Pizzeria around the corner. But I've been there, and every morning when we get there, there is trash sometimes right in the middle of the street, and we sweep it all out of the way so the traffic can get by and our trucks can get in and out of that garage. I mean, she's right. It looks like it's come out of my truck, but it didn't come out of my truck. It came out of the garage. And if somebody really looked at that camera, which they're both the city cameras, because we were there when they installed them, that camera is 25 feet from that garage that I have opened up. And I shared pictures of inside that garage where I got snow blowers. I've shared pictures of how many years I worked there. And the building sign says appliances. And I can get the owner to notarize a letter saying that, yes, those mattresses were in the garage. I didn't mean to look like I dumped them. If they would have looked at the other camera, they could have seen that I didn't dump. I put them out because in the city of Philadelphia, if you put mattresses out for the trash, they take them. There was no other debris. It was just 4 mattresses because they did get ruined in the garage. I just sprung a bad leak on the roof. And as a matter of fact, to this day, it's still leaking.
Okay. All right. Mr. Johnson, any questions of Mr. Valdez?
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Just one. Mr. Valdez?
Yes.
Are they your mattresses?
They were my mattresses. They were in the garage, but not in the truck.
No. Are they your mattresses that was placed on the side of the road? Not where they came from, but are they your mattresses that was placed on the side?
Yes.
Well, no question, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Valdez, are the mattresses still there?
No, they've been gone. The next day they were gone. I thought they took them, but to this day, the officer's correct. That's a prime dumping, and sometimes they dump in front of on the sidewalk on the gates, and we have to move it all over out of the way.
Okay, thank you.
But my thing is that I didn't dump. It came out of my garage. Maybe it looked like I was dumping, but we did ask the trash guys because remember we've been there for over 20 years. Why would I want to do it in broad daylight where everybody can see me in the tag and And I know they installed the cameras on both corners, but the corner I was closer. I don't know why they didn't capture that coming out of the garage. I'm sorry.
All right. Anything else from anyone?
I have a quick question, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman. Mr. Valdez, did
Yes.
you obtain a statement from the person you spoke with who was supposed to pick up the mattresses and provide that to the police?
No, it was just a trash guy that was getting lunch at those city trucks that were getting lunch at the Angelo's Pizza. And they're always going by. So I figured, hey, you're going to go by. Can you grab these mattresses for me? If I would have had a statement, yes, you're right. I should have got a statement, but I don't think they're going to give statements anyways. They don't want to get involved.
Did you provide the city police department with any identifying details of the sanitation truck so that they could
No,
interview?
they didn't. They just said that they caught me. When she called me, she says that they caught me dumping, and the reason they didn't lock me up right then and there or issue warrants because I wasn't the one legally doing it. So she said, and she says, I'll have my day in court is $5,000 per mattress, is $20,000 for the four mattresses.
Well,
That's it. She's told.
but that's not
Oh
an answer
no,
to the question.
no, she never asked me that. No, I didn't tell her that.
No, I'm not asking you what she said to you. I'm asking you if you ever provided the police department with any identifying information from the sanitation truck that belonged to the men that you say you spoke to in the pizzeria.
No, they all work. I don't know who's who. I just asked. I mean, I can't say, hey, Joe told me. No, I didn't.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I have one question.
Yes, please.
Mr. Valdez, the
Yes.
truck that was shown in the picture and was
Yes.
identified with records showing your ownership of that truck.
Yes.
Was
Yes.
that truck owned by you that was shown in the pictures?
Yes. Again,
Thank
yes,
you.
it was.
You've
but-
answered thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Anything else from anyone?
It's a
Okay.
brief argument when
Yes. Well, I guess, Mr. Valdez, we're going to, at the point, we're prepared to issue a decision, but we want to hear from you and Mr. Johnson. Any final comments you want to make that are relevant to this issue?
No, I don't know what else to say.
Valdez?
No,
Okay, Mr.
I'm
Johnson?
sorry. That's it.
Mr. Johnson?
yeah, if I can share my screen one last time. What's at stake here is we've prevented evidence showing a violation of Philadelphia Code Section 10.710, dumping of debris and short dumping. No person shall deposit, dump, or cause to be placed any litter, trash, garbage, municipal waste, recyclable materials, or debris on any road, street, or highway. You'll notice that Section 10.710.3 involves the owner of a vehicle doing the dumping. Now, not to split hairs here, but the issue here is primarily the placing of those materials on the city street. Now, if you live in the city, I believe the requirement, if taken in its most favorable light, I don't believe the streets department generally takes mattresses that are put out in such a way. I think they have to be in a bag under the code in order for them to take them, and on certain days, not necessarily any day. But here the video shows them emptying them off the truck and putting them on the side of the road. Now, unfortunately, before the board is simply whether or not the violation occurred, and I think the evidence speaks for itself. Now, the fine is a separate issue that would be brought in a different proceeding. So at this point in time, we're going to ask for the board to mark it as city affirm.
Thank you.
Can I just say one thing?
Sure.
I'm 58 years old. I'm lived in the city of Philadelphia since 1976. You could put any mattress out and they don't need a bag, and it's any day, anytime. I live in Northeast Philadelphia. You see where I live at. And I wish they can get the video of the other camera to know that I did not take it off my truck. That's all I got to say. I did not take it off my truck. It came from inside the shop. Why would I want to do it during the day and broad daylight? I just don't understand. And then everybody knows me there. Everybody knows me there. I just don't understand how that proves that I did it on purpose.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will then pull the board regarding H8-2023-000706, 2021 Valletta Street, Alberto Valdez, City affirmed.
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 Mr. Valdez, you've lost your appeal. The city's position has been affirmed. You may appeal our decision. If you need information as to how to do that, check with the office. The administrator will give you the information that you need. Thank you very much for your participation today. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
The witnesses are excused. Okay, Mr. I'm not sure who we, no, Mr. Marno. Who do we have next?
We have case number 10, sir. Hearing appeal ending 001241 5456 Erdrich Street. Joseph Vaccaro Esquire is the attorney, and we have a Spanish interpreter in the room now.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Interpreter, are you here?
Yes, the interpreter's on the line.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Interpreter. Would you put your name on the record, please? Interpreter, would you put your name on the record, please?
Oh, yes, my name is Juan. My ID number is J as in Juliet, I as in India, 803.
Okay. Juan, do you have a last name you'd like to use for the record?
Yes, Diaz.
And
Juan Diaz.
spell that, please.
D as in David, I as in India, A as in Alpha, Z as in Zebra.
And just say it one more time, please. My apologies.
Sure. Last name is D as in Delta, I as in India, A as in Alpha, Z as in Zebra.
Okay. Juan Diaz. Okay. All right. Thank you. Please raise your hand here so you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm that you will faithfully translate from English to Spanish and Spanish to English the proceedings in this matter?
I do. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Diaz, what we'd like you to do is from this point forward to interpret everything that's said in English so that the appellant can understand the proceedings, and any responses from the appellant must be spoken by you in English. Okay?
Yes.
And if you need more time as we go through this, please just let me know. We will slow down or repeat what we need to repeat. And I'd ask the attorneys involved just use short statements so that the interpreter can keep up, and be just aware of the fact that you must do that before you move on, so the interpreter can make sure he's gotten a response from the appellant. Okay, so Mr. Moto, would you again read that matter in, and I'd like the interpreter to interpret the case being called in. You're muted, Mr. Moto.
Forgive me, sir. This is hearing appeal ending 001241 for the property located at 5456 Erdrich Street, Erdrick.
Okay, wait a minute. Interpreter?
Este es el caso que termina en 001241. La propiedad está ubicada en el 5456 de Erdrick Street.
Okay. Please proceed.
The attorney representing the appellant is Mr. Joseph Vaccaro Esquire.
El abogado representando al apelador es el señor Joseph Vaccaro Esquire.
And who's the city? Who's representing the city?
¿Quién está representando la ciudad?
Good afternoon, Chairman. Michelle Reinhardt for the City of Philadelphia.
Buenas tardes, señor Chairman. Esta es la Michelle Reinhardt para la ciudad de Filadelfia.
Okay. And this is a continuation of a case previously scheduled that's being resumed because we had technical difficulties during the last hearing.
Entonces, esta es una audiencia que había sido ya reprogramada de una vez anterior porque habíamos tenido dificultades técnicas la última vez aquí.
Okay. And so I will ask that Ms. Reinhardt pick up from where she left off. If you need to give some summary of the previous information shared, please do that.
Entonces le voy a pedir a la señorita Reinhardt que continúe de la última vez donde se quedó. Si necesita dar un resumen de lo que se había dicho la vez pasada, previamente, por favor, hágalo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just before we begin, as opposing counsel also represented, I want to clarify before the board some points.
Entonces, muchísimas gracias, señora Chairman. Previamente, como habíamos empezado con el abogado consejero de la parte opositora, también representada, quería clarificar un par de puntos de la Junta.
Before we do that, Mr. Chairman, I do recall at the last hearing that Ms. Penn was not a part of those previous proceedings.
Okay, well, let's get the interpreters to interpret what you just said.
Okay.
Entonces, el señor quería clarificar que en la última vez que la Junta dijo algunos puntos, el señor Chairman, que la audiencia, que la señorita Penn no tomó parte de los procedimientos anteriores. Entonces, sí, eso fue lo que dijo. Okay.
I will ask the administrator to give us the date of the last hearing.
Le pido al administrador que nos dé la fecha de la última audiencia.
It'll take me just a moment to get that. I apologize, sir.
Sure.
Me va a tomar un momento para obtener eso. Me disculpo, señor.
Mr. Chair, I think I have listed September the 7th. I'm sorry, December the 7th, 2023.
Okay, thank you. I'll just need to have that confirmed by the administrator.
That's correct.
Sí, entonces el señor Woodson había dicho de que piensa que la fecha había sido el 7 de diciembre del 2023. Necesita ser confirmado por el administrador y dijeron que creo que es correcto.
Okay, Mr. Vaccaro, are you opposed to Ms. Penn hearing today's the resumption of the matter because she wasn't part of the last hearing based on your records?
Señor Vaccaro, ¿usted se opone a la audiencia de hoy día porque la señorita Penn no había tomado parte de la última audiencia basada en los registros, correcto?
Ms. Reinhardt, you have a position on this?
Señorita Reinhardt, ¿tiene usted una posición acerca de esto?
My position is I'm not sure if Ms. Penn is able to review notes of testimony or anything like that, but I leave it to her discretion whether she is whether she believes that she needs to recuse herself. I believe that it was primarily administrative matters that were argued initially.
Mi posición es que la señorita Penn no sé si pudo repasar las notas del testimonio o algo así. Lo dejo a su discreción. Si ella cree que se puede recusar como un asunto primordialmente administrativo inicialmente.
Ms. Penn, do you have any comments to make?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vaccaro is correct. I was out of town on December 7th and not present at that hearing.
Sí, el juez le preguntó a la señorita Penn que si tenía algo que decir. Dijo, el señor Vaccaro está correcto. Yo no estaba en la audiencia del 7 de diciembre presente.
Okay.
Rather than create any discord between the parties, I am happy to recuse myself from this matter.
Y para no causar ningún tipo de desacuerdos entre los involucrados, me reclusaría de este asunto.
Okay. Let the record note that Ms. Penn has voluntarily offered to step aside and not participate in the hearing on the matter at hand regarding 5456 Erdrich Street, 2023-001261.
Thank you.
Entonces, deje que se refleje en la grabación de que la señorita Penn voluntariamente ha ofrecido a tomar un paso al lado y no participar en esta audiencia. En el asunto en mano es acerca de la propiedad en el 5456 de Edric Street, 2023-001-261. Gracias.
Ms. Reinhardt, please proceed.
Thank you.
Señor Ra-
Mr. Vaccaro raised that point while I was beginning to make a statement. So I'm going to start at the beginning of that statement again.
Okay.
It happened when I paused for interpretation.
Ok, el señor Ricardo levantó este punto cuando yo estaba a punto de hacer mi declaración. Entonces voy a empezar esa declaración de nuevo porque yo había pausado para interpretación.
Before we begin, as opposing counsel also previously represented, there were some administrative matters that the board at the last hearing deferred its decision on.
Entonces, antes de que empiece, como la consejería puesta y previamente representada, habían algunos asuntos administrativos en la Junta del año pasado que hicieron que defiriera mi decisión.
Specifically, those were on the issues of timeliness and failure to raise an issue on appeal for the board to consider.
Específicamente, los asuntos fueron en el tiempo que tomó, que no se cumplió, y la apelación que fue levantada para que sea considerada por la Junta.
And allowed the proceeding or the hearing to proceed on the substantive issues.
Y permitió que proceder o que la audiencia procediera en los asuntos sustantivos.
The city does not object to proceeding, but wants to ensure that the timeliness arguments and lack of question raised on appeal are preserved.
La ciudad no se opone a los procedimientos, pero quiere asegurarse de que los argumentos estén hechos de acuerdo a los tiempos establecidos y que si hay una falta de preguntas en la apelación o si sean preservadas.
Okay, based on your, are you completed? Should I
Yes, sir.
fair for me to respond, Ms. Reinhardt?
That is up to you.
Okay. Based on the information provided, so noted, your objection is noted, and we will in fact preserve those matters open, but we will proceed today.
Okay. Basado en la información que usted brindó, vamos a anotar su objeción, ha sido notada, pero el hecho es que vamos a preservar esos asuntos y vamos a proceder hoy día.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you like me to proceed with Ms. Wilkins still under oath from the prior hearing, or would you prefer to swear her again?
I will swear her in today.
Gracias a su señor Chairman. ¿Quiere proceder hoy día con la señorita Wilkins todavía siendo juramentada de la última audiencia o quiere juramentarla de nuevo? Y fue contestado con que sí, voy a juramentarla de nuevo hoy día.
Ms. Wilkins, raise your right hand so you may be sworn.
Señora Wilkins, por favor, levante la mano derecha para que sea juramentada.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Jura o afirma que el testimonio que va a dar hoy día será toda la verdad con la ayuda de Dios. Sí.
Thank you. Let's proceed, Ms. Reinhardt.
I am going to share my screen.
Vamos a proceder, señorita Reinhardt. Voy a compartir mi pantalla.
Are you able to see what was previously marked City Exhibit 1, which is the denial letter?
Puede ver lo que está en mi pantalla, que es marcado como la exhibición 1 de la ciudad, el cual es la carta de negación.
Yes.
Sí.
Ms. Wilkins, I believe you testified there was some human error in the denial letter regarding the CVNs listed previously.
Señora Wilkins, creo que usted testificó de que había algún error humano en la carta de negación acerca de los CVNs listados previamente.
That is correct.
Eso es correcto.
I would like to very briefly clarify just where those were and count the number of instances of violations.
Me gustaría que brevemente clarificar el conteo y cuáles son ese número de instancias de violaciones.
Specifically, in the first three CVNs listed in the toward the bottom, which are listed toward the bottom of the page. I believe you testified that there was some amount of human error in these violations listed.
Específicamente los primeros tres CBNs listados hacia la parte de abajo, que habían sido listados en la parte baja de la página. Creo que usted había testificado de que había una cantidad de errores humanos en estas violaciones listadas.
That is correct.
Eso es correcto.
One moment, please.
Un momento, por favor.
Ms. Reinhardt, you mentioned CVN. Could you clarify what that is, please?
Señor Reinhardt, usted mencionó CBNs. ¿Podría clarificar qué cosas son, por favor?
Ms. Wilkins, can you please clarify?
Señora Wilkins, por favor, ¿puede clarificar?
CVN stands for code violation notice.
CBN son letras para las palabras en inglés que son notificación de violaciones de código.
And Ms. Wilkins, these are tickets issued for notices of violation under the health code regarding violations of tobacco regulations.
Y señor Wilkins, estas son multas, tickets de notificaciones de violaciones bajo el Código de Salud acerca de estas regulaciones, acerca de estas violaciones de las regulaciones de tabaco.
That's correct.
Es correcto.
Mr. Pincus, does that answer your question?
Señor Pincus, ¿usted contesta su pregunta?
One further question. Is that what is referred to in this letter with IDs and then a series of 8 or 9 numerals as the CB notice, CVNs?
Una pregunta más. ¿Esto es lo que se refiere en la carta con IDs y una serie de 8 o 9 números que dicen notificación CBNs?
That's correct.
Es correcto.
Thank you.
Gracias.
So setting the first three CVNs to the side, beginning with the two listed for 10/13/2021, did you confirm that these CVN, the information in these CVNs is correctly listed on this denial letter?
Poniendo primero las primeras a un lado, CBNs que están listadas, y empezando con las terceras que tienen las fechas del 13 de octubre de 2021, ¿usted las confirmó? ¿Usaron los CBNs para información que usados en estas cartas están listados correctamente en esa carta de negación?
That is correct. Those two are correct.
Sí, es correcto. Esos dos están correctos.
And I believe that you testified that even though there are two CVNs listed on issued on the same date, that they count as one instance of violation for the purpose of the tobacco regulations.
Y creo que usted testificó que incluso que hayan CBNs listados el mismo día, que están ahí, todavía solamente cuentan como una sola violación por el propósito bajo las regulaciones de tabaco.
That is correct. One incident for both tickets.
Eso es correcto. Un incidente para los dos tickets.
So if we go down the list here, this is the first instance of violation that we have listed, correct?
Si vamos en la lista aquí, esta es la primera instancia de violación que está listado aquí, ¿correcto?
That's correct.
Eso es correcto.
Moving to the two CVNs listed for 12/15/2021, have you confirmed that the information listed here is correct?
Pasando a las dos CBNs listadas para el 15 de diciembre de 2021, ¿está confirmado de que la información está listada correctamente aquí?
That's correct.
Es correcto.
So these count as the second instance of violation?
Entonces, ¿esto cuenta como la segunda instancia de las violaciones?
Yes.
Sí.
Moving to the two CVNs listed dated 1/26/2022. Can you confirm that these two CVNs are listed correctly?
Pasando a los dos CBNs listados el 26 de diciembre de 2022, ¿puede confirmar que estos dos CBNs están listados correctamente?
Yes, they're correct.
Sí, están correctos.
And these constitute the third instance of violation?
¿Y esto constituye el tercer instante de violación?
Yes.
Sí.
Moving to the top of the second page, there is one CVN listed as 3/5/2022, and I believe you previously explained that the first CVN listed as 5/5/2022 should have actually been dated 3/5/2022. Is that correct?
Y pasando a la página, a la parte de arriba de la segunda página, hay un CBN listado como 3/5 del 2022. Y creo que previamente explicado, el primer CBN que fue listado como 5/5/2022 debió de haber tenido en realidad la fecha de 3/5/2022. ¿Es eso correcto?
That's correct. It should be 3/5/2022.
Eso es correcto. Debe de ser 3/5/2022.
Other than the date that you just clarified, are these two CVNs otherwise listed correctly?
Aparte de las fechas que usted acaba de clarificar, ¿estos dos CBNs están de otra forma listados correctamente?
Yes, that's correct.
Sí, es correcto.
And as a result, do these constitute the fourth instance of violation?
Y como resultado, ¿esto constituye la cuarta instancia de esa violación?
Yes, it does.
Yes, sí lo hace.
Moving to the final two CVNs listed, both dated 5/5/2022, are you able to confirm that the information listed here is correct?
Y pasando a los últimos dos CBNs listados con 5/5/2022, ¿usted puede confirmar que la información listada acá está correcta?
Yes, that's correct.
Sí, es correcto.
As a result, do they constitute the fifth instance of violation?
Como resultado, ¿esto constituye la quinta instancia de violación?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Sí, es correcto.
Do you have any discretion to issue permits when there are two or more instances of violations within 2 years of a renewal application?
¿Tiene usted discreción para permitir darse permisos cuando hay dos o más instancias de violaciones dentro de un periodo de 2 años de la renovación de la aplicación?
No, I do not.
No, no lo tengo.
So here with 5 instances within 2 years, is it your testimony that you have no authority under the code to issue the renewal permit?
Entonces, en estas dos, es su testimonio que no tiene autoridad bajo este código para renovar el permiso si han tenido no, esas 5 instancias de violaciones en el código en los últimos
No,
2 años.
no, I do not have any authority under the code to issue a tobacco retailer permit when there is that many violations.
No, no tengo autoridad para poder, bajo el código, para poder brindar un permiso de vendedor de productos de tabaco cuando han habido tantas violaciones.
If you were made aware of errors in a denial letter that constituted error that the permit should not have been denied, would you try to correct that before the board hearing?
Si hubiera habido, si le hubieran dejado saber que habían errores en la carta de negación que ha sido constituida, hubiera usted, no, que si hubiera habido un error en el permiso que no debió haber sido negado, ¿usted estaría de corregirlo antes de la audiencia de la Junta?
Yes, we would make any corrections needed before the board hearing, whatever is taking place.
Sí, hubiéramos hecho cualquier tipo de correcciones necesarias antes de que la sesión de la audiencia de la Junta tomara lugar.
And after the opportunity to review here, is it your position that the city is still unable to issue this permit as a result of numerous violations?
Y después después de haber tenido la oportunidad de haber revisado esto, ¿sigue siendo su posición de que la ciudad no debió o no podía brindar los permisos como resultados de estas números violaciones?
That is correct. I do not have no authority to reconsider or reverse the denial decision at this time due to the number of violations.
Eso es correcto. No tengo la autoridad para reconsiderar o revertir las decisiones que se tomó, dada el número de violaciones que hay.
I have no further questions at this time.
No tengo más preguntas en estos momentos.
Mr. Vaccaro, any cross-examination?
Yes, I do.
Sí.
Thank you very much.
El señor
You have
Vaccaro,
to
¿tiene
wait for
algún tipo
interpretation.
señor Vaccaro, ¿tiene alguna cross-examinación? Sí, los tengo. Muchísimas gracias.
Good afternoon, Ms. Wilkins. How are you today?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm fine.
Muy buenas tardes, señor Wilkins. ¿Cómo se encuentra usted hoy día? Muy buenas tardes, señor. Estoy bien.
The code violation notice numbers.
Mr. Vaccaro, we need you to get closer to your microphone because we can barely hear
Sorry.
you.
Is this any better?
That's better.
Okay. Going back to the individual code violation notices, and if I could maybe refer to them, one moment.
Regresando individualmente al código de violaciones y notificaciones, si podría referirme de regreso a ellos un momento.
I could figure out how to share my screen here.
Si puedo descubrir cómo compartir mi pantalla.
Can you see what I'm showing?
¿Pueden ver los que estoy mostrando?
Yes.
Okay, so these are the city's exhibit packets, which I received earlier in these proceedings.
Entonces, estos son los paquetes de exhibiciones de la ciudad, el cual yo recibí en los procedimientos antes de estos procedimientos.
Excuse me, there's lots of background conversations. I'm not sure who that is. Thank you. Mr. Vaccaro.
Okay, thank you.
Gracias.
We're starting with the city's letter dated January 9th of 2023, which council had questioned you about.
Empezamos con la carta de la ciudad con fecha del 9 de enero de 2023, el cual la abogada ya la había cuestionado.
And who wrote this letter?
¿Quién escribió esta carta?
The health department.
El Departamento de Salud.
Do you know the individual that wrote this letter?
No, I do not.
¿Sabe el individuo que escribió la carta? No, no lo sé.
No, I said no, I did not.
Dije que no, no lo sé.
Scrolling down, the
Bajando
packet
aquí.
includes several code violation notes.
El paquete muestra distintas violaciones del código.
And we're starting with code violation notices 636-0901-1.
Objection. I'm not sure that the witness can hear the question.
I can't hear
I
what
can't
you're
hear.
saying, Mr. Vaccaro.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, but I can't
Yeah.
see you. I can only see your forehead.
Oh, well, that's me scrunching into the microphone. Is this any better?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
that's better. Yes.
Okay. Well, we'll suffer through this. I was referring to Ms. Wilkins, I was referring to code violations 636-0901-1 and 636-0902-2. Do you see them?
Señora Wilkins, me estaba refiriendo a las violaciones que están listadas aquí enfrente, el 636-0901-1 y el 636-0902-2. ¿Las ve?
Yes, I can see them.
Okay. Whose
Sí, las puedo
signature,
ver.
I'm sorry, whose signature is on the bottom of these two code violation notices?
¿De quién es la firma que están en la parte de abajo de estas notificaciones de violaciones de código?
M. Davis.
M. Davis, no Davis.
And these were issued on November 10th of 2020, correct?
Y estas fueron dadas el 10 de noviembre del 2020, ¿correcto?
That's correct.
Okay.
Es correcto.
Were you a part of issuing these two code violation notices to the appellant?
Usted fue parte las personas que dieron estas dos notificaciones al apelador.
No, I was not. I did assign her to go there, however.
No, no lo fui, pero sí la asigné a que vaya allá.
Did you witness with your own eyes any tobacco being sold without the checking of ID or tobacco being sold to a minor at the store?
Usted vio con sus propios ojos el tabaco siendo vendido sin haber revisado identificación o tabaco siendo vendido a menores de edad en la tienda.
Can you repeat the question? I didn't catch the first part of it.
¿Puedes repetir la pregunta? No, no escuché la primera parte.
Did you see with your own eyes the tobacco product being allegedly sold without the checking of ID or being sold to a minor?
Usted vio con sus propios ojos el producto de tabaco siendo vendidos a personas sin identificación o a menores de edad.
No, I did not.
No, no lo fue. No lo fue.
Mr. Chairman, before we proceed with this line of questioning, can I ask for a brief executive session?
Yes. Based on that request,
Sí, señor
we're
Chairman,
going
antes
to
que
go off the
continuemos,
record for a few moments and return momentarily. Thank you.
vamos a regresar la grabación.
Mr. Vaccaro, we're going to ask you to move on from this line of questioning regarding specifically whether or not the witness saw the actual violation. That's not relevant to what we're deciding. There was an appeal before this one that could have been taken where those matters would have been discussed. So that line of questioning is not relevant to our decision. So we ask you to move on from that. You're muted, by the way.
Señor Señor Cavaro, le voy a pedir que no continuemos con esta línea de preguntas que usted está haciendo acerca de que si el testigo vio personalmente la venta de productos de tabaco, como se está diciendo. Eso puede haber sido en otra eh, eh, en otra audiencia, que ya no es lo que necesitamos ahorita para poder tomar nuestra decisión, y no es relevante la decisión, así que le voy a pedir que no saltemos de eso.
I understand the board's position, although we respectfully disagree. So then for the record, I will just take an exception to that board's ruling. That was going to be the balance of my questioning of the witness. So I have no further questions.
Right.
I'll at least address that the board's position as expeditiously as possible. Fair enough?
Entiendo la posición de la Junta y respetuosamente estoy en desacuerdo. Entonces, quisiera ejercer la excepción de las juntas acerca de esto, porque esto no, las preguntas que yo iba a hacer eran basadas en eso. Entonces, no tengo más preguntas para el testigo. Es lo que voy a hablar acerca de eso. Pero entiendo la posición de la Junta acerca de esto. Voy a tratar de expeditar todo esto. ¿Está bien?
Okay, so Ms. Reinhardt, do you have any further questions for your witness or any additional witness?
Very
Señorita
briefly.
Reinhardt, ¿tiene alguna otras preguntas más para su testigo? ¿O any otras preguntas o a cualquier otra pregunta adicional? Brevemente.
Ms. Wilkins, are each of these records that we just reviewed and each of the CVNs already introduced to the record made in the ordinary course of the city's business enforcing tobacco regulations?
Señorita Wilkins, ya los registros de estos CBNs han sido introducidos en el registro, hechos ordenadamente con un curso de la ciudad, del no negocio de la ciudad, enforzando regulaciones de tabaco.
Yes.
Sí.
Are they stored in the ordinary course of your business?
¿Están guardadas en un curso ordinario de su negocio?
Yes.
Sí.
And do you act as a custodian of record in order to retrieve records for these types of appeals?
¿Y usted actúa como la custodia de los registros para poder acceder a esos registros en este tipo de apelaciones?
Yes.
Sí.
And do you stipulate or you testify that that is how you obtained these documents when preparing for this case?
¿Y usted testifica que es así como usted se preparó, cómo obtuvo esos documentos cuando se estaba preparando para este caso?
That's correct.
¿Es correcto?
No further questions.
No tengo más preguntas.
Okay, Ms. Reinhardt, do you have any additional witnesses?
Not at this.
Señor Reinhardt, ¿tiene usted alguna otra testigo adicional?
Not at this time. I would like to preserve the standing objection from the prior hearing that there was nothing listed on the notice of violation, so the city is unaware of what question is, or rather believes that there is no question raised before this board.
No en esos momentos, pero me gustaría preservar la objeción que quedó de la audiencia anterior, que no había nada listado en las notificaciones de violaciones que la ciudad no sabía. Entonces, creo que no había ningún tipo de preguntas que esta junta no había levantado anteriormente.
And as a result, has not had the opportunity before this to know what it is that appellant may raise. So we'll need to likely call an additional witness.
Y como resultado no teníamos una oportunidad antes de esto de saber que el apelante no iba a levantar ciertas cosas. Entonces lo más probable es que tengamos que llamar a testigos adicionales.
Mr. Vaccaro, what is the basis of your appeal?
Señor Vaccaro, ¿cuáles son las bases de su apelación?
The appeal is that there was insufficient evidence to warrant the issuance of these CVNs.
El asunto es que no había suficiente evidencia para levantar estas CBNs, para levantar que se den estas CBNs, estos problemas.
Okay. Well,
And further, that there was insufficient evidence to have them issued.
Que no había suficiente evidencia como para poderle dar estas violaciones, notificaciones.
For that
now
reason,
that matter should have been argued before the first level appeal board in this matter, not to this board.
and for that reason, there was insufficient basis. Oh, I'm sorry, I think the interpreter has to go.
Thank you. Entonces, ese tipo de asuntos se vio de haber levantado durante el primer nivel de apelación, no en este nivel, no en esta junta.
And further, there was insufficient support to lead to the January 9th letter.
Y adicionalmente no había no suficiente evidencia para sustentar la carta del 9 de enero.
Okay. Well, before we're going to take an executive session because I need to consider what you just said.
Antes de todo ya habíamos tomado una sesión ejecutiva para considerar lo que usted ya había dicho.
But there are two questions for you, Mr. Vaccaro. Did your client appeal any of these matters to the first level appeal group?
Primero que nada, señor Vaccaro, su cliente levantó estos asuntos en la apelación de primer nivel.
I'm not aware of any information one way or the other. I did not represent him at that time. I took on his representation sometime in September.
Let's let the
No estoy al tanto acerca de si se habían hecho o no. Yo no lo representé en ese momento. Yo tomé la representación en algún momento en septiembre.
And the second question
After
is,
this appeal was filed.
This is interpreter. Would you be able to repeat that again for the interpreter, please?
Long after this appeal was filed.
Mucho después de que esta apelación había sido hecha.
have any fines been paid by the appellant?
¿Alguna multa ya ha sido pagada por la persona apelando?
I'm not aware of any of the fines having been paid.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take
Mr. Chairman, if I may
Yes.
actually clarify based on what was testified to at the prior hearing.
Okay, well, let's get the interpreter.
Ok, el señor abogado había dicho que no sabía si alguna de esas habían sido pagadas. Muchísimas gracias. Y la señorita Reinhardt está diciendo de que me gustaría, basado en el testimonio de las audiencias anteriores, levantar algún asunto.
At the prior hearing, appellant testified that he wrote this letter in order to request an administrative hearing for some of the CBNs, and that he wrote it in his own hand. There was testimony. I'm just going to say that there was, in fact, testimony already that at least some of the violation or CBNs were administratively appealed, and I can produce testimony that there were more.
Okay, but thank you. We're going to take a short.
En la audiencia anterior, el apelante testificó que él había escrito esta carta con su propia letra en la última audiencia administrativa acerca de los CBNs. Entonces, puedo asegurar que en el testimonio, que algunas de estas violaciones fueron apeladas ya administrativamente y yo puedo brindar prueba de eso para mostrar eso.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take a short executive session. Be back momentarily.
Muchísimas gracias. Vamos a tomar una breve sesión ejecutiva y regresamos en breve.
Okay, thank you for all the participants for your patience here. Ms. Reinhardt, we want to ask a couple questions of clarification to your witness. If you could bring her back, please.
Ok, muchísimas gracias por ser todos pacientes. Quiero agradecerles. Y señorita Reinhardt, quiero hacerle unas preguntas a su testigo, si lo puede traer de regreso, por favor.
Ms. Wilkins, to your best of your knowledge, do you know if any of these violations were ever appealed to the administrative board?
Señora Wilkins, ¿sabe si algunas de estas notificaciones, violaciones fueron apeladas a la Junta Administrativa?
Yes, they requested an appeal. The first one was the 2021 violations, and they were found liable. And then the remaining.
Wait for the interpretation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Entonces, sí, el pedido fue hecho para la apelación y se encontró de que no eran responsables por la violación que no se les había multado o notificado.
If I may, Ms. Wilkins does not handle the administrative appeals herself, but we do have someone from that office here. Depending on how specific your questions are, they may be more appropriate for her.
Ok, si puedo interrumpir. No, la señorita Wilkins no maneja las apelaciones administrativas ella misma. Hay una persona, hay otra persona en la oficina aquí que puede contestar esas preguntas dependiendo de qué tan específicas pueden ser. Quizás sea más apropiado que esa otra persona las haga, las conteste.
Ms. Reinhardt, it's really the board's desire for clarity as to whether or not the violations were appealed and what the outcome was. So if you need a different witness, that's up to you.
Señorita Reinhardt, es el deseo de la Junta clarificar si estas violaciones fueron alguna vez apeladas y cuál fue el resultado de esa apelación. Si necesita otro testigo adicional, eso ya depende de usted.
Thank you. I believe Ms. Karen Pugh is the most knowledgeable regarding the administrative appeals.
Okay.
Gracias. Creo que la señorita Karen Pugh es la más con más conocimiento en lo que se trata de las apelaciones administrativas.
Ms. Pugh, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn?
Señora Pugh, por favor, levante la mano derecha para poder ser juramentada.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
¿Jura o afirma que el testimonio que va a dar hoy día va a ser la verdad con la ayuda de Dios?
Ms. Reinhardt, do you have a series of questions for her, or should we do that?
Thank you.
Señor, si tiene una serie de preguntas para ella.
Ms. Pugh, can you please introduce yourself, including where you work?
Señor Pugh, por favor, preséntese y díganos también de dónde usted trabaja.
Pardon, we actually cannot hear you. Can you see whether your microphone is muted or if the button is pressed on the keyboard that mutes the mic?
No la podemos escuchar. ¿Puede ver si su botón está en mudo o no? Si puede ver por qué no lo podemos escuchar.
I now see the mute button on the screen indicating that you are now muted on Zoom.
Ahora veo el botón que indica que está en mudo en Zoom.
Mr. Moto, are you able to provide any assistance?
Señor Moro, ¿puede brindar algún tipo de asistencia?
She is connected on this call through both audio and video. Whatever the issue is, I believe it's on their end.
Ella está conectada por video y audio. Creo que el problema no es de allá.
Ms. Pugh.
Mr. Chairman, maybe if the witness could call in on a cell phone, might that work? We've done that before.
Miss Reinhardt, would that work for Miss Pugh? I mean, I assume she can hear us. Miss Pugh, if you can hear us, raise your hand.
Señor Piu, si nos puede escuchar, levante la mano derecha.
Miss Pugh, if you can hear us, raise your hand.
Señor Piu, si nos puede escuchar, por favor, levante la mano derecha.
Okay, apparently she can't hear us.
No, no puede escucharnos.
So she was attempting to respond to questions and was preparing previously. So I think whatever, if she can't, to the extent that she can't hear us right now, I think that that is probably, it appears that it's due to attempts to resolve the microphone issue. Ms. Pugh, can you confirm that there is no light on the microphone button that is on the keyboard to your computer?
Señora Piu, ¿puede verificar, por favor, de que la luz del micrófono no esté prendida en el teclado no, que va hacia la computadora?
Seems as if Miss Pugh haven't been able to listen to us all day.
Parece que la señorita Piu no nos ha
Oh, you
escuchado
can
todo el
hear
día.
us now? You can hear
Ya
us? Raise your hand if you can hear us.
¿Ya nos
There
puede
you go.
escuchar? Levante la mano derecha si nos puede escuchar.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to do this, but because of these difficulties, can we just take a short, one more executive session break?
Oh, okay. Well, actually, Miss Reinhardt, let's do this. Would you, we're gonna take and give you 5 minutes. It's 4:24 now. We'll come back at 4:30. If you would call Miss Pugh to find out what's happening, maybe she can call in as suggested by Mr. Vaccaro, and we will take a short break and come back, okay?
Thank you.
While you try to resolve that. Thank you.
Que entonces vamos a tomar un descanso, señorita.
We're gonna go back on the record. Ms. Reinhardt, were you able to resolve the matters with Ms. Pugh? You're muted.
So I have Ms. Pugh on my phone, and she is on speakerphone on my phone. Can we give it a try to see if you're able to hear her?
Okay, is there any objection from Mr. Vaccaro?
Objection.
Okay, all right, we want to make sure we have the interpreter back with us. He's back.
Yes, interpreter on the line.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Reinhardt, please call your next witness, please.
And just let the record reflect my client's back in the room sitting to my left.
Thank you.
Ms. Pugh, are you able to hear us?
I can hear you.
Señor Piu, ¿puede escucharnos? Sí, puedo escucharle.
I just want to make sure that the court reporter can hear clearly enough to make the record.
Yes, Chair, I can.
Okay, thank you. Let's proceed.
Thank you, everyone. Ms. Pugh, can you please introduce yourself with your name, title, and brief job description?
Señor Piu, ¿puede presentarse, por favor, con su nombre, su título y una descripción breve de su trabajo?
Karen Pugh, Assistant to the Chief Administrator in the capacity as Court Liaison.
Excuse me, Chair, this is the reporter. I don't recall if the witness has been sworn.
Okay, thank you.
Entonces, la señorita Hugh había dicho que es la administradora, la asistente del gerente administrador con capacidad de ser representar en la corte. Luego, la persona que anota todo el caso dijo que no había sido juramentada.
Ms. Pugh, raise your right hand so that you may be sworn.
Señor Rach, por favor, levante la mano derecha para ser juramentada.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give will be the truth so help you God?
Juro o afirma que el testimonio que va a dar va a ser la verdad con la ayuda de Dios.
Please respond, Ms. Pugh.
Por favor, responda, señora Pugh.
It appears that she's talking at the same time as the interpreter. Can you respond after the interpretation, please?
Parece que está hablando al mismo tiempo que el intérprete. Si puedes responder, por favor, después de la interpretación.
Yes.
I think that was an audible yes, Mr. Kelly.
No se escuchó muy bien. Creo que eso fue un sí, señora Kelly.
Yes, Chair.
Sí, señoría.
Let's proceed, Ms. Ryan.
Vamos a proceder, señora Reinhardt.
Ms. Pugh, do you recall my question to introduce yourself?
Señora Pugh, ¿recuerda mi pregunta para que se presente?
Can you do so, please?
¿Puede hacerlo, por favor?
My name is Karen Pugh. I am the assistant to the chief administrator and the court liaison.
Mi nombre es Karen Pugh, soy asistente al gerente administrador y liaison de la corte.
And as part of your duties, do you are you the custodian of record for the appeals of CVNs for tobacco violations?
Y como parte de sus parte como sus obligaciones del trabajo, es usted la custodia de los registros de las apelaciones de los CBNs por violaciones de tabaco.
Yes.
Sí.
Were there any administrative appeals of any of the CVNs listed that we described earlier in the denial letter?
Había algunas apelaciones administrativas en los CBNs listados que fueron descritos anteriormente en la carta de negación.
Yes.
Sí.
Can you tell us which CVNs were administratively appealed?
¿Nos puede dejar saber cuáles CBNs fueron apelados administrativamente?
Yes, there was a letter dated October 3rd, 2022, listing CVN. You want me to read each number, CVN?
Entonces, sí, están en la carta con fecha del 3 de octubre de 2022, listados con los CBNs. ¿Quiere que lea cada uno de los CBNs?
If it helps, I'm sharing my screen with, do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
Si ayuda, estoy compartiendo mi pantalla. ¿Usted reconoce qué cosa es esto? Sí.
I did.
From the ETIMS database that we utilize on a daily basis.
Sí, esta es la base de datos de ítem que utilizamos a diario.
And it appears that there are CVNs listed by number on the far left column and that some of them are highlighted in yellow. Are those the CVNs at issue in this appeal?
Parece que en la columna izquierda están listados unos números que parecen ser los CBNs y algunos están resaltados en amarillos. ¿Esos son los CBNs que están en asunto en esta apelación?
That's correct.
Es correcto.
Mr. Chair, I hate to break in a little bit, but could they zoom in? That's real tiny writing.
Okay.
Zoom or enlarge for me. Thank you.
Gracias. Habían pedido si podían agrandar la pantalla.
Perfect.
Ms. Pugh, can you tell us whether any of these were administratively appealed? The notices, the CVNs that are highlighted in yellow?
Señora Pugh, ¿nos puede dejar saber si algunas de estas CBNs fueron apeladas administrativamente? Las notificaciones con los CBNs resaltados en amarillo.
Can you tell us which ones?
¿Nos puede decir cuáles?
All of them.
Todos.
And what was the result of those administrative appeals?
¿Y cuál fue el resultado de estas apelaciones administrativas?
They were denied.
Fueron negados.
Does the board have further questions regarding the outcome of those administrative appeals?
La Junta tiene más preguntas acerca del resultado no, de estas apelaciones administrativas.
I would offer the witness to Mr. Vaccaro for cross-examination at this time. Mr. Vaccaro?
Me gustaría ofrecer al señor Cabarro la oportunidad de cross-examinar.
Ms. Pugh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Señor Pugh, ¿me puede escuchar? Sí.
I'm going to speak slowly for the benefit of everybody here.
Voy a hablar lentamente para el beneficio de todos aquí.
Why were these appeals denied? Do you have a factual or legal basis based on the records?
¿Por qué fueron estas apelaciones negadas? ¿Tiene usted información factual con bases legales en estos registros?
Yes, the initial request to dispute the citations, there was a disposition entered.
El pedido inicial para disputar estas citaciones fueron una disposición entrada.
Appeal after that. What happens is our department would then later file in municipal court to sue for the unpaid code violation, and that would be the next level. So there is no appeal after our decision.
No había nadie en comparación, no había nadie presente, entonces no hubo más apelaciones en ese. Luego en la corte municipal no, las violaciones no fueron pagadas y pasó al siguiente nivel, y esa fue nuestra decisión después de eso.
So it's your testimony, Ms. Pugh, that my client, the appellant, failed to appear for these hearings?
Señora Pío, entonces su testimonio es que mi cliente falló en aparecer para o presentarse para estas apelaciones durante estas audiencias.
Yes.
Sí.
Was a notice of hearing issued to my client?
¿Se le brindó a mi cliente una notificación de presencia?
Yes.
Sí.
Can you please show us a copy of that?
No, por favor, ¿nos puede mostrar una copia de eso?
I am working on opening those.
Estoy trabajando en abrir esos.
Ms. Reinhardt, were those documents in your attachments for today's hearing?
No, because we had no idea this was being raised.
Señora Reinhardt, una copia de estos documentos estaba juntado en los papeles que usted nos dio para la audiencia de hoy. No, porque no teníamos idea de que no iban a hablar de estos asuntos.
Okay, well, this is what we're going to do, because we're not here to determine whether or not the Administrative Appeal Board acted properly. We were only asking and inquiring as to whether or not the appeals were submitted and what the outcome was. So that's sort of where we are, Mr. Vaccaro.
Entonces eso es lo que vamos a hacer. No estamos acá para determinar si la Junta Administrativa actuó de manera apropiada. Estamos acá haciendo preguntas acerca de cuáles fueron las apelaciones y cuál fue el resultado de esas apelaciones. Entonces ahí es más o menos donde nos encontramos, señor Vaccaro.
If I may address that, Mr. Chairman, the door was opened by calling this witness who testified that my client failed to appear. Let's find out if a notice was sent and if it was served properly.
Entonces, señor Chairman, yo quiero hablar acerca de eso, porque la puerta se abrió cuando trajeron a este testigo a testificar. Entonces, si ellos están diciendo de que mi cliente falló en estar presente, vamos a ver pues si hubo alguna notificación dada hacia él y si fue servida apropiadamente.
Okay, we're going to have limited testimony in this area because we're not going to relitigate how the board operated, because that's outside of our area of responsibility. So we're going to limit okay?
Thank you.
No vamos a relitigar todo esto porque no estamos acá para ver cómo es que la Junta opera. Eso está fuera de nuestra área. ¿Está bien?
So, Ms. Reinhardt, you were proceeding to respond, I believe.
Thank
Señora
you.
Reinhardt, creo que estaba procediendo a contestar. Creo. Gracias.
I was just going to state that it was the board's question whether there were administrative appeals filed, heard, and what the outcome was, which I believe is relevant here. But beyond that, going into the specifics of the underlying appeals, I don't see how that's relevant because we do know what the outcome was.
Okay, well, let's do this. This is the interpreter.
Entonces, iba a decir de que no, el resultado de estas apelaciones, ¿cómo es esto relevante a lo que no estamos haciendo aquí específicamente? No, entonces, no es relevante por lo que sabemos ya cuál fue el resultado de esas apelaciones.
So, Ms. Reinhardt, are you objecting to Mr. Vaquero's question, I guess? Is that an objection?
Señor Reinhardt, entonces está oponiendo a las preguntas del señor Vaquero. ¿Eso es lo que está objetando?
So I am objecting to relevance, although I will say that we do have a letter here notifying when the hearing would be.
Okay, so Ms. Vaquero, let's then allow the question to be asked and proceed from there. This is going to be limited, Mr. Vaquero. Interpreter, please.
Mr. Interpreter, I think you were supposed to interpret.
Oh, my apologies. Entonces, vamos no estoy seguro acerca de estas notificaciones, cómo esto es relevante, pero acá las tenemos. Entonces, vamos a permitir que el señor Cavaro haga su pregunta, pero por favor, esto acá va a ser algo limitado, señor Cavaro, acerca de las preguntas acerca de esto.
Okay. All right, Mr. Vaquero.
Thank you. Ms. Pugh? Can you hear me, Ms. Pugh?
Yes.
Señorita Pugh, ¿me puede escuchar? Sí.
What is this document on the screen?
¿Qué es este documento en la pantalla?
That is correspondence of the citations that were in question that the appellate was disputing.
Esta es la correspondencia de las citaciones que están en pregunta, que el apelante estaba disputando.
Could you scroll up, please?
Si puede subir la página, por favor.
It's essentially a hearing notice, correct?
Esencialmente es una notificación para la audiencia, ¿correcto?
Ms. Pugh? Ms. Pugh?
Señorita Pugh.
Ms. Pugh, we cannot hear you.
Señorita Pugh, no podemos escucharla.
We cannot hear you.
Okay, all right. Can you hear me? All right.
Ahora sí me pueden escuchar, sí.
And was this mailed to my client?
¿Y esto fue enviado por correo a mi cliente? Sí.
And was this a virtual hearing or was this a live in-person hearing?
¿Y esto fue una audiencia virtual o fue una audiencia en persona, en vivo?
This was a in-person hearing.
Esto fue una audiencia en persona.
Thank you. No further questions.
Gracias, no había más preguntas.
If I may
Okay.
clarify,
Yes.
Si puedo clarificar.
Ms. Pugh, in the middle of this letter, is there also a Zoom option?
Señorita Pío, en el medio de esta carta también hay una opción de Zoom.
We did not get your response.
Yes,
No escuchamos su respuesta. Sí,
there is a Zoom option.
hay una opción de Zoom.
And is there also a number at the top directing where telephone inquiries can go?
Y hay un número en la parte de arriba dirigiendo a las personas donde pueden hacer sus preguntas.
Correct.
¿Correcto?
I have no further questions.
No tengo más preguntas.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions of Ms. Pugh?
Neither do I, no.
¿Alguien más tiene alguna otra pregunta para la señorita Pío?
Okay, if not, you can take the document down. Ms. Reinhardt, do you have any further witnesses?
Señor Reinhardt, ¿tiene algún otro testigo?
I was responding to questions as they come up. At this point in time, I don't have additional witnesses, but everything depends on if there are additional things that are raised.
Okay.
He estado
Carol?
contestando las preguntas como han estado apareciendo, entonces en estos momentos no tengo más testigos, pero todo depende de qué asuntos vayan a ser levantados.
Mr. McCarroll, we'll now hear from you.
Señor Bacar, ahora
Mr.
vamos a escuchar
Chair,
usted.
I just want to be clear. Go ahead, Mr. Interpreter. I want to be clear that last sheet was a response from to the appellant because he requested the hearing. Is that what I was looking at?
Entonces quiero estar claro, si me pueden responder, que esta última papel fue una apelación a la audiencia que el apelante había pedido, es lo que estábamos viendo.
Ms. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Sí.
The appellant was requesting the hearing and that was the city's response.
Entonces, el apelador estaba pidiendo una audiencia y esa fue la respuesta de la ciudad.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correcto.
One more question, Mr. Chair.
Gracias. No más preguntas, señor presidente.
Mr. Carroll?
Señor Vaccaro.
Thank you very much, gentlemen of the board. You've heard the testimony. I'm not going to re-argue what we argued during the December hearing. You've already heard our arguments before. I'll just reincorporate them by reference for today, and I will just repeat our position that there's not enough
Mr.
evidence.
McCarroll?
Yes.
Please give the interpreter an opportunity, please.
Sure.
Muchísimas gracias a la Junta. Ya ustedes han escuchado anteriormente, durante la audiencia de diciembre, los argumentos que habían sido levantados. No voy a repetirlos, solamente voy a reincorporarlos por referencia para hoy día. Voy a repetir algunas de las posiciones.
We respectfully submit that to this board, that based on this record, there isn't sufficient evidence to warrant the January 9th letter at issue. Thank you.
Respetuosamente ingreso a esta junta que basado en los registros no hay evidencia suficiente para dar cabida a la carta del 9, para dar cabida a la carta que levanta, a los asuntos de la carta del 9 de enero. Gracias.
Thank you. With that, I'll invite closing arguments, Mr. Vaccaro and Ms. Reinhardt, unless there are additional witnesses.
That was my closing argument.
Okay,
Quiero
Ms.
invitar ya
Reinhardt?
las declaraciones de cierre. Eso fue el mío, señora Reinhardt.
Thank you. This is not the place to rehash what should have been raised and what was in fact raised on administrative appeal before this. What we have here is confirmation of 5 instances.
Please stop, Ms. Reinhardt, so the interpreter can proceed.
Thank you. Este no es el lugar para reencender lo que debió de haberse levantado o los asuntos que se levantaron en las apelaciones administrativas. Antes de esto, teníamos la confirmación de ya las 5 instancias.
What we have are 5 instances of violations that were appealed administratively and were upheld. As a result, they have been confirmed.
Entonces, lo que tenemos acá son 5 instancias de violaciones que fueron apeladas administrativamente, fueron no levantadas como resultado, que habían sido confirmadas.
As a result, the denial of the renewal application was proper, as the city does not have any authority to renew an application with more than 2 instances of violation within a 2-year calendar period.
Okay. Entonces, como resultado, la negación de la renovación de la aplicación fue apropiada. La ciudad no tiene la autoridad para renovar solicitudes con más de 2 instancias, con más de 2 instancias de violaciones dentro de un periodo de calendario de 2 años.
And as a final point, this appeal to the board here was also untimely without explanation. And there was no question specifically raised to the board to hear today, as that section of the appeal form was left blank, and there were 2 seemingly unrelated documents attached to the notice of violation, or attached to the notice of appeal to this board.
Y como punto final, esta apelación de la Junta aquí no fue hecha apropiadamente a tiempo, y tampoco sin tener ninguna explicación. Fueron unas preguntas específicamente que levantaron puntos acerca de la sección de la apelación que quedó en blanco, y fueron documentos irrelacionados que fueron vistos adjuntos a la notificación de violación y a la notificación para apelar a la Junta.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. We will now call the vote on this matter regarding 5456 Erdrich.
Entonces, muy bien, muchísimas gracias. Vamos ahora a votar en este asunto acerca del 5456 Edric.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Todos han votado con ciudad afirmada.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Vaccaro and Ms. Reinhardt. This concludes this matter.
Muchísimas
Mr.
gracias, señor
Interpreter.
Vaccaro y señor Vicara. Esto concluye este asunto. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Interpreter. You excuse.
Thank you for using the services. Interpreters now disconnecting.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, sir. Okay, let's move on to the next matter.
If I may, board members, I do have a witness who generally clocks out around this time. He's time constrained. We did have our matter listed for number 7, HA 2023-003428, 593 Carver. And the board was allowing the appellant to gain video access, I believe.
Okay, let's call it and see what happens then. We'll address it next then, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Moto, let's call that matter.
Yeah, so this is hearing appeal ending 003428 for the property at 593 Carver. Patricia Clark is the appellant. There's no answer from Patricia Clark in the room, sir, and good service was made.
Okay.
She's joining now. She's joining now.
Okay.
She was on all day.
Okay.
Okay, may I begin?
Oh, no, we need Ms. Clark to identify herself so she can be sworn. And I don't see her image anywhere or hear her voice. Mr. Wade, is she having difficulty connecting with us?
Yeah, she's dropped off several times. I just called to tell her her case. She said she was jumping on right now.
Is she only available via telephone, or she will have audio and video?
I'm hoping both. Someone touched base with her earlier. I'm waiting for her to join. I don't know if I feel bad she was on.
Okay.
She did have video issues. When she connected the second time, it was an audio call only.
Okay. If she isn't able to connect within the next minute or so, we're going to need to continue this because we're going to lose our witness. Ms. Nessich, and my apologies again. I'll be better when you reappear again. Is this a health and safety matter?
I feel like it's a defective lateral line. I don't think it's an emergency matter.
Okay, that's what I need to know.
I believe Ms. Clark's water is currently on. Generally, when matters are upon appeal, we make sure that the water's on unless it's a health and safety matter. As far as I know, her water is currently on.
Okay. Mr. Moto, I think we're going to have to continue this and move on because we're losing our witness and she's having difficulty connecting with us.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So unless Mr. Wade tells you something different, like right now, we're going to continue this and move on.
Okay. In that case, may I ask?
Let me do this. Let me read it in, and then we will. Okay. Regarding HA 2023-003428-593 Carver Street, Patricia Clark, because we're going to have to continue this matter for lack of a witness and technical difficulty. Mr.
May
Wade,
my witness be excused?
Yes, your witness is excused. Mr. Wade, we continue that matter because we just couldn't get everything.
And she wasn't going to join with video. I told her that at her next hearing, she's going to need video.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman.
Is that your last matter, Ms. Nessich?
Yes, sir. May I also be excused?
Yes, you're excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'm hearing a background noise like someone's dialing a telephone. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe I'm the only one, but if not, maybe
I heard it as well, and I thought it was the individual attempting to connect with us. So maybe it's something different. We'll see as we proceed.
Mr. Chairman, this is the court reporter. I believe that was on Ms. Nezick's line because it stopped as soon as she muted.
Okay, thank you. So there you go. I think that resolved it.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Rolo, Mr. Moto, what do we have next?
We have item number 15, sir, hearing appeal ending 002040 for the property at 257 South 16th Street. The appellants are Pioneer Construction and Development Corporation, and Kevin Cornish, Esquire, is the attorney listed. He's present on the call.
Okay, who's representing the city?
This is Michael Rulo, RULLO, on behalf of the city.
And Mr. Chair, this is Ken Washington. Can we have a real quick breakout? I have a question.
Okay.
In this case, can we just break out for a minute?
Okay, just 1 second, gentlemen. Appreciate your patience here. So we will go off the record. Okay, thank you everyone for your patience as we proceed through this. Mr. Rollo, I believe that you're representing the city in this matter?
Yes,
Okay, you have any witnesses?
I do. Supervisor Garvin Jowers.
Okay, Mr. Jowers, are you present?
I am present.
Oh, okay. Sir, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Who's representing Pioneer Construction?
Kevin Cornish, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cornish. The screens are moving around, so I just make sure I can see you. Do you have any witnesses that will be with you today?
I do. Jeff Vanchik.
Vanchik, is he present now to be sworn?
He is.
Okay, Mr. Vanchik, would you mind make yourself known to us and raise your right hand so that you may be sworn?
Right here.
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. The way we will proceed is that the city will put this case on first. And Mr. Cornish, you have opportunity to cross-examine the witness, as well as the city will cross-examine your witness. At the end, we will ask for short closing arguments, if there are, be presented, and the board will vote the outcome of the case, okay? All right, thank you. Mr. Rulo, please proceed.
Yes, I'm just going to start, since this is, as you are aware, a remanded hearing, just so that we're all on the same page. I'm going to briefly kind of frame the status of this matter and what the city's interpretation is of the issue before the board. So in spring of 2023, the board initially heard this matter. The city highlighted that Pioneer's appeal did not include a notice of violation or a request for the issuance, suspension, or revocation of any permit. Instead, it merely said that Pioneer was incorrectly charged permit fees. At that hearing, the city asserted, and the board ultimately agreed, that this was essentially a request for a refund that was beyond the jurisdiction of the board. Pioneer appealed that decision to the Court of Common Pleas, and on November 6th of 2023, the Honorable Judge Anne-Marie Coyle reversed that decision and remanded this matter for hearing on whether Pioneer was, quote, erroneously issued a violation notice by the City of Philadelphia Department of License and Inspection for permits for the work that it had been legally performing, and therefore compelled to apply and pay significant fees for a new permit, end quote. So to summarize, from the city's perspective, the essential question that's before the board is whether valid permits authorizing the work Pioneer was conducting at the property existed when the city issued that March of 2022 notice of violation. So today, the record that the city is going to present, in our view, will unequivocally establish that no valid permits existed authorizing the work at the site at that time. The record will also show that in the aftermath of this, the issuance of that notice of violation, Pioneer did not seek an emergency appeal of the notice of violation, did not seek to reopen or amend the prior 2020 permit, and that was because it made a business decision to obtain a new permit. As Supervisor Jowers will testify, when Pioneer applied for a new permit after that, it was correctly assessed the associated fees and the penalty for work without permits. So that's what the city intends to show today. And with that, I will turn to Supervisor Jowers.
Okay.
And give me 1 second to find my exhibits, which I had open but are now escaping me. There they are. With the board's permission, I'd like to share my screen.
Okay, please.
Supervisor Jowers, can you see what's been marked as City Exhibit A on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move to the first page of this exhibit.
Before you do that, sir, Mr. Ruler, you may want to have him identify himself, his place of employment, etc.
I apologize. I did miss that. It's getting a little bit later in the day.
Yep.
Supervisor Jowers, what is your position with the Department of License and Inspections?
I am the acting construction inspections unit manager.
And in that role, what are some of your responsibilities?
I supervise the supervisors and the district inspectors throughout the city.
And so you're familiar with the city's procedures concerning permits?
Yes.
And how violations are generated relating to permits?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the city's Eclipse system as well?
Yes, I am.
And the processes and procedures for how that operates?
Yes.
Okay. With that, I will turn next. Are you familiar with the property located at 257 South 16th Street?
Yes.
And have you ever been to that property for an inspection?
Investigation. Yes, I have.
Investigation. Thank you. So as I said, this is what has been marked as City Exhibit A. What is this document?
That is a notice of a commercial building permit.
And what is the date of this permit?
October 29th, 2020.
And turning to this, who is the permit holder?
USRE 257 LLC.
And who is the contractor that's listed on this document?
MMB Contractors Incorporated.
Okay. And you've reviewed the file for this permit, is that right?
Yes.
And based on the records that the city has, do you know when this permit if there were any requests to extend this permit?
Yes.
And when were those requests? If you have it approximately, but you don't need to speculate.
Approximately April and November of 2021.
And after those extensions, do you know when this permit was marked expired in the city's Eclipse system?
It was marked expired December 3rd, 2021.
Okay. I'm going to move down. Excuse me, I'm going to remove my screen for 1 second. And Supervisor Jowers, can you see what's been marked as Exhibit B on the screen?
Yes.
And just for the record, this is actually Pioneer Exhibit B. This is not the city's Exhibit B. I'm going to turn to this that's his first page here. What is this document?
It looks like the user side of Eclipse.
Okay. And can you just explain briefly what that is?
Eclipse is the city's online permitting and inspection system.
And then I want to turn to, I will zoom in on it, the center of this document. So in the center here, we see a couple of items. So what is this completed date?
December 3rd, 2021.
Okay. And what does that completed date mean in terms of the Eclipse system?
That's the date that that permit was marked closed.
And it was closed because it expired, is that correct?
That is correct.
So there is a portion here that has an expiration date on it. And what's the date that's listed there?
May 13th, 2022.
But according to the city's Eclipse system, if I understood your testimony correctly, this permit actually expired on December 3rd of 2021.
Correct.
And excuse me, I'm going to remove my screen again. Give me 1 second. And pardon, I need to just go up to the Supervisor Jowers, can you see what's been marked as Exhibit C on the screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And just for the record, this is Pioneer Exhibit C. Supervisor Jowers, have you had a chance to review this document that's on the screen now?
Yes.
what is this document?
That is an email created by a jot form. It's an online communication system.
And what's the date of this email?
February 17th, 2022.
And what was this email requesting?
A change in contract.
And is a change in contract required to do work under a permit?
A contractor is required to do work under a permit.
And it has to be the listed contractor.
That is correct.
Okay. And at this time, and again, you've had a chance to review the records in Eclipse regarding this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in this instance, you would testify that the permit was previously expired. So what happens in that situation when one of these emails is submitted? Let me change that. Is there any sort of notification that goes out to the holder of the permit?
Notification is not required. So, no.
But in this instance, if you were to submit one of these requests on a permit that had been marked expired, what happens?
The person on the other side who receives the email created by the JOC form would check the permit status and reply accordingly.
And in this instance, did you have a chance to review who the contact person is under that 2020 permit?
Yes.
And that is where that response would have gone, correct?
Correct.
And do you have a recollection?
Sorry, let me reply. It would go to the person who sent this JOT form in.
Okay.
So when the JOT form is created by someone, they insert an email address. The return reply would go back to the person's email address that was submitted.
And that is the notification that this could not be accepted because the permit was expired?
Correct.
And under department policy, who is responsible for ensuring that a permit has a valid change in contractor before work commences?
The owner, applicant, the construction management team who are associated in the Eclipse account.
And on this permit, was Pioneer ever successfully transferred as the contractor under that permit?
No.
Move my screen for 1 second. Supervisor Jowers, can you see what's displayed on the screen as Exhibit B?
Yes.
And just for the record, this is now City Exhibit B. I'm going to move to the first page of this. Supervisor Jowers, what is this document?
That is a violation. A notice of
And
violation.
it's for this property located at 257 South 16th?
Yes.
And what is the date of this document?
March 15th, 2022.
And are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
And was this part of the investigation that you did at the site?
It was the result of the investigation.
I'm going to turn down to the violations. Can you walk us through what the violations were that you found at the property?
Yes. So the first violation was interior demolition, asbestos abatement without a permit. So there was an interior demolition. Yeah, so there was an interior demolition permit issued, completed. It's on the permit standard. It's the owner's responsibility to provide an asbestos abatement report at the completion of the demolition.
And that was never provided?
That was never provided.
And what's the next violation?
Interior alterations without a permit.
Okay. And that violation, was that issued because the permit was expired?
Yes.
But it was it also issued because of the issue of who the contractor was on that permit?
Well,
I'll withdraw that.
Okay.
If a contractor who is not listed on a permit is performing work, Is that also considered essentially work without a permit?
Yes, that is a licensing violation as well.
Okay.
That's a violation for the contractor and every person working on that job. $1,000 per and per every permit.
And to be clear, so even if this permit had been active, because Pioneer was not the contractor on that permit, had not been confirmed as the contractor on that permit, it did not have authorization to do work there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. I'm going to move on to some photographs here. This is City Exhibit C as in Charlie. What is this photo displaying?
The building at 257 South 16th Street.
And you took this photo?
Yes.
Okay. And can you give us we'll walk into some more specifics in a second, but can you give us a general overview of what you found at the site when you arrived?
Arrived at the site, I saw workers on site. One gentleman introduced himself as the job site superintendent. He took me inside of the building, showed me the interior floors. He could not produce a permit or any documents that gave him approval to work on that site. Violations were written. A stop work order was posted on the door. He was told to stop working.
And was this extensive work throughout this building?
Yes, they were performing interior framing, interior electric. I took photographs.
Okay, so let's move into the second photo here. So what's displayed? I'm going to zoom in on this a little bit.
Front of the building, shelter platform.
And what is this sign that's over on the left of that?
Sign here for Pioneer Construction.
So it's identifying that Pioneer was doing the work here, correct?
Correct.
All right, I'm going to move on to the second photo now. What is this photo displaying?
Interior metal framing.
And is it also evidencing any other electrical work that's occurring?
Yes. Metal framing requires metal covered cable, and you can see that throughout in between the framing members.
And this is another example of that, correct?
Yes, and there's a sub panel in the framing.
Okay. And then we have another example of that here.
Yes.
All right. And so, as you noted, there was electrical work that was being performed at the property.
Yes.
Was there any electrical permit for that work?
No.
So at this time, there was no permit, not even an expired one, permitting electrical work there.
That is correct.
Okay. And I'm going to go down to this next photograph. Did I hear you correctly earlier that you said that there was no permit that could be produced when you were on site?
Correct. That job will require a job site information board.
And what is that?
There's no permit or job site information board. A large board with a 3D rendering with the permit number, the builder, the owner, contact telephone information to be posted on every street side of the project.
And so there was no permit that was displayed there?
No.
And there was no permit that they could produce to you at the time?
None.
I'm going to move in. And when you went out there as a result of this, you issued a stop work order?
Correct.
And then you issued this notice of violation?
Correct.
I'm going to move into what has been marked as City Exhibit D.
That was a Friday, just for the record.
Okay. Well, first off, before I move into Exhibit D, in response to this violation, did the owner or Pioneer seek to reopen that 2020 permit?
No.
Did they file or request any amendment of that permit?
No.
Instead, is it your understanding that they filed for a new permit?
The very next day on a Saturday.
Okay. I'm going to show again what has been marked as City Exhibit D. Is this that document?
Yes, that's the approved permit.
Okay. And what's the date of this?
April 4th, 2022.
And in this instance, when work is done without permit, how does that impact the fees associated with a new permit application?
The permit fees are double.
And so in this instance, the penalty for that work without permits was applied to this permit fee.
Correct.
And to your knowledge, all of the other fees that were assessed on this permit were consistent with department policy?
Correct.
So they were assessed the correct fee for the actual permit application and then for the work without permits, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Rulo, could you go back up to that or stop right there? Yes, right there for a moment. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to move to what is City Exhibit E. Are you familiar with this document?
Correct. Yes.
What is this document?
A notice of violation.
And what is the date of this document?
August 22nd, 2022.
I would object at this point. I don't, this case has nothing to do with what happened 6 months after the building permit was issued.
Okay, so your objection, well, let me finish. Your objection is noted and is overruled. Let's proceed.
If I could just put that response briefly on the record.
Yes.
Board members, the city is presenting this because part of the appellant's case is that they were operating within all of the different procedures that were applicable here. And this notice of violation is intended to show, in fact, that they were consistently operating outside the bounds of the code, which I think is relevant to the issue of whether or not in making credibility determinations and other items in whether or not they were actually working under a valid permit and operating within the bounds of the code, and thus were appropriately charged that fee. I'll just note that for the record as our response.
Thank you. Let's move on.
Returning to this document, so this was in August of 2022. What were the violations that were cited here?
New wiring, so work with electrical work without a permit. New plumbing installed without a permit, and new mechanical HVAC equipment installed without a permit.
And if you could remind the board, electrical work without a permit was also a component of the March 2022 notice of violation, correct?
Correct.
And so even now in August, they had not obtained that electrical permit.
Correct.
I'm going to move down to what has been marked as City Exhibit F. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
And what is this document?
That's an electrical permit.
And what is the date that it was issued?
September the 13th, 2022.
I would object again that any questions regarding something that happened 6 or 8 months later is not relevant to the issue that's been presented.
So noted and overruled.
And I would just reassert for the record the same response that I had for the last one. So in September of 2022, they finally did obtain an electrical permit. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, was this permit, did they ever obtain a final inspection under this permit?
No.
So there has never been a completed electrical permit for this property.
Correct. There's never been a past inspection recorded.
That does it for my directive, Supervisor Jowers. I just reserve a little bit of time for if depending on the cross.
Okay, thank you. Sir, do you have any cross-examination, Mr. Cornish?
Yes. So let's start with that last document that was up there, that electrical permit. I'll pull it back up. And this electrical permit that you just referred to, sir, who was the contractor on that?
Eagle Electrical Construction Incorporated.
Okay, so what does this have to do with Pioneer?
It would be a subcontractor to the general building contractor.
And where does it say that they're a subcontractor to the Pioneer?
In our Eclipse, in Pioneer's Eclipse account, under their building permit, All the subcontractor permits are listed in a parent-child relationship.
Okay, but but that's not listed here, correct?
It's not on their permit.
Okay. Back to another exhibit that you were asked about. Now, you were asked some questions about this document, about the original permit that was issued on October 29th of 2020. And you indicated that that expired on 12/3 of 21, correct?
Correct.
But the expiration date on the Eclipse system says May 13th of 2022, correct?
That date is on that document that you're looking at.
Right. So if Pioneer or somebody in the Eclipse system was pulling this up, they would see the expiration of May 13th of 2022, correct?
They would see that. They would also see that their permit is inactive because it shows expired right next to the permit number.
Well, that's expired as of when? I mean, do you know when when it changed to that? I mean, that could have been something that showed up after May 13th of 2022. Isn't that correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
He said he's
Sustained.
May I be heard on that?
What is the argument?
Yeah, the argument is he said he's here to testify about his knowledge of the Eclipse system. He's familiar with this. I don't think it's speculative as to his knowledge of when.
Well, let me correct you. He wasn't presented as an expert on the Eclipse. He was presented as a manager who supervises the district offices and the inspectors.
And that he was familiar with the Eclipse system and that he could testify about how what that system is and what the things mean in the system.
Understood. And I believe we've been pretty clear as to what everything means. So let's do this. Mr. Jowers, do you specifically understand this issue between the expired at the top and that expiration date at the in the heading? Are they connected, or is there different dates that trigger the expired at the top?
So the data at the bottom in the expired written in the parentheses are separate. It's listed as expired to warn the contractor that this permit is expired, even though the dates don't necessarily match up.
Okay, well, we can come back to the issue. Wait, just for a minute. I just want to get back to Mr. Cornish. If you want to probe additionally at some point, Mr. Cornish, in your presentation that the dates weren't accurate, you're welcome to do that.
And if I could just very quickly articulate the city's point on that, is that the question appeared to be about what would appear at a specific time if this document was viewed. And there's nothing on this document that delineates, and unless I've missed it, when this document was actually printed.
Okay. Ms. Cornish, anything else?
Yes. So your testimony is that the expiration date was 12/3/21, but the expiration date listed on the Eclipse system is May 13th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And is there any notification given to any contractor who has that permit as to that would be an incorrect, or that there would be a discrepancy between what you believe is the expiration date versus what is posted or what is printed on the Eclipse system?
There's no transmitted notification, just written next to the permit number that the permit has been expired.
And there's nothing on the permit itself that says when it expires. Is that correct?
So the permit itself is a document created on the issuance date, and that document does not change. We're talking about internal electronic processes.
And do you know how it occurs that a permit would be marked expired when or that it gets marked expired when there's a different date of an expiration date? Do you know how that process would happen, or who did that?
Well, the department itself has a work instruction or an information sheet that is online that describes the expiration process.
But do you know, so would someone have to physically go in there and mark it as expired?
All permits are manually expired.
Now, you were asked some questions about change of contractor. Were you involved at all in that process where Pioneer submitted a request for change of contractor?
No.
So you have no personal knowledge of any communications between Pioneer and anybody at the city regarding the change of contractor application. Is that correct?
Objection, that mischaracterizes the witness's testimony. I believe he specifically testified about his knowledge of that email that was displayed on the screen.
Well, I'll allow it. Please answer, Mr. Jowers.
Repeat the question.
Sure. I'm asking you whether you have any personal knowledge of Pioneer's communications with anyone in the city regarding the change of contractor issue and its attempts to change the contractor under this permit.
So there's two people that handles those processes. I queried one today. The emails that are generated delete after a year. If that's what you're asking.
No, I'm not. I'm asking whether you have any personal. You identified.
If you're asking if I received the email or the created from the job form to change
Mr. Jowers,
no, I did not.
No, Mr. Jowers, just I think you aren't hearing him correctly. Mr. Cornish, repeat your. He asked you about your personal knowledge. So, Mr. Cornish, would you please repeat the question, please?
Yes, I'm not asking you about you identified an email through the system. I'm not asking about that. I'm asking whether you had any personal knowledge, whether you were involved in any way with the issue of Pioneer's change of contractor application or request with the city.
I'm not personally receiving or responsible for changing contractors.
Thank you. Now, you said you went out to the property in March of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you said you spoke with people there and asked for information. Who did you speak with?
I don't have the gentleman's name.
I'm sorry, this is the reporter. Could you please repeat that response?
I don't have the gentleman's name.
And besides in March of 2022, when else were you at the property?
That's it.
So you weren't out there in August and September of 2022 when those other violations that you testified to were purportedly issued?
No, I was not there.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lulo, do you have any additional witnesses?
No, if I could just ask a few brief questions of the witness. Yes. Supervisor Jowers, so are you aware of any request to renew that 2020 permit?
No.
And just to be clear again, that
are you saying define renew?
Well, I guess if you could explain that, is there a way to reopen a permit that has been expired?
It's possible. You have to meet certain criteria.
But you don't have any records of that request being made?
No.
Okay. And again, just to emphasize, the contractor on that permit was never actually changed.
Correct.
It remained that original contractor who is not actually doing the work when you went there in March of 2022.
Correct.
Board's indulgence.
Yes.
That does it for my questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Cornish, your opportunity to respond and put on your case.
Check, you you've already been sworn. Can you tell me what is your relationship to Pioneer Construction?
I'm the CEO.
Okay. Chief Executive Officer. How long have you been in that position?
13 years.
Okay. And what is Pioneer Construction?
Pioneer Construction is a general contracting firm who works up and down the East Coast. We built in the city of Philadelphia. We did the largest open shop job on the corner of 4th and Ray Street in 2017 to 2022, 21, I should say. And we continue to work in the city now.
So you have familiarity with the city's process, permit process?
Prior to Eclipse and with Eclipse, yes.
Right. So obviously we're here about this job. We know the address. Just can you tell us generally what is this project? What is this job that Pioneer was involved with?
We were brought on this job after it had been started by the prior contractor, and he had done demolition within the building. And we arrived on the job in August of 2021. At that time, I had the owner provide me the proper documentation to change the contractor name on the project. Sent an expediter down there to do that work. If you remember, in that period of time, we were in the middle of the COVID pandemic, and dealing with the city was difficult because of the lack of being able to contact anyone or even getting a simple return phone call. So we went on that process for a while, unsuccessfully. In between those 2 points, it was found that MBMB had opened up the building and contaminated the building with asbestos. We dealt with the environmental protection department and the building department at that time. We had both inspectors. Giovanni came out to the building, who works for LNI, and we had Alliance, a local abatement contractor, come in, pull permits, and do what they needed to do to get the work done. We had documentation, air quality reports, and everything else that needed to get the work done, and finished the work sometime around February of 2022. 2020, so many years now, right? 2022. Had our inspection, asked for an inspection, got an inspection with both the building department and the environmental groups, closed out the project. Roughly 4 days after we closed out the project, we received a visit from Mr. Jowers, who then shut the project down based upon that we were in violation of an expired permit. The forms that you pulled up, if I ask you to pull them up again, I pulled out that form and said, "I'm sorry, sir, I don't quite understand how I'm in violation of this, given the fact that I had a case number at that time through LNI." You can pull that up. I talked to a woman by the name of Kashana.
Yeah, let's go through these documents real quick, Mr. Venchik. So let me ask you a real quick question. This is Exhibit C of Pioneer's exhibits. On this page here, let's back up. The owner of this project, is that USRE 257 LLC?
Correct. That document is a document he needs to provide me with notification that he's asking for a request of change of contractor.
Okay. And
So
the original contractor was, well, who was it?
MMB. I don't know who they are specifically, but they were a small contractor. He had come in to start the work on that building.
Okay. So they
what is the date of that letter? I don't see a date.
The date's at the bottom, and it's 7/1/2022. Oh, it's notice it gets his commission. August 31st, 2021 is the date of that document.
Wait a minute. It says 7/1/2022.
No, that's when his commission expires.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You're right. August 31st, 2021.
Yes. So he supplied that document, and the next one was my request for the venue change.
So this document here is the owner's request to change contractor to Pioneer.
Yes, and this was brought down by our expediter to get into the into the system because we could not get it into the system through the Eclipse format. For some reason, it just wouldn't accept it. I spent hours talking to the help desk at Eclipse. They couldn't fix the problem either. So we asked our expediter to find out a way to get this document into LNI.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure that I understand exactly. This letter from the past contractor to Pioneer.
This is
No,
the
no,
owner.
this is from the owner of the building to.
This is a requirement that you have to get a change of contractor. They have to give you a certified notarized document, which is what this thing is, to say.
Okay, so when are you responsible to get it to the city for its records?
We brought it down there in the early September to get it in the system. We could not load it into Eclipse because for whatever reason, it wouldn't accept the document. So we asked someone to physically bring it down there, Mr. Pat O'Donnell, who's our expediter.
And was that submitted with this document from Pioneer, again, requesting change in the contractor?
Yes.
Okay, and is this set of documents here, the documents the Pioneer submitted for the change of contractor to have it changed to Pioneer?
Correct. And then
okay,
once
and what else was submitted?
All the documents, all the documents. That's.
Well, wait, hold on a minute.
I want to go back to that document.
Wait, Mr. Let's let the witness answer, then you can ask your question again, okay?
Okay, so the document, the other documents are the other required documents that you need to submit for that change of venue. You need to provide them the activity license, your tax certification form, your OSHA card, and your certificate of insurance that you're a licensed and approved contractor in the city of Philadelphia, which we did do.
Okay, let me go through that. Is this one of the documents here?
That's your activity license, yeah.
And this one?
That's your insurance certificate.
Okay. Now there was some testimony about this. Well, before we get to
just before you ask your next question, we had a board member have a question. Mr. Tennis?
Yeah, Mr. Cornish, can you go back to the document with the notary seal on it, please? Can you enlarge that? Okay.
What section?
The section down there which says State of Pennsylvania, I believe that's Montgomery County. Okay, and it's acknowledged before me. 31st day of August, 2021. Okay, so that says 3/21 August, right? And then
August 31st, 2020.
Yes, 31st day of August. Okay, and then the notary runs out. All right, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, Mr. Ivanchik, so this...
excuse me, I have a question regarding that same document.
Yeah,
it was testified that that document was delivered to the city sometime in September. Is there any evidence or confirmation, or are we relying on Mr. Evansik's statement that his expediter delivered that to the city in September?
All I can tell you is that he delivered it. As we roll down the other documents, I can tell you how I can prove it.
Well, before we move on, this letter has no date. It just has the date for the notary expiration, and that the date, if I'm right, the acknowledges before him, not the date it was written or anything for L&I.
Well, if you scroll down, my document has a date on it.
But you testified that this document was taken to L&I.
Yes, but that document and all the other items that attached to it went down to L&I. Yes.
So this document was taken along with them with no date on this document.
Well, if you go to my document, you can see my date right there. Well, August 14th was the date I drew. I put my document together, and I submitted it again on February 17th, which I will tell you how that comes together.
But this letter is from your construction company stating the change, not the letter from the previous construction company stating that they're relinquishing it to you.
But they don't have to relinquish it. They don't have to relinquish anything, ma'am. The owner has to. Your system only requires that the owner makes the contractor change. The contractor doesn't have to do anything. The prior contractor.
Okay. Let's get back on.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Mr. Cornish, let's get through your testimony.
Okay, so we keep rolling down, Kevin, please.
Okay, so before we get to this email,
before you
what
get to that
happened?
document, please go to the document that I sent to this one.
Yeah.
So we had not
What is
heard
this?
back. We had not heard back from L&I after many inquiries about this change of contractor. So I reached out to someone at, you know, the building department, Keisha, and I can send you the email I sent her. It has all these documents, and I was asking for why is this not changed? So I asked for a case to be bubbled up. The case number is right there, 146727769. That is the case number that she gave me on my inquiry for why my name was not on this form. I also asked, as you can see, it's circled, what was going on with these dates? Because when I talked to her, May 13th, 2022 was the date she gave me for the expiration of this permit.
Okay,
December,
I would ask.
I'm just going to object on the basis of hearsay.
Yeah, Mr. Cornish, do you have? This
I have. There's no hearsay
I'm
here.
talking,
I have
listen,
a
Mr.
document.
Hold on,
Mr.
Jeff.
Everett, you have to. We decide how this proceeds. Understand?
Yes,
Mr.
I've
Cornish.
been living through your procedure so far. Yes.
Okay, you want us to decide now?
Sir, yeah, I've asked for fairness. I'm waiting to receive it.
And you will get a fair hearing, but you will need to
Okay.
follow our procedures.
Go ahead.
Mr. Cornish, do you have this person who's written this note? We have no way to verify these notes and when they were created and what the relevancy of those numbers. Do you have a way to verify that, Mr. Cornish?
Mr. Vanchik just testified that those are his notes.
Those other than his testimony, that's the only way you. That's the only thing.
I can provide the email.
I'm
I
asking
sent to
Mr.
her.
Cornish notes. I'm asking Mr. Cornish. Mr. Cornish, other than his testimony, do you have any other way of verifying these notes on this document?
To verify, to prove that he
confirm
wrote the
and
notes.
either you have something from the person who's Keisha Jones. We don't know who she is, whether or not she works for the city or not. We don't know that. And do we the case number that's noted? What does it mean? So I'm just asking you, as the attorney representing this issue, how do we, other than your client's testimony?
I sent you an email, Kevin, if you
Hold
want
on,
to pull it
Jeff.
up.
It is the client's testimony, and it's under the rules of evidence. It's an admission of a party opponent. I mean, she works for the city. He's indicating that.
Okay, well, then what
she
I'd like you
works-
to do, if that's how you're going to use that, then you need to say who she is and what she does. Do you know what that is?
I forwarded you an email earlier on, Kevin, about the email I sent.
Mr. Evanchik, you can't respond for your attorney.
I'm not.
Well, I believe Mr. Evanchik testified who he reached out to, and how he got in touch with this person. I can have him establish that again. Mr. Evanchik?
No, but you didn't. My question to you, sir, is can you identify who this person is and whether or not they, in fact, do you have independent information as to whether the person, in fact, works for L&I?
Mr. Evanchik's testimony that he reached out to L&I and talked to this person.
Okay, all right, thank you. Let's move on.
And Mr. Evanchik, so when you say who did you reach out to? Did you call L&I or somebody else?
I reached out to L&I's help desk. They brought me into contact with Keisha Jones at philadelphia.gov, and I've sent her an email on Thursday, 2/17/22, verifying our conversation. And when I asked her for a case number, because her comment to me was, well, I'm going to bubble this up into a case number. Well, if there's a case number, then the case number exists within the city.
Objection. Just for the purposes of the record, I'm going to reassert the hearsay objection to all of this, and also the underlying document, to my knowledge, has not been introduced in evidence. I understand the board will let this proceed, but I'm just going to record that for the record.
So noted, and you have an opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Evanchik.
Then I would request from the city of Philadelphia.
Mr. Cornish, would you explain how this works, please? Your client can't keep speaking out of turn. Mr. Cornish?
Yes, Jeff, just wait for the question.
Okay, shoot.
Okay, so the objection was noted. You can go on and continue to answer.
Okay, so I was provided a case number, which exists in the archives of Philadelphia somewhere. which was supposed to bubble this up for 2 questions. As you can see, a change request, why is it not changed? And I also questioned my expiration date of May 13th, 2022, given the longevity of getting permits through the city of Philadelphia. I was beginning to get concerned that we weren't going to be done at that period of time and what I needed to do to extend the permit life for this project.
And what were you told? What was the response?
That was the
Objection,
point.
hearsay again.
So noted. Mr. Cornish, if you can follow up with a written response, that'd be helpful. If you have anything in writing to that effect.
No, it's not. It's not hearsay because it's an admission of a party opponent.
Okay, let's move on. Okay, so noted. And the objection is overruled in this matter. Okay.
So upon that, I was given that number. I requested follow-up through the help desk a number of times, saying, okay, I have a case number here. What does it mean to me? We were in conversation with L&I at that moment because they were coming down to do inspections of the abatement. We would catch in touch with Giovanni, and I can provide you his telephone number just to prove that I know it. And we asked him to meet with us on numerous occasions. Unfortunately, he never seemed to have the time. That being stated, we finished.
Now, Mr. Cornish, I need you to start asking questions because we really don't like narrative testimony.
All right. So, Mr. Ivanchik, once you got in touch and created this request or made this request, were you told that there was any why wasn't the change of contractor taken care of?
I never received any feedback on that case number.
So to your understanding, did you comply with all the requirements that were necessary to have Pioneer changed as the contractor?
Numerous times.
Now, what happens then come March of 2022?
We received our final inspection on the abatement around the 4th of March. Miraculously, Mr. Jawa showed up on the job 7 days later and put a stop work permit on the door. He talked to Peter, my superintendent at the time. Peter told me he was very rude to him. I don't know that, I wasn't there. I stated that I reached out to Mr. Jowers around on the 14th of March. We had a conversation about how we could extend the permit. I was told we could not because it had expired in December. I sent him the same forms and documents I had sent to Keisha and said, I don't understand. I'm looking at an expiration date here of May 13th, 2022. And he was saying, well, no, it's expired because of some COVID act that pushed permits out further because of the shutdowns. And on December 3rd, it somehow expired, although it doesn't say that here, it just says completed.
And you're looking at this document here that's on the screen that has the expiration date of May 13th of 2022?
Yes, I was told multiple times through interaction with L&I that May 13th, 2022 was the expiration date on this permit. No one ever told me that December 3rd, 2021 meant anything to me.
And when you say you were told, was this during the time from August of 21 when Pioneer became involved with the project and initially submitted the change of contractor request up until March of 2022?
That has been the date I've been told from the very origination of us being involved in this project.
Now, do you know when, was there any issues with the Eclipse system that back in 2021 with regard to the submission of the change of contractor when you initially tried to do it in August or September of 21?
Yes.
What were the issues?
The forms could not be uploaded. I mean, there's still problems with it today. The witness for this, the city just stated that subcontractors are listed on my Eclipse. Well, I can show you my Eclipse screen right now for that job, and there's not a single subcontractor on it. So the system is broken. It continually is broken. And quite honestly, I have to send people down there and pay expediters who mostly are old inspectors who can actually get someone to open a door and get things done physically because Eclipse does not work.
Okay. But,
And was there ever any request from L&I or anybody at the city of Philadelphia to submit any other documentation with regard to the change of contractor request?
No, I was the initiator of all of that. I was trying to get our documentation correct. I had never received a visit, a conversation, or any other thing from L&I through this entire duration of time without initiation from us.
Show you another document. This was marked as Exhibit D. You referenced some notes about Giovanni. Is this your handwriting here?
That's my handwriting.
Okay. And what is this? When were these notes made?
These notes were made in a conversation. Charlie Klassen, when I was talking to him about our inspector in that area, I asked him to find out who was the person I could talk to above him. I've had a couple of conversations with Mr. Jowers. One time we did talk about Mr. Giovanni. I asked him to intercede, to have the man return a phone call to me. I told him I made multiple phone calls to the inspector and never had the courtesy of a return phone call. To this day, I still have not had the courtesy of having a physical phone conversation with Mr. Giovanni.
So come March, what's happening in March then when you said you completed all the work? So what's happening at that time frame when you get this violation notice?
At that time, we had just cleared the building for asbestos, and we were then mobilizing to start the building construction.
And to your understanding, were the permits that were previously issued that you were attempting to have Pioneer as the changed contractor, those permits were in effect?
As of my understanding at that moment, May 13th, 2022 was the date that these permits expired, as it's shown on the documents.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
May I just cut in here real quick?
Yes. What is the question?
This real quick. You know, there's a lot of testimony being given, but there's no proof of the testimony. There's a lot of hearsay that's being stated, but there's no backup proof of it. I mean, even the names is being written on pieces of paper. There's no description of who they are, where they work at. I need for us to at least.
Yes, we would take due notice of that in our deliberation. But of course, the city, when they do their cross-examination, will have an opportunity to where appropriate to challenge that kind of thing. Okay. And I know Mr. Rulo has objected on a number of occasions, and I ruled on his behalf in some, and I ruled against him in some. Okay. So I think that'll get us closer to the end, but your concern is noted. Please, Mr. Cornish. Please
and may I also note that, Mr. Jowers testified that about conversations and discussions that he had, that he couldn't identify individuals either.
So let's proceed.
So, Mr. Vanchek, then in March, did you receive, or was this posted, which have marked as Exhibit A? Was this violation stop notice posted on the property?
Correct.
Okay. And what did Pioneer do in response to that?
I reached out to Mr. Jowers. We had a conversation in regard to the process. At that point, it was the first time I was made aware that there had been some COVID device that allowed permits to extend that somehow ended in December. I stated I wasn't aware of that, nor was I notified of it in any way, shape, or form. And that my understanding was that May was my date. We had a further conversation where I sent them an email. After our conversation, I sent them an email on the 14th of March saying, these are the documents that I've put forth and how we've tried to work through the system. I never got any response back to it, other than we were forced to then put a new permit application in because I was told we could not extend. And we did so.
So what's marked here is Exhibit E. What is this document?
This document is the document that we made the payment for that permit.
And that's, you paid $66,441.50.
I believe we paid $132,000 at the end of the day because of some fines, but yes. Okay. 66,000 is the permit number for the permit, I believe.
And this permit, is this the permit that was then issued in April of 2022 after that violation notice?
Correct.
Okay. And it's issued to Pioneer?
Correct.
Okay. And was there any issue then at this point with Pioneer being the contractor?
Not so much in regard to being the contractor. Unfortunately, the delay and the havoc that this process created shook the investors and the funding groups, where they suspended the job in July.
Why did Pioneer submit and obtain this permit as opposed to appealing the stop work notice?
According to our legal counsel at the time, and given the longevity of this particular appeal process, if they felt it was going to be a very long adventure. So their response to me was, just go get the application. You're not going to see the Board of Appeals for 2 years. That's what they told me.
So was this, would you say that's a business decision to get a new permit and then so that work could continue?
I guess you'd call it a business decision, yes.
Okay. Now, you heard some testimony with regard from Mr. Jowers regarding electrical work or electrical permits in March. Can you respond to that? Was there any electrical work being done?
There were applications that were going through the process at LNI at the time. And these are all subcontractors that work inside of Philadelphia. And they all have done and still do and continue to do work inside of Philadelphia. Once they submit their applications, it is common knowledge that work starts as long as you have the building permit application in place.
And these, so was Pioneer doing any of the electrical work?
No, so Eagle Electric was doing all the work.
So Pioneer was doing the building work and needed the building permit?
Pioneer was the construction manager on site. We don't do anything. We supervise.
Mr. Cornish, I just need you to clarify. Initially, he said that he was a general contractor. Now he's saying he's a construction manager.
I used to.
They aren't interchangeable, so that's why I'm asking for clarification.
They are interchangeable. We're general contractor is a term in which you can do some level of self-performance. It's common practice within the industry that a CM and a GC are interchangeable in regard to the discussion.
Okay, I would challenge that, but let's move on.
Well, at least in Mr. Vanchek, at least the way you were using it there, you were using them interchangeably, whether there's a difference of definition that others may have. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You were using the term interchangeably.
Correct.
And you understand that you had to pay, or the Pioneer had to pay excess fees for this permit. The $66,000 wouldn't have been a normal permit fee because of the violations that were on the property.
Correct.
And had the stop work order not been issued, and you're indicating as well that your understanding was the permit would not expire until May, what was the plan then had the permit been treated as not expiring until the expiration date listed in May?
Building would have been done by now.
But in 2022, would Pioneer have been continuing under that permit, or what would have happened come May of 2022?
Come May of 2022, as I started my conversations in February, we were going to require an extension of the existing permit to get to the end of the project.
And you understand that would be something that could be done without paying anywhere near $66,000?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained. He has no way of knowing that.
I'll set a foundation. Mr. Vanchek, are you familiar with, you indicated before that you're familiar with the process and the fees in Philadelphia?
Yes.
And you've applied for permits and paid for permits before?
Yes.
Okay. And what you're proposing, did you have an understanding of what that would cost? What you're describing would have happened had the stop work not been issued and you didn't have to secure a permit for $66,000. What was your understanding of additional cost that would be incurred come May of 2022?
Again, I'm going to just object on the basis of relevance and speculation. We're getting into what would happen in kind of multiple theoreticals here.
Yeah, in this instance, I will allow it because we have discussed those electrical violations that resulted in subsequent orders. So we'll allow the answer to that one.
To answer your question, my experience in that is it's been anything from a simple administration fee as a submission of additional dates. It's mostly something we work out with the local billing official that we're interfacing with, how he handles his notes, how he handles his reporting. There have been cases where we've had to pay funds for it, nothing to the extent of the number we were charged here.
And Mr. Jowers testified about some additional violations that were issued later in 2022. What is your response to that? What happened there?
We were pretty much demobilized off the project in that period of time. So I'm not sure if the owner had someone working in the building. We weren't aware of it.
And Pioneer's request is that that it be found that this permit, this additional permit for $66,000 that was issued was not required, and that it should not have had to pay the fee that was charged, $66,891 for this permit in April of 2022.
Well, our contention is on our position that we were working within the permit as was being reported to us through Eclipse, that we were valid and active until May of 2022, that we were given a violation incorrectly. We were not aware or notified that in any of our conversations with L&I that we were expired in December of 2021. Had we known that, we would have taken care of that much earlier. We inquired in January, February, and April with L&I for guidance on this building. Again, we walked into this adventure. We weren't the originators here. So we were trying to understand where the permits were, how we can get them into our name, what we were supposed to do to be in compliance with the city of Philadelphia and the L&I department. And I have to say on this one, we received no assistance. We received nothing but silence in most cases. And unfortunately, this is the event that occurred,
well, Mr. Cornish, do you have any other witnesses?
No other witnesses, no other questions. I'd like to move exhibits A through E into evidence.
So moved.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a couple of questions?
Well, I want Mr. Rulo to do his cross-examination before the board asks questions. So if we could do that, that may help us.
And I will endeavor to be brief. Mr. Avencic, am I pronouncing that correctly, by the way?
You're close enough.
Okay, I try with that stuff. It's nice to meet you. So I'll be brief with these questions. So in March of 2022, Pioneer was conducting work on the site. Is that correct?
We had just finished the abatement in the building and we were just starting construction operations.
So that would be a yes.
Yes.
And you testified that you became aware of the expiration of the permit for the first time that month, March of 2022?
March 11th was the first time I was aware we were in violation of an expired permit.
And you had been, if I understood correctly, and I don't want to mischaracterize anything, I thought that you had said towards the end there that had you been aware that it was expired, you would have immediately done something about that.
What I testified to is that we, throughout our time of August until March, we were in constant conversation with L&I, trying to make sure that the permits, as we were seeing them on the Eclipse system, were valid and in place. We had inquired a number of times in regard to questions there. We had asked for a case number to be filed so we could get some good feedback or good data back that this permit was in good standing.
Okay, so that, like the printout of Eclipse that you were referring to, it was your understanding of that document that the permit was still active based on that document?
From the information I was receiving from L&I's helpline through Eclipse, I was told that I was still in good standing.
Okay. Board's permission, I'd like to share my screen.
Yes.
I believe Mr. Cornish showed you this document a short while ago. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
I'm going to point you to the top left here. What is the date of this document?
The
Do
date
you
of
need me
this
to zoom in?
document,
I can zoom in more.
you're talking about the far left-hand corner? That's
Correct.
the date that's the date I would have printed it for Mr. Cornish.
Okay, and well, what's the date on this document? There's a date right here. What is that?
1/13/22.
And that was 2 months before the violation was issued, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to go down to the center of this document now. You have something circled here. What is in the parentheses right there?
Which one of the circles are you pointing to me towards? Can you just
Is the
think your
word
arrow and point to?
is the word expired within this circle right here?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to go down further on this document. The contractor that's listed right here is MMB Contractors Incorporated. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was the prior contractor.
Correct.
So in January of 2022, the Eclipse printout that you have here reflected that the permit was expired at the top of the document.
Hence my questions to Keisha.
Okay. I'm going to move down to another document. Give me 1 second. And let me zoom out first. Do you recall this document? I believe Mr. Corner showed it to you.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to zoom in on the top left. The date here is February 17th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to move down to the center. This says expired right here, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to move down over here next to contractor. MMB Contractors is circled here, correct?
Correct.
That does it for my questions for Mr. Evenchitz. I would just, in response to some of the testimony there, I would like to just briefly recall in Supervisor Jowers. I assume that there's going to be some redirect for Mr. Cornish, but I did just want to note that.
Yes, before you do that, I'd ask Mr. Evanchik one couple of clarifying questions. As the general contractor, you're responsible for hiring all the subs that work on the job?
On this particular job, it was a dual responsibility, both the owner and us. We were with the contract was an open book, cost plus contract, and the owner had the right to refuse any of the subcontractors that we provided to select. They had the final selection process.
So was your company responsible for ensuring that all subcontractors were appropriately licensed and trained, etc.?
Well, we were responsible to make sure that they were licensed and in compliance with the city of Philadelphia's requirements, yes.
Okay, so that means that the subs for purposes of Eclipse and the city's rules and regs, they were your responsibility to make sure that they were working legally. on the job and doing what was required by the specifications.
Correct.
Okay. I'm asking that because you indicated that you didn't have any subs. The subs weren't working for you.
No, I said we don't do any of the work. We sub everything out.
And that's exactly my point. You said that Eclipse won't show any subs on your page.
I can show you the screen right now, sir. There's no subcontractors in this project.
You're misunderstanding. In this job, you did have a number of subs, and they were identified as the electrical, plumbing, HVAC, and other subcontractors. That's what I'm trying to understand.
And I'm responding back to Mr. Jawa's conversation that those subcontractors would show up on the Eclipse form as my responsibility, and there is no subcontractors on the Eclipse. I can pull the screen up right now that are on this job that fall within our permit. I pulled it up during this conversation. There is not a single sub.
So let me ask you,
job that's there.
And I'll move on. Once you got the new building general construction permit and a number, all the subs that work, they have to list that building general contractor's number, don't they? On their sub application for permits.
And they did.
Okay, all right, thank you. Anyone else before we move on?
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of questions.
Yes, Mr. Washington?
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening.
You kept making reference to something called a COVID device. What is that?
There was an ordinance.
The COVID device, some pushed up dates or something?
There was, to my understanding, the state of Pennsylvania, as other states had done, had elongated permits based on the shutdowns so that they wouldn't expire and the work could continue on once the emergency was over. That happened in many states up and down the East Coast. Pennsylvania was one of them. It was a state and local change.
Okay, I'm going to ask Mr. Giles, could you confirm that? Then I want to come back and ask you one more question. Mr. Giles, Inspector Giles, could you confirm what he just stated?
Yes, I believe it was 90 days.
90 days?
Yes.
Thank you. My next question for you, and then basically I'm going to refer back to your appellate form. You put down here, I'm assuming you did it. You put down here, Pioneer was incorrectly charged permit fees for this permit. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? You were broke up on.
Pioneer was incorrectly charged permit fees for this permit. Is that what you stated?
No, I'm stating that Pioneer, the original permit on this project was.
No. I'm going by what's on your appeal form. Your appeal says, under number 6, reason for appeal, Pioneer was incorrectly charged permit fees for this permit.
And I'm trying to give you the answer. We were our permit that we had that was running this job prior to the stop work order was the permit on the project. We had to file for a new permit.
Let me tell you the reason why I'm asking you that question.
Well, I'm trying to answer you, sir, if you'd let me.
Okay, that's okay.
I wanted to give you the reason why I was asking that question. That might help you a little bit.
Well,
but if you want to go ahead. I'm not going to interrupt anymore. You go ahead.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to state that my position is that we had to go get a new building permit, and we had to pay for a new building permit. In our position that we had an existing building permit that had already been paid for. So I had to pay for 2 building permits for this project. The one that MMB had to file and pay for, and then the one that we had to file and pay for. When we believed the one we had was still in good standing. That's all. That's why I feel we didn't have to pay for this additional permit.
Okay, the reason why I asked that question, because you testified earlier that the only reason why you paid for it because it was a business decision.
It was.
That was your testimony. Your testimony
my only option
was a pure business decision.
My only option was to go through this appeal process that I'm doing now, that has now gone on its 2nd year. I was told by my attorneys that we inquired about this. What was our best standing? And he said the amount of time it's going to take you to go through the appeal process could take you up to 2 years. You're better off just getting another building permit. That's what they told me.
So you are agreeing with your testimony that the only reason why you did it was for a business decision. Nothing else. It was pure business.
Well, it was at the bequest of the owner to expedite the permitting process, the client that I had, who wasn't going to wait a year period or a 2-year period to fight over a fee when he had millions of dollars at risk. $66,000 based on interest carry at $9 million a year is $450,000 a year. So if that process had taken as long as this process has, he would have acquired $1 million of interest carry.
Okay.
For a $66,000 building permit. So you're correct. It was a business decision.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, no more questions.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
Could, I believe Mr. Rulo's Exhibit A was the original notice of commercial building permit. Could you put that back up on the screen?
I can. Just give me 1 second.
I believe that includes the scope of work. I'm not sure. That's what I want to see. And if you could make it so we could see what, yes, could you make?
I think that's probably the best I can.
No, that's fine. Okay. And okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
If I could, unless Mr. Cornish has any follow-up questions, could I briefly recall Supervisor Jowers?
Mr. Cornish?
No, I don't have any further questions for Mr. Venture.
Mr. Rulo?
Supervisor Jowers, I will try to be brief with you. Who is responsible for adding subcontractors on a permit?
The general building contractor.
And at this time, was that done? Withdrawn. In March of 2022, was there any record of subcontractors being uploaded to the system?
No, there's no subcontractors listed or ever were.
Okay. Next, you heard testimony about an understanding of how you could proceed with work under electrical permits. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And on that note, can you explain what a rough-in permit is?
So some contractors have trade licenses. They get their own permits. Those permits are listed under the building permit in a parent-child relationship. Those permit types are plumbing, mechanical, electrical, fire suppression. Those trade contractors are allowed to get rough-in permits. The rough-in would allow them to start work, but not complete or conceal anything while waiting for their permit to be approved.
So they would have needed a rough-in permit to start that electrical work?
Correct.
Did they have a rough-in permit?
There were no rough-in permits issued.
Okay. I'm going to turn next to, you heard testimony about the, I believe it was stated as COVID extensions that existed at the time of the events we discussed. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Was there any such COVID procedures in place at that time?
Not in 2022. That happened in the onset of COVID when the state shut everything down, and that was for 90 days.
And those explanations are listed on LNI's website, is that correct?
Yes.
And would an experienced contractor be aware of that?
Yes.
That does it for my questions.
I have a question for Supervisor Jowers.
Yeah.
Supervisor Jowers, were there any child parent permits listed under Pioneer contractors?
So they're listed as a parent-child under the general building permit because of the address. When they're
Correct.
reviewed, it's called a combo trade permit. So when those additional contractors apply for their permit, they have to list the number or the permit number for the building contractor. So they are listed there. Now, can the GC see them? No. Those particular trade contractors would have to list them, the general contractor, as a co-applicant for that to happen.
But as the GC, he has a responsibility the GC to make sure that they have their license and their liability insurance as they work on that project on site, correct?
That is correct, and the city checks that as well.
That's correct. Thank you.
Mr. Jowers, that case number that Mr. Vanchik has noted, that 146727769, do you have any familiarity with what that number represents?
Say that one more time.
That case number that Mr. Evanchik noted, I think it's 146727769. Do you have any idea what that is?
I have to look. Give me a second. I have all the 147769.
146727769.
No.
Is that number have any relevance to permit application, permit numbers or anything like that?
I don't know what that number is for.
Okay.
The permits and case files would start with a letter, their building permit to CP, commercial permit, the year in which they would issue, and then a 6-digit number behind.
Okay. And the final question is that do you have any idea as to why the difference, and I think I've asked this before, that expiration date noted on the forms that was shown in evidence and the expired comment that's in quotes, I mean, in brackets at the above of the form? Any sense of why those two different?
So the building inspector manually expires permits.
Okay.
And he uses rules set in place by the department. We can't keep a permit open if a contractor doesn't call for inspections, or if construction work is not proceeding. Inspections are clearly shown within Eclipse. And if work's not proceeding and contractors aren't calling for inspections, that job is considered abandoned. And at that point, if they've done any work, they're considered working without a permit. Everything lasts, it's 6-month intervals, 180 days.
Okay.
So
if Pioneer were not successful in getting its name added to the permits in place of the other contractor, would that mean that subsequent to that, they would not have authority to call for inspections or anything else?
Inspections still could have been scheduled. We have 2 ways to schedule an inspection. Either online through Eclipse, or you can call what we call the IVR, which is a telephone system which anybody can call and schedule an inspection.
Okay. Anyone else have anything?
Just have a couple more based upon those questions.
Yes.
So, Mr. Jowers, you heard Mr. Vanchik's testimony? Is that right?
Yes.
And what documents were submitted to change a contractor?
Yes.
And what Mr. Vanchik stated that was submitted by Pioneer to change the contractor?
Yes.
And do you have any information that what was supplied was insufficient to change a contractor, or not enough, or needed additional information?
So the process is on our website. We have YouTube videos and we have information sheets. So those documents should have been submitted.
Today it's on your website.
Those have been there since the onset of Eclipse. They've been being updated, but the first thing before Eclipse went live, for years, the department has been putting together these information sheets. Those were original documents. How to change a contractor, how to schedule inspections, they were there. The JOT form was there. So the contractor could have emailed those documents to the building inspector. He could have uploaded them to the JOT form, which would have went to a clerk who would have changed the contractor. Permit services they operate by appointment. They do not change contractors. Once a permit is issued, it's being governed by the area inspector, not permit services any longer.
But my question was what the information that Pioneer indicates that was submitted to change a contractor, was that sufficient to change the contractor? Or were there things missing?
I would have had to review those documents in detail. There's a change of contractor form, and that form tells about the tax clearance, tells about the updated insurance, the letter, of course. All of that is actually submitted by the owner, not Pioneer. So this is a process that ownership should have been proceeding with, not the contractor.
You have no information that what was submitted was insufficient, correct?
Objection asked and answered, and I think the witness has also said that they don't have knowledge of what the specifics of what was submitted. That's just not in their role.
Yeah, sustained.
Fair enough. No more questions.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from anyone? I'm going to, before we vote on this, let's do this. I'd like to have final argument from.
Chairman, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I do have a question because
Yes.
I don't believe Mr. Jowers answered your prior question, which was, how do you explain the discrepancy between the date of December 3rd, 2021, I believe it was, when the permit was expired for failure to work on the project, and the May 13th, 2022 date that is visible on Eclipse? You were
So I
asked
believe that the
specifically
permit was improperly extended. And the
I beg
inspector,
your pardon, I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
I believe that the permit was improperly extended. Permits are, the life of a permit is governed by the state of Pennsylvania, not by the city of Philadelphia. So a building inspector does not have the authority to keep a permit open if it is not, if work is not proceeding and inspections aren't proceeding. If it is abandoned, he has to close the permit and write a violation for work without permits.
Understood. I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you about the discrepancy between when the building inspector closes the permit, which in this instance was in December of 21, and the information.
So the improper.
Excuse me, may I finish my
Okay.
question?
Okay.
I know you understand what I'm going to ask you, but for the record, the discrepancy between the December 31st, 2021 date and the May 13, 2022 date. What is the discrepancy? Is it made by the building permit inspector? Is it made by the Eclipse system? Why is there a 5-month or almost 6-month discrepancy there?
Both. So if an extension is granted, it automatically pushes ahead the expiration reminder. It's not an expiration date as in spoiled milk. It's a time for the inspector to review the permit and work status for either abandonment or continuance. Like I said, I believe that the inspector improperly extended the permit, reviewed the property. So when he improperly extended it, the expiration date got kicked ahead.
To May 13th, 2022?
Had they called, if there's an inspection or anything that happens in Eclipse for the permit, it automatically moves the expiration reminder out 6 months. In this case, there was an extension request, it was granted and rescinded.
Do you have on your records the date that request was made and when it was rescinded?
It was rescinded December the 3rd, 2021. It was requested, I believe, November the 14th.
Okay, so, all right, okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, what I will ask if there's any closing argument from Mr. Cornish and Mr. Rulo, after which we will take a short executive session to deliberate, then we'll come back and vote. Mr. Cornish?
Thank you. Thank you for the board for your time this evening listening to this case. It's an important case, obviously. And I think the first thing I want to note is I believe there was a lot of things that sort of went on different tracks, different tangents, and I want to make sure we're focused on the exact issue, and that is this one building permit that was paid for for the $66,800. There was a lot of questions about other permits, other violations, other issues, things that happened afterwards. Those aren't what we are talking about. And whether there was other violations, other permits, other requirements, those permits are not an issue. That is not what we're here about. This issue here is about the permit that Pioneer had to obtain in April of 2022 and paid the $66,800 for. That is what's at issue. That is what Pioneer believes it shouldn't have had to pay for because there was a building permit in effect. We are not litigating. We are not appealing. There's no other issues that we're not dealing with electrical permits, HVAC permits, other violations, anything else. We're dealing with whether that building permit, the April 4th building permit, whether Pioneer needed to obtain that permit. That's the simple issue that we're dealing with tonight.
Thank you.
There's two issues that come up with regard to that. The first one is this change of contractor issue. And I'm sure the board is familiar. There's a process, what's required. Mr. Ivanchik testified to what is required to change a contractor. And that started, the Pioneer submitted those documents, got the change of ownership letter from the owner, which is the requirement. It's on the website. It says what to do. You got to get the letter. You have to get all the different documents, the insurance, certifications, all the other things that are contained in Exhibit C. Mr. Ivanchik explained that he got all those together and submitted those to the city to have the contractor changed. There's no indication that that was a problem. There was no indication that that was insufficient. It's sort of a red herring about this idea that there was a change of contractor. It's not an issue that had to really be, there's nothing to approve. It's, did you comply with the documents? Did you submit what's required to change the contractor? And all indication in this case, and Mr. Jowers testified that he is not familiar, he does not have personal knowledge about this process, or about with Pioneer's submission and their documents and whether they were sufficient. Mr. Ivanchik testified, this is what was required. This is what he showed, what was submitted. There's no issue that there was a change of contractor process initiated. Pioneer complied with that, and it was the proper contractor. Now, whether the Eclipse system properly showed that or whether it was processed accordingly is a different story. And it appears that there was issues getting that processed. And Mr. Ivanchik testified that he reached out to try to get this squared away, and he couldn't get anywhere with it. But the bottom line is all the necessary requirements were met for the change of contractor to be made from M&B to Pioneer. Once that occurs, then we just have the issue of, was there a building permit as of March of 2022? That's the issue. Again, just the building permit that they had to pay $66,000 for in April. And there's a lot of interesting testimony about how this may work and that there might be issues and how a certain inspector could close it out and extend it. But the bottom line is the Eclipse system has an expiration date. And it was May of 2022. And Mr. Rouleau was asking questions, making it seem like, well, Mr. Ivanchik says in parentheses expired. Well, Mr. Ivanchik acknowledged that, yeah, that's a discrepancy. He had the same questions. Why is it saying expired when the expiration date isn't until May of 22? That's not his problem. That's not Pioneer's problem. That's a problem with the system. And if the system is going to have a line item that says expiration date, then a contractor should be able to rely upon that, or it should be clearly communicated to the contractor that there is a problem. Now, it's also interesting that there's no indication from the city or L&I that somehow Pioneer wouldn't be communicated with about this. You know, there's this other, well, were they changed as a contractor? Well, they didn't have any problem getting communication. Mr. Ivanchik testified that he was reaching out to L&I, talking to these people. No one was saying, well, you're not the contractor. L&I's not indicating, the city's not indicating that it couldn't speak with Pioneer or anything like that. They were being treated. They were communicating about this permit and the issue on the Eclipse system showing the expiration. Again, leading them, Pioneer, reasonably to believe that, yeah, they were the contractor. They were doing work. They were there. People knew they were there. They were there doing the work. And they can't be faulted. They can't be punished for having an understanding, a belief based upon the system that the permit was in effect until May of 2022. So that's the issue that we're dealing with. And because a permit was in effect until May of 22, Pioneer made a decision to go ahead, and when it got the stop violation, to go ahead and secure another permit so that it could move forward with the job rather than get tied up in appealing this order that was issued. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing says you can't do that. There's no problem with that. The problem is, okay, now we deal with this. This permit, the building permit of April, was issued, and it was not required to be issued. The fee was not required to be obtained. And that is the simple issue when we focus in on the building permit and these dates. And therefore, Pioneer is requesting that this board find that that permit should not have been required to be issued. And as indicated, the fee should not have been required to be paid. And therefore, Pioneer should not have had to pay that amount and would be entitled to compensation for that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Rulo?
Yes, I'll try not to belabor the point here. I just want to return again to what the court said this hearing was about. And said, quote, was it a question, excuse me, not quote yet, but whether, quote, Pioneer was erroneously issued a violation notice by the City of Philadelphia Department of License and Inspections for permits for the work that it had been legally performing. I think that the record today kind of confirms what I said, is that in March of 2022, there were not valid permits authorizing Pioneer to do that work. The first issue that we had is that it was expired. And while I think that Board Member Penn, had noted and asked a question about a discrepancy, but what I would turn back to is that the appellant's own documents that I walked through, one of which was dated January of 2022, and another one which was dated February of 2022, specifically said at the top of the document that the permit was expired. That's what it said next to the permit at the heading. There was that other date of May, but I would argue that in that instance, a kind of, with respect to, a contractor who's trying to make sure that they're doing all of the work correctly and that it's proceeding legally would stop and say, this has expired right next to it. I need to resolve that before I commence with work. The second thing with those documents is that those same documents also reflect that Pioneer was still not the contractor that was on the permit. And so there were two issues with that permit. And so in our view, I think it's pretty clear in the city's view that this permit was expired, that there is evidence in the record that the appellant was aware of that because of those documents, and that the work could not legally proceed at that time. And I want to emphasize another point here, and I think that Mr. Cornish got to this a little bit. Pioneer, obviously disagreed with the 2022 notice of a violation, but they made a business decision. Rather than pursuing an emergency appeal of that notice of violation or seeking to reopen or amend that 2020 permit, they applied for a new permit. That was a decision that they made at the time. As a contractor, they necessarily know that permit applications come with fees, but they decided based on a business decision to go that way anyway. So separate and apart from what I've noted, it would be, in my opinion, bad public policy to allow a cited party to skip the remedies available to it, face the costs associated with that decision, and then in the back end cry foul to avoid the cost that resulted from that decision. So I think that there's a couple of different reasons to find that notice of violation, what the court was focused on, was not erroneously issued, and that this permit was charged they went down this path and they were charged the appropriate fees as a result of that. And I think the testimony supports that. I would just for the purposes of the record, just to emphasize that the city maintains the prior arguments that it made during the last hearing in terms of jurisdiction and facial deficiencies in the appeal filed. I just wanted to, purely for the purpose of the record, note that we do maintain that in case there are any further appeals.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to recess for deliberation. We'll be back in a moment. Thank you. Again, thank you very much for your patience. We've had a spirited debate as we review the testimony in this matter. Just before we call the vote, I wanted to be clear to all parties, is that we're responding to the remand language by Judge Coyle. We're not making a decision regarding fees paid or should have been paid or how much they should be or whether that should be a refund or not to the appellant. That's not the position that we're taking. It's only whether or not there was a valid permit in place at the time of the violation that was written, as that we understand in our plain reading of Judge Coyle's opinion. Okay, we'll call it vote. I just want to make sure I get the correct numbers. Just one moment, please. Okay, here we are. We will poll the board on HA 2022-002-040257 South 16th Street, Pioneer Construction and Development Corporation. Appeal sustained.
Sustained.
City affirmed.
Next vote.
Can't hear you,
We can't
Mr.
hear
Chairman.
Mr. Tennant. He's talking. His lips.
Did you hear that? City affirmed.
City affirmed, okay.
Appeal sustained.
Appeal sustained.
Appeal sustained.
Okay, thank you. The majority vote is 5-2. Appeal sustained. Thank you very much for your participation and your patience. Have a good afternoon. The witnesses are excused. We need to move on to the next matter. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rulo. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You too.
Mr. Moto, what's our next matter?
Next matter is hearing appeal ending 004182 for the property located at 1921 Green Street. Point Builders Design Concepts LLC is the appellant, and they're represented by Natalie Kalashatorny.
Okay, who's representing the city?
You're muted.
You're
Ms.
muted.
Booth.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, my apologies. Long day for everyone involved. This is Caroline Curley, Curley, on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, Ms. Curley. Do you have a witness for today?
We do. That would be Jose Figueredo, who I see present.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Figueredo. Thank you for your patience and your stamina. Would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth to help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. And the appellant, Ms. Kalashatorny, would you mind putting your name on the record and pronouncing it so that we can all hear it correctly?
Of course, Chairman. My name is Natalie Kalashatorny, Kalashatorny.
Kalashatorny.
Perfect.
Thank you. Okay, do you have a witness for today?
I actually have two witnesses. My witnesses are Michael Hallett of Point Builders Design Concepts and William Tejeda of Compost Excavation.
Okay, I don't see that person's name anywhere.
He's actually under Billy's iPad.
Okay, we'll need him to change that so that in fact we can, it's clear for the record if that's possible. You can change that, but in the meantime, Mr. Hallett, raise your right hand, unmute, raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Okay, sir, Ms. Kalashatorny, would you have him unmute and pronounce his name for the record, please? Your witness.
Mr. Tejeda?
Yes.
Can you,
Mr. Hayden, raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
Okay, sir, would you mind spelling your last name, please?
Teixeira. Texera.
Okay. Can you change that on your identity? It says Billy's iPad. Would you mind changing it?
I'm not sure if I can do that. I'm not
Okay.
technical savvy.
Okay, in the meantime, while you're working on that, we may be able to help you with that. So we're going to start with Ms. Curley, who will put on her case. Of course, there's opportunity to cross-examine witnesses, and then after we do that, we will hear from Ms. Clash Thornton. Ms. Curley?
Thank you, board. So this case is relatively simple. I think 3 violations were issued against Point Builders who are present here today. 2 of those violations pertain to underpinning that was performed without a special inspection and a failure to report issues with the adjacent property while that underpinning was occurring. There isn't much dispute as to these violations, so I'll just get right to it. If I could call Inspector Jose Figueredo.
Yes.
And you are asking, yep. Inspector, who is your employer?
Licenses and inspections.
And what unit specifically do you work in?
The audits and investigations unit.
Okay. And what broadly does audits and investigations do?
Well, my particular unit, my section, I handle license compliance. So we do audits. We respond to calls where there might be some kind of license violation with contractors or tradespeople.
And what's your title in AIU?
License compliance manager.
And so as a manager, are you responsible for reviewing the documents by, those you supervise?
Correct.
And are you familiar with the property in violation that we're talking about today, 1921 Green Street?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Were you able to review all of the Department of License and Inspection, all of their records as they pertain to this property?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the violations cited against Point Builders that led to today's appeal?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen. Hold on. There we go. Okay, Inspector, can you see what's on my screen?
Yes.
What are we looking at that's marked as Government Exhibit 1?
It's a license violation notice.
Is this the violation notice that was issued to Point Builders?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And the date of this violation notice?
9/14/22.
Okay. And can you explain, there's a total of 3 violations, but can you talk about the first violation that was issued against Point Builders?
Sure. So this one specifically focuses on failing to protect the adjacent property by not having a special inspector on site. So when underpinning is taking place, generally there's a special inspector supposed to be continuously on site, watching the whole entire process.
Okay. And let's just back up a little bit. What is underpinning?
So underpinning is when there's an existing foundation. Pretty often it's when there's like a shared party wall. And so in basically our sections are excavated and then there's kind of a foundation is installed underneath the existing foundation to strengthen it.
Okay. So you're digging underneath foundation. I know that's a very simplistic way to describe it. Is that more or less correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what are some of the dangers that are associated with underpinning?
Well, in essence, you're kind of temporarily undermining the foundation to strengthen it. So there's always risk involved when you're excavating down below, removing lateral support from rubble stone walls that have been, they've been needing the soil that's supporting it. And so it's usually a process that's try to do it quickly and it's done in small sections at a time.
Okay. And then you mentioned, so there wasn't a special inspector on, the violation is for there wasn't a special inspector on site. What is the role of a special inspector with underpinning?
So they're observing and they're watching just to make sure that the process is being done correctly, and also observing the building itself to make sure that that nothing that isn't supposed to happen is happening.
Okay. And do
to give direction also.
Okay. Do special inspectors hold, specific educational backgrounds and training and requirements by the city of Philadelphia?
Yeah, so they're either licensed, there's certifications involved, depending on what type of what it is exactly that they're inspecting.
Okay. And I think I failed to mention, what was Point Builders' role in 1921 Green Street?
Point Builders was the general contractor on the job.
Okay. And the second violation that's listed here, I think it kind of spans 2 pages. Can you explain what the second violation was for?
That one's specifically for a special inspector not being there. And so while the two violations kind of seem the same, there are a variety of different special inspections that might occur. Not all of them will necessarily put the adjacent property at risk. So in this case, there wasn't a special inspector, but the nature of the work underpinning just by nature was going to put the adjacent property possibly at risk. And so not having the special inspector added that extra problem.
Okay. And the last violation, what was that issued for?
For failing to identify damages that were existing and also occurring as the underpinning was taking place.
Okay, and where were those damages? Can you explain that a little bit more? Where were those damages located?
So, some of them can be identified at the front of the building, but it's mainly all around the. So there at 1921, there used to be a building there that had been demolished. The building at 1919 remained. So the damages can be seen both at the rear, the exterior rear, and at the exterior front, and also throughout the interior of the building along that party wall.
Okay. And in the role of these violations, does it matter whether Point Builders is performing strike that, in the role of these kinds of violations, does it matter that the general contractor, whether they are performing the work or not?
No, in these cases, if subcontractors are involved, the general contractor is the primary contractor, and they're the ones operating off the permit, and so all the work that falls underneath of that ultimately it falls on them as their responsibility to oversee that.
So I'm going to move on to City Exhibit 2. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, it's a stop work order.
Okay. And what is it's a little hard to see, so I'm going to scroll in. What is the date on the stop work order?
March 10th, 2022.
Okay. And why was there's also an imminently dangerous structure posting on the same date next to it. Is that correct?
Correct. That's
the orange poster?
Yes.
Okay. And why was the stop work order issued?
So there was a report came into the department that there had been significant damages to 1919 Green Street. And so inspectors went out from multiple units. And so the stop was put until an engineer could evaluate the damages and how significant they were and what the extent of the danger was now that the building was compromised.
Okay.
And typically the imminently dangerous, that's usually posted by the contractual services unit. That's the unit that evaluates buildings for the level of safety when there's been some kind of damage or deterioration. Sure. So they either get an unsafe designation or imminently dangerous, which is pretty significant.
And the work specifically that this stop work order was ordering to stop, what work was that?
It doesn't state the underpinning, but basically the work along that side wall, along the party wall.
Okay, so it doesn't state it on this form, but in your review of the department's documents, it was the underpinning.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to move down to several other photographs. This was taken by AIU. Was this document contained in the AIU report file?
Yes.
And does it show, what does it show?
Right there, we can see the excavator that we presume because the bucket's is pretty far down that it was being used as part of the excavation work.
Okay, so when you say pretty far down, you can kind of where
It's
the
below the
end.
sidewalk and it's down at least down around the foundation wall, if not down by the foundation footing itself.
Okay. We move to City Exhibit 4. I think this is a closer picture of what you were describing.
Right.
Okay, and so how can you tell underpinning was performed?
What you can see there, so the black portion is usually some kind of damp proofing that's on part of the foundation wall. And as you go further down, that's a rubble stone wall. And towards the back end, there's kind of some type of board there that's just leaning. But to the left of that, you can see what was some type of concrete that was poured, probably from an earlier phase of the underpinning that was being performed.
Okay. And City Exhibit 5, same kind of, what are we kind of looking at here?
So we can see it's been excavated down, and that hole there is actually below the rubble stone wall. So it's partly underneath the building next door. At least that portion of the foundation where my guess is that's about a 3-foot wide section where concrete rebar is going to get put in there, concrete poured, the process for underpinning for that phase of it.
And City Exhibit 6, this is now, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So that's the stucco portion there that's the party wall up above the first story, more than likely. And it's showing a large crack that's running vertically up the party wall and going over, it's typically about 8 inches wide. So it kind of runs up, at least the stucco portion looks cracked, and that one crack is running kind of where the end of the party wall is, where 1919 is at.
Okay, and that's the crack. It kind of runs through like this, as you mentioned, in the center of the photograph, all the way down to where the brick is. Is that correct?
Correct.
What are the concerns that cracks like that indicate to the department?
That some kind of shifting has probably occurred. Either it might be shifting down where some part of that party wall has actually from underneath it's been undermined, and some kind of movement has taken place, and that's a bearing wall. And so there's quite a bit of risk and danger with that.
Danger of what?
Of collapse, potentially at its worst.
Got it. At least indicative that there's a problem.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. And City Exhibit 7.
Kind of hard to tell. I think it's showing. I think the crack is running most of it. If you're able to zoom in, because I think up near the top at the roof line, we can see there's some disconnect there. Yeah, and so you can see that at least the stucco portion, it seems that the wall has detached a bit.
Okay. And City Exhibit 8.
And that's the rear of the property, and so there's a crack that's running. I believe that's the first story window, since the trash cans are there, and so there's a crack running from, I can't tell how far down it goes from that picture, but it at least runs up to the bottom of the window. And I think there's some cracking along the side of the window.
Okay. City Exhibit 9.
Same section there, just a little further away.
Got it. And you can see on the bottom, is there evidence that there was underpinning occurring below down here?
It's hard to tell. It doesn't really show entirely. There's a board over there. I think it's the same board.
Okay, from before. Okay. Yeah. Now there are some pictures of the interior property of the standing property at 1919. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that what we're looking at in City Exhibit 10?
Yeah, and there's a crack running down the wall there.
Okay. And same in City Exhibit 11?
Right.
I'm just going to scroll through. Same in City Exhibit 12. Right. This is now in property. Yeah. Okay. Close up of that crack.
Correct.
City Exhibit 14.
Yeah, more cracks.
Okay. City Exhibit 15.
Yeah, and that's mostly showing probably from water infiltration from some of the separation up near the roof line.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll call that. City Exhibit 16.
More cracks.
And this is a further out view of that crack in Exhibit 16.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Correct.
And 18, same.
Yep. More cracks.
Okay. At any point, to your knowledge, did AIU do you have any understanding of what happened? Why the special inspector wasn't on site from conversations with Point Builders?
From information that we gathered in speaking to the subcontractor and the contractor, it appears there may have been some type of miscommunication. To what extent, and I'm not entirely sure. There may have been. What we know for sure is that underpinning was taking place and there was no special inspector there.
Okay. And in your conversations with Point Builders, you mentioned a miscommunication. They essentially said they thought the special inspector was going to be there. Is that more or less the?
I'm not entirely sure if they thought. I don't know for sure. It seems that from what I gathered from the notes with interviews, that a special inspector was supposed to be there at some point, but maybe the dates were what got mixed up in the process.
Okay. And I guess what I'm getting at, does intent matter? Whether they meant for the special inspector to be there or not, does that matter for these kinds of violations?
Objection
because
leading.
Should I answer? Or?
I don't
No,
know.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was muted. Would you repeat your objection?
Yeah, I objected based on leading the witness.
Okay. Ms. Curley, would you restate, please?
Sure. Does intent matter when LIU is issuing these 3 specific violations?
No, when we show up because we were notified of what was going on. And so when we arrive, regardless of intent, if someone's out there working under that permit and they're not operating by the code requirements, license requirements, we're going to issue violations to all parties who are culpable.
With that, board, I have nothing further from the inspector. City Exhibit 19 is just a copy of the appeal filed by Ms. Clistorni. So I just asked for the admission of City Exhibits 1 through 19.
Okay, so moved. Ms. Clistorni, do you have any cross-examination?
I do, Chairman. Thank you very much. And I apologize if I'm going to mispronounce your last name. I'm very used to people mispronouncing my last name, so I wouldn't want you to be offended. Is it Inspector Figueiredo?
That's good, yeah.
Inspector Figueiredo, you said that L&I came out because they were called. Do you know who called them?
I don't for sure. Multiple units multiple units showed up. Audits and Investigations was notified by the construction unit. And I believe Contractual Services may have also spoken with us. Usually, I'm not sure who arrived first and who received the initial call to go out to the property. I know there were service requests. I recall seeing one that came in from the one of the tenants that live at 1919 Green Street, but I can't say for sure if that was what initiated. I know it was close in date, but I can't say for sure.
Do you know if L&I had been out prior to the dated issue, which is March 10th, 2022?
I can't say for sure. I mean, I know that there was work, there had been demolition work done to the building that was there before. And I know that there were previous phases of underpinning that occurred. My guess would be that possibly they were out there for inspections, but my unit doesn't really cover that. That would be construction services. So I don't know for sure.
And isn't it true that the neighboring property, 1919 Green, was marked as eminently dangerous on March 10th, 2022?
Yeah, that's so it's standard procedure because Contractual Services identifies they were called to report out there because there was an incident and they had to go and evaluate the structural integrity of the building. Because 1921 there is no building, so there's nothing for them to assign any kind of designation to. There's nothing unsafe or dangerous there technically. So the violation would have to be applied to 1919 Green Street because that's the building that ultimately is in danger, is compromised.
You had said that during your testimony, your direct testimony, you said that based on your review of the records, 1919 Green was in danger of collapse on March 10th, 2022. Is that correct?
Not that it was, that's a possible. Whenever a bearing wall like that is compromised, collapse is a possibility.
Isn't it true that quite frequently when a property is marked as eminently dangerous, the next step would be demolition?
I'm going to object at this point. This is far afield from Inspector Figueredo's, field of expertise. We have a whole unit that deals with that. I don't think he does.
Okay.
Well, if he doesn't know, then that's he can
okay.
testify.
Well, let's. There was an objection, and so I'm going to sustain an objection. If you could redirect your question.
Do you know why 1919 Green was not demolished on March 10th, 2022?
I'm going to object.
I don't.
Okay.
Is that not something within your purview of knowledge, sir?
It's.
I just want to object for the record that's asked and answered.
Okay. Ms. Clastorni, the issue here is what we're doing with 1921. 1919 isn't necessarily the issue.
I do think that 1919, the condition of 1919 Green is very much an issue.
There was no testimony by Mr. Figueredo in his direct testimony. So if you want to put that in the record when you present your case, you're welcome to try.
I was just asking him, I was following up on
this. And I'm asking you to redirect and move
on. Do you know what, when was the last time 1919 Green was inspected prior to March 10th, 2022?
I have no idea.
Were you personally at the site on March 10th, 2022?
I was not.
You were not?
No.
So it would be correct that you never observed on March 10th, 2022, any work being performed at
I did not.
I'm sorry?
I didn't.
You did not, okay. Do you know if there were any complaints that had been registered to LNI prior to March 10th, 2022?
Regarding
1919 Green or 1921 Green?
Not that I'm aware of.
I'm going to share my screen and
this is for purposes of cross-examination, Ms. Clastorni?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
Inspector,
I'm going to object to this. This is a lawsuit that was not filed up against Point Builders, has nothing to do with this property, nor was Inspector Figueredo a signer of the verification or anything else.
Ms. Clastorni, I'm not going to permit that. So if you want to put something in directly that's related, but we aren't going to cross-examine him on that.
Well, Chairman, this was filed by the city of Philadelphia.
Doesn't matter. That's the position we're taking at this hearing. Do you have any further questions?
I would like to review my record.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Claudia Starney, I just want to make sure that your questions relate to the direct testimony of Inspector Figueredo. Okay?
They do relate to the direct testimony of Inspector Figueredo.
So please keep that in mind.
Inspector, I believe you testified that there was demolition performed at 1921 Green.
Yes.
Do you know when the demolition was performed?
Exact dates, I don't know.
And do you know who the demolition contractor was that performed the work at 1921 Green?
Yes, it was RLC. I don't recall the rest of the name of the business, but RLC. I can't recall the rest. That's the only portion I remember the name.
Do you know if RLC was cited for the work that it performed at 1921 Green.
So I'm gonna
Yes, they were.
object. I'm gonna object again as to relevance, but you know, I don't, what another contractor did has no bearing on whether there were special inspectors on site.
Well, it's not just the special inspector's issue.
That's the violation, is regarding whether or not there was appropriate special inspectors on site doing underpin. That's the premises of the violation notice.
I understand that, Chairman, but there was prior work that had been performed.
Okay,
and I
so when
believe-
there was no direct testimony of that, and so when you're putting on your case, you can offer that as information that for us to consider.
I think I'm entitled to ask, since this witness works in the audits unit, I think I'm entitled to ask what happened to the license.
Well,
of the
we give you
demolition
specific
contract.
directions to base your cross on his direct testimony, unless I believe that's where we're headed here, and I'd like you to do that.
I mean, the city will stipulate that. I think it's, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's RCL contractors. Their license was suspended for 20 months. I don't think that that's relevant to today's hearing at all. But we'll stipulate to that fact.
Thank you, Ms. Curley.
Just real quick, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Would she also stipulate to the fact that Inspector Figueroa didn't know the complete name of the company?
Well,
The speaker no, because he did not know, so we cannot speculate the fact that this is exactly what he's talking about. So
well,
if that's the
okay,
case,
well, let's hear from him.
I need her
Okay.
to stipulate the fact that
Well,
that's what he's talking about.
Well, okay, I think what we're doing, I think Ms. Curley, as the counsel, and Ms. Figueroa is her witness, she can, on redirect, she can rehabilitate if there's a need to do that. So I think that's a good way to do it. So if you could continue, Ms. Crestorni, and then we'll come back to Ms. Curley to respond to Ms. Washington's issue, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Crestorni, any further questions?
I have no further questions for this witness.
Ms. Curley? Just want to clear up the issue of the contractor that to which you stipulated.
Inspector Figueredo, when I said RCL, which again, I think is correct, did that ring a bell?
Yes.
Okay, it was that the contractor you believed you were speaking about?
I'm getting the name a little bit off, but I know this. I know the demo contractor and the reasons why they were suspended.
Great. I don't have anything else.
All right, thank you. Do you have any further witnesses, Ms. Curley?
No.
Okay, Ms. Crestorni, is your opportunity.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to present Michael Hallett.
Okay, Mr. Hallett, you've been sworn.
Yep.
Okay.
Good evening, everybody.
Yep.
Mr. Hallett, what is your position with Point Builders Design Concepts?
I'm the president in charge of operations and construction.
Do you have construction background yourself?
I do. I have a civil engineering degree from Temple University, as well as a construction management master's from Drexel.
What kind of company is Point Builders Design Concepts?
We do construction management services, typically for third-party development clients, everything from single-family homes up to 10 to 15, 20-unit multifamily buildings.
And is most of Point Builders work in the city of Philadelphia?
It is, pretty much all of it.
How many projects does Point Builders do in a given year?
Say around 10, probably, different starts and finishes, but we're probably usually working on around 10 projects at any given time, maybe a little less.
Can you describe the project that you were hired for at 1921 Green?
Yes. So 1921 Green is a 10-unit for-sale condo building. We were contracted for the foundation through finishes portion. We were not contracted to do the demolition portion of the, I believe it was a laundromat that was there originally. So yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. We do the management services to deliver the product for sale.
And what, were you hired, or was Point Builders hired to act as the general contractor on this project?
Yeah, we don't self-perform any of the work other than maybe like, putting some doorknobs up at the end, but everything else is subcontracted out to licensed subcontractors with the city of Philadelphia.
You testified that you hired subcontractors, but that you did not hire the demolition contractor. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know the name of the demolition contractor?
Yeah, the demolition contractor is RLC Contractors.
Do you know who hired RLC contractors?
It was the ownership LLC entity that operates as Archive Development. I don't remember the specific LLC entity for the property purchase or ownership.
Would that have been 1921 Green Street LLC?
Yes, that rings a bell.
And that was the owner of the property?
Correct.
Do you know when RLC Contractors was performing the demolition?
It was during the month of December into the early part of January, to my recollection, and we started our work in February.
So were you on site at all in the months of December 2021 and January 22?
We were not.
Do you recall when you started your work at 1921 Green?
It was the middle part of February, I believe, of that year.
And what was the first task that had to be performed?
The first task would have been to apply for our street and lane closure permits, get our temporary site fence up, secured, post permits, and do our initial inspection after the demolition permit had been closed out, which all that was done above board and correctly there. And then we had our foundation subcontractor start with some of just the site clearing and then proceed with the underpinning.
And who was the foundation subcontractor?
It was Campos Enterprises.
You said that an initial inspection was performed. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's required by the city.
Okay. Did Point Builders perform that, or did L&I perform that?
We would schedule that through Eclipse, and then L and I would meet outside to make sure everything was ready to commence, which we did.
And did the project pass initial inspection?
It did.
Did anyone from Point Builders observe the neighboring property of 1919 Green?
I had a few former employees. They had, were there for the initial inspection as well as the underpinning. I was making periodic checks as well during the initial underpinning phases. Nothing was sticking out to me as it related to 1919 during that time.
Did you visually observe 1919 Green?
Externally, yes. During the parts of the underpinning, also we engaged and communicated with a bunch of curious neighbors. Some of them that were renters of 1919, and they had our phone information from my one direct site contact, and nothing had been raised up to that point.
Did Point Builders retain a special inspector for the project?
So technically, the special inspector is supposed to operate as a impartial third party, protecting adjacent property and ownership interests to make sure that we're performing the work as the plan specifies, so there's not a conflict of interest. So 1921 Green Street LLC had hired geostructures to perform the special inspections, and we were responsible for scheduling them for all necessary items.
Mr. Hallett, I'm gonna share my screen so that I can show some exhibits for you.
Okay.
Mr. Hallett, I'm going to direct you to Appellant Exhibit 1, which are emails between Point Builders and Geostructures. Did you have a chance to review these documents before this hearing?
I have.
And are
just-
these documents kept, I'm sorry?
No, you beat me to it. Go ahead.
Are these documents kept in the normal course of Point Builders business?
What do you mean exactly? I'm sorry.
Are these emails something that you got from one of your employees?
Yes, correct.
Chair, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
could we zoom in a little bit? My eyes aren't
Oh,
that-
sure, sir, of course. Is that better?
It hasn't changed. Now we're changing now.
Okay, all right, okay.
Perfect. Yes, that's
Who is Zachary Brown?
Zachary Brown was my site superintendent for the initial portion of the building. Greg Costello was a project manager. And
And at
Jason,
the-
I'm sorry,
sorry.
go ahead.
At the time, were both Mr. Brown and Mr. Costello employees of Point Builders?
They were.
So looking at Exhibit 1, do you see an email between Mr. Brown and Jian Chao Lee?
Yes, I do.
Who is Jian Chao Lee?
Jin Chao Lee was one of the project managers for Geostructures, which I had previously alluded to was the owner's contracted special inspector for 1921 Green.
And
Ms.
does that-
Castoni, the email that you're referencing, we don't see that. I see one from Zachary Brown, and is that JCLI? Is that who you're referencing?
Well, I'm sorry, the top says Zach, Nick will be there to go over the underpinning.
Mr. Chair, also, can we at least see the date of the email from
Okay,
Zach?
well, we can scroll further down.
Well, actually, if you could scroll in the other direction so we can see the correspondence that Zach is involved in. If you could do that, then
Sure. So, Mr. Hallett, do you see an email from Zachary Brown to an email address jclee@geostructures.net?
Mr. Chair, I still need to see the date that Zach sent the email.
The date is
that
right there,
Nick
sir.
will be there tomorrow to go over the underpinning.
Yeah, we're
Right, but
talking,
if you-
Ms. Clastori, we're talking about the previous email that's above that text that's above that. Is there a separate email or is that something else?
Well, there's another email right below from Mr. Brown.
In the other direction, in the other direction, if you scroll up, if you.
Do you see
no,
this
I'm sorry,
now?
in the other direction, if you scroll in the other direction, keep going. So that issue is that he's raising that I was also curious about, that language that says that Nick will be there to go over the underpinning. Is that part of their presentation or not?
It is, but there's also another email. I realize this email doesn't have a date, but there's also an email below from Mr. Brown to Mr. Lee, and that has a date.
Okay, that just created some level of
Mr. Chair, I really don't think that
Okay,
that
let's go on.
answers my question at all.
We don't have a date for that email above it. She just testified, but we do have one for the second one. So Ms. Clastorni, as you go through this, just make sure that you identify
Understood, Chairman. Mr. Ms. Hurley?
Yeah, sorry. So I'm just going to object to this document since the date on this document is February 25th, 2022. The incident in question we're talking about is March 10th, 2022. So I don't really see what an email over a week prior
what it says.
date, is relevant.
Well, I think.
Okay, let me rule on the objection. Ms. Curley, I'm overruling your objection. What I'm asking Ms. Clastorni to do is just quickly get to the point where it shows the relevance in the body of the email. If you could do that.
Yeah, I understand that. I think what I'm trying to do, if Ms. Curley could stipulate that the only date in question is March 10th.
But
Wait, Mr. Washington, wait a minute.
I have another question then.
Wait a minute. Wait, Mr. Washington. I want to get this resolved with the objections, etc.
I apologize. Sorry.
Okay, would you continue, Ms. Clastorni?
Thank you. What I said was, if Ms. Curley would stipulate that the only date in question is March 10th, 2022, I think we could move on because part of her direct testimony implied that there was never a special inspector on site. So that's what I'm trying to demonstrate, that in fact, there was a special inspector on site. And as far as that one date in question, March 10th, they were on their way and there was a miscommunication.
Okay, Ms.
Yeah,
Curley?
yeah, I will stipulate, I apologize if my direct was unclear. We were entirely talking about March 10th, 2022. That's the date that's noticed, that's provided on the notice of violation. It's also the date of the stop work order. March 10th, 2022 is the date that the special inspector was not there.
Okay, Mr. Washington, you had a question.
Yes, so Mr. Chair, who is Nick? Since his job was to go there to go over the underpinning, I think he needs to be identified.
Okay, and that's what I was asking Ms. Plastoni earlier, and her response was that information will become clear in the body of the following emails. So that, I think that's where that's going to, I wanted her to get through that before we.
Well, Chairman, okay. Well, I'm sure Mr. Hallett can answer this question. Mr. Hallett, do you know who Nick is?
Yes, he was a project engineer for Geostructures. His name was Nick Cavalanese. He was kind of one of their site techs that would go and, instead of, Jin Chow billing up a higher hourly rate for the clients, they would send one of their, licensed Pennsylvania state engineers at a lower rate to go and supervise the work.
Okay.
Was Point Builders in contact with Geostructures about visiting the site to observe the underpinning?
Yeah, all of that was we have internal processes to make sure that that's being scheduled promptly and correctly, factoring in when our subcontractor is going to be on site based on weather and other factors. But we're usually notifying them as that what our plan is for it. And typically once we're in their schedule in terms of starting and underpinning, they have us teed up on a fairly daily basis based on how the sequencing is working, whether it's dry packing, curing time of the concrete, setting of the rebar, et cetera. This project in particular was broken into 3 sections: sections A's, section B's, and section C's. So it wasn't a large underpinning project.
Mr. Hallett, looking at the email from Mr. Brown to Jen Chow Lee dated February 25th, 2022.
Sure.
Does Mr. Brown, and this was Friday, February 25th, 2022. Is Mr. Brown confirming that Geostructures will be on site on Monday morning, which would have been February 28th, 2022?
Yeah, so I had my guys really kind of trying to lock this in. They would put a phone call into Geostructures typically 24 to 48 hours beforehand, and then they would confirm that in an email, basically locking them into that time to perform that inspection.
Ms. Plastoni, would you just confirm who JCLI is?
Mr. Hallett, do you know who JCLI is?
Yeah, that's Jin Chow Lee. I believe he is the vice president principal at Geostructures.
Okay, thank you.
But he's one of their main engineers, Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
I'm also going to share Exhibit 2 with you. Have you seen Exhibit 2?
Mr. Chair, I need to object for a moment. Because I asked about the Nick guy, and I was told that it would be explained to me during the body of the last presentation. Because I want to ask Nick a question.
Okay, let me ask.
Mr. Hallett already explained who Nick was. So he's not here.
Ms. Plastoni, I'm speaking. Does this person Nick have any relevance to your presentation for this case?
Well, Mr. Washington had asked who Nick was, so in order to answer his question, I asked Mr. Hallett, and Mr. Hallett testified that Nick was an employee of Geostructures.
Okay, is there anything that he's either written or said will be presented tonight?
No, I was just trying to answer Mr. Washington's question.
Okay, all right, understood. I think the issue, Mr. Washington, is that they don't plan to use this Nick person at all in this case. It just
The only reason I asked the question, Mr. Chair, because what they had presented as their testimony, that Nick was going to undersee the underpinning, And if he was going to see the underpinning, I'm assuming with the daily field report that just was given to us was geostructures was on site to inspect underpinning and conduct concrete testing. So all I can assume from what her testimony was, Nick did that.
Okay. Well, I don't know if this Nick person was involved in that. We can ask that person to Mr. Hallett, who's the witness. Is that in fact the case, Mr. Hallett?
Mr. Chair, I mean, I can't specifically. Typically, there's multiple inspectors that come through. I've had the president, Jack Parisi from Geostructures, perform them, as well as Jin Chow himself. It's kind of basically whoever's available. And then typically the daily field reports are stamped and approved by one of the managing partners of Geostructures, so to my recollection.
Okay. All right, let's proceed.
Mr. Hallett, I'm demonstrating to you Appellant's Exhibit 2, which are the collective daily field reports of Geostructures. Are these documents that you received from Geostructures in the course of your business?
Yeah, typically they're forwarded to both the owner and the contractor. Basically what they're going to do is they're going to show that the concrete is at the correct strength from a testing perspective, and then also that the sequencing of the underpinning and such is occurring as needed, or as required, I should say, sorry.
Again, I'm just going to kind of object to the general relevance of this. The date of this document is February 28th, 2022. You know, it's not relevant to the issue before the board today.
Okay. Ms. Clastorni, you asked for a stipulation regarding the 10, and you were offered to proceed quickly to the 10.
Okay, all right. Mr. Hallett, focusing on March 10th. Do you know if Geostructures was asked to come out on March 10th?
I do know they were requested. I believe we were on the last individual segment of the section C's of the underpinning, meaning if we had already performed all the section A's and all the section B's. So there was one section of underpinning still left to perform, which was previously alluded to in the photos presented earlier. So, you know, it was pretty much buttoning up the last bit of the underpinning at this point that had been passed with, you know, no red flags or concerns or comments by Geostructures at that point.
And do you know what happened on March 10th and that L&I had arrived and Geostructures was not there?
So there was a couple things that had occurred. I got a phone call, you know, roughly earlier in the afternoon. Zach and Greg had called me and said, "Hey, L&I's over at Green Street. There's an issue." So I made my way over there, and they were, you know, kind of wrapping up some of the discussions. We had got a stop work order. The adjacent property was there. It was my understanding from the inspection that occurred by the city was that there was a couple guys basically in the hole prepping the opening, and that no underpinning work had specifically started. That was unsupervised. Geostructures was en route, notified our team. There was supposed to be potential rain in the afternoon. So the guys were basically cleaning up some of the dirt, and so that they could be prepared and ready to go to potentially expedite, you know, the operation that needed to occur, so we could finish that last section and backfill and make the site secure. It was only at that time, you know, outside of other, you know, field investigations and spot checks that I had done, and as well as interactions that my team had with the neighbors, that we were notified of the, you know, the pending issues or potential issues with 1919 Green. It was then that we found out from meeting with the property owner that at some point in December, RLC contractors hit the side of the building with their excavator, information that was never passed on to us by the owners or the adjacent property until March 10th. At that point, you know, like I said, conversations in passing with tenants of 1919, as well as residents in the general vicinity, hadn't mentioned any concerns regarding the property. So that was the first time that I had noticed that there had been a small party wall crack that had formed. From the pictures, I think you can see not only is it stucco, but it's also It looks like some exterior grade caulk that is separating and kind of spalling, which would lead me to believe that this was a reoccurring issue for a over 100-year-old building. We were lucky, nothing occurred past that, but, it was something that, I was under the impression some immediate work hadn't necessarily been performed on that last and final underpinning section. I spoke with the L&I guys, we kind of discussed that. And then obviously once the adjacent party wall issue kind of I think that's kind of what led this to be compounded a little bit.
And did you comply with the stop work order?
We did. We communicated with all the necessary L&I parties after that. There was one item we were allowed to proceed work on, and that was in conjunction with 1919's, the property management and ownership company hired an engineer to come out. They created a sketch for temporary bracing, which L&I approved us to re-enter the project site to perform that and brace up the project. That was the only other work that we performed until remediation work was completed on that party wall and we were allowed to commence.
And is that work that you said that was performed, was that performed the next day, March 11th, 2022?
I believe it was within 24 to 36 hours. It was pretty quick. It was, they were able to get something sketched up pretty quick where it was just some, pressure treated bracing, some large plywood panels just to support it in the interim.
Mr. Howlett, I'm going to show you another exhibit, which is appellant's exhibit 3.
Okay.
Do you recognize these sets of emails?
I do.
And the top email is from Jianchao Li.
Mm-hmm.
It's dated March 15th, 2022, and you are copied on this. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the email says attached are our inspection reports for the underpinning from start to finish. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Scrolling further down, there's an email from Mr. Lee dated March 11th, 2022, which would have been the next day after the date in question. It's directed to Greg Costello. Who was Greg Costello?
Greg Costello was a former employee who was the project manager on this job site directly under me.
And you were copied on this email?
I was.
And in the email, isn't it true that Mr. Lee says to Greg, it seems that there have been ongoing issues with the neighbor's building. However, we were only aware of it by seeing the L&I stop by work ticket posted on site this morning. Do you think for the benefit of the project that we should be notified before we started the underpinning?
I had the same question as Jin Chow had. With Geostructures having a direct contractual relationship with the owner in a different capacity as we did, neither one of our parties, myself, Point Builders, or any of my staff, as well as Geostructures, were notified of the damage and items that were brought up previously in December of 2021 from RLC's performance on the demolition work.
I'm going to direct you also to Appellant's Exhibit 4. It looks like it's a picture within an email dated December 7th, 2021. Have you ever seen this email and picture before?
Yes, shortly after the occurrence on March 10th and the whole corralling of all the inspectors in the city departments. This was an email that was forwarded by the property management of 1919 Green Street to Zach Brown and Greg Costello, who then forwarded it to me. This is the tenant of that one of the western party wall rooms where they had formed walls that cracks that had formed on December 7th. So this was during the demolition portion. Prior to that email, we were never notified of the interior.
Mr. Howlett, just one moment. Ms. Pastore, where is the email that these are attached to so we can get some sense of when this happened and who were the parties involved?
I have that. I can share that with.
I mean, using it, you indicated that those images were attached to an email, but no sense of who wrote it, when, and etc. That's why I'm asking that.
Okay, I can do that.
If you don't have it, you don't have it. But I just want to make sure
I
that,
do have it.
we see it in context.
Gonna share my screen again. Mr. Hallett, do you recognize this email?
Yes, I resent it to you. I resent it to you previously.
And was this email, the email that was sent to me, was that sent to you from Mr. Zach Brown?
Yes, he resent it to me.
And it looks to me like it previously had been sent to you on April 8th, 2022.
Correct.
Saying, see email attached from property manager of 1919 Green.
Yep.
And below, there's an email from a Maurice from a T. Dini to Zach at a PPD Concepts. Do you know
Yes,
who
I believe
T. Dini
T.
is?
Dini. Yeah, I believe T. Dini was one of the owners of the property, and then Ryan Robinson, I believe, was the property manager.
Just,
Okay.
I'm sorry, Ms. Clearstrom, can you forward this email to me since this is the first time I'm looking at this document?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll send it to you right now.
Thank you.
So, the email below from Ryan Robinson, does that look like the email and the prior picture that we had looked at?
It does.
And is the date on this email December 7th, 2021?
It is.
And does that say the workers next door have been slamming pretty hard into the wall attached to our apartment, and this morning caused this large crack in the wall down the front of